Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we start the story, I want to say that this video will have no ads, so enjoy the story. I hope you give this video a chance because I truly believe you won't find stories like these anywhere else. And before you get comfortable, a like or a subscription would mean a lot to me, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Leave a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is for you. It really makes us feel like the global community we are. Now let's start our night together. The fluorescent lights in the emergency room hummed at a frequency that Ren Torvik had stopped hearing years ago. Like the beeping of monitors, the squeak of rubber soles on linoleum, the distant wail of approaching ambulances. It had all become white noise, the soundtrack of a life she'd built from the wreckage of another. She was suturing a teenager's palm at 6:47 in the morning, her movements precise and automatic. The kid had sliced himself opening a package, some video game he'd ordered online, and now he sat on the examination table looking everywhere except at the needle passing through his skin. "Almost done," Ren said. Her voice came out the way it always did, with patience, calm, measured. The professional warmth she'd learned to project without actually feeling. "3 more and we'll get you wrapped up." "Is it going to scar?" "Probably a little, but you'll have a good story." She didn't look at his face. She rarely looked at faces anymore, not really. It was easier that way, easier to see the wound, the symptom, the problem that could be fixed rather than the person attached to it. People were complicated. People expected things. People drowned while you were supposed to be watching them, and then nothing was ever the same again. The needle pulled through. 2 more to go. Outside the treatment bay, the emergency room moved in its usual early morning rhythm. The overnight shift was wrapping up, the day shift trickling in with coffee cups and complaints about traffic. Somewhere a child was crying. Not a pain cry, just tired and scared, waiting for test results that would probably come back fine. Ren had been a pediatric ER nurse for 8 years, and she'd learned to tell the difference between cries that meant something and cries that were just noise. "Ren!" Ellery Sandoval's voice cut through the ambient chaos. "Heads up. Ambulance incoming, multiple casualties. Some kind of workplace accident at Kessler." Ren tied off the last suture without looking up. "How many?" 3, maybe 4. Reports are confused. Something about a co-worker attacking people." "Attacking?" That's what dispatch said. Could be drugs, could be a breakdown, could be dispatch getting it wrong like usual. Ellery's tone was clipped, efficient. She'd been the charge nurse on this floor for longer than Ren had worked here, and she'd seen everything at least twice. "Just wanted you ready." Ren nodded, snipping the suture thread. "I'll finish up here." She bandaged the teenager's hand with quick, economical movements, gave him the standard aftercare instructions without quite meeting his eyes, and sent him on his way. By the time she'd disposed of her gloves and updated the chart, she could hear the ambulance bay doors banging open. The first patient came through on a gurney, a man in his 50s wearing a Kessler biopharmaceutical badge clipped to a blood-soaked shirt. He was conscious but confused, muttering something Ren couldn't make out as the paramedics rattled off vitals. "Bite wound to the left forearm," the lead paramedic said. "Arterial bleeding controlled en route, but he's lost a lot. 2 more behind us, similar injuries. The scene was..." She hesitated, something flickering across her face that Ren had never seen from this particular paramedic before. "It was bad. The guy who did this, he didn't seem..." "Seemed like what?" The paramedic shook her head. "Just get them stabilized. Something's wrong with these guys." Ren took over the gurney, wheeling it toward Trauma Bay 2. The patient's eyes were glassy, unfocused, but his hand shot out and grabbed her wrist with surprising strength. "She recognized me," he said. His voice cracked on the words. "She recognized me, but she still..." "Sir, I need you to lie back. You've lost blood and we need to—" She was already dead. They said she died, but she was standing there and she recognized me. And she still— His eyes rolled back. The heart monitor shrieked its alarm. Ren was already calling for assistance, already reaching for the crash cart, already doing what she'd been trained to do without having to think about what the man had said. It didn't mean anything. Trauma patients said strange things. Blood loss caused confusion. There was always an explanation. There was always an explanation. 3 hours later, Ren stood in the hallway outside Trauma Bay 2 staring at a clipboard without seeing it. The patients from Kessler were stabilized. That was the good news. The bad news was that none of them made any sense. All 3 had been bitten, not scratched, not cut, but bitten with clear teeth marks in their flesh. One of them, a woman named Annika, had a chunk missing from her shoulder that looked like something had tried to eat her. They were all running fevers. Not high, not yet, but climbing steadily despite the acetaminophen drip. The first patient, Henrik Sorensen, according to his badge, had gone from lucid to delirious to unconscious in the space of 2 hours. His temperature was 103 and rising. "This doesn't make sense," Ellery said, appearing at Ren's elbow. She had a tablet in her hand, scrolling through something. "I've been trying to find anything about what happened at Kessler, but the news is just saying, industrial accident." That's not an industrial accident. What did the police say? They haven't been by yet. The paramedics said the scene was chaos when they arrived. Security was trying to contain something, but they wouldn't say what. The guy who attacked these people was still in the building. Ren looked through the window at Henrik. He was restrained now, standard protocol for patients showing signs of delirium, but he lay still, barely breathing. The monitors showed his heart rate climbing even as his blood pressure dropped. "Something's wrong with his blood work," Ren said. "The white cell count doesn't make sense. It's like his immune system is attacking itself." "Infection? Not like any infection I've seen. It's moving too fast." Ellery's phone buzzed. She glanced at it and something shifted in her expression, a tightening around the eyes that Ren had learned to recognize over 6 years of working together. It meant bad news. "What?" "That was Dr. Reeves. There's been another incident at Kessler. Multiple casualties this time. They're sending everyone they can to hospitals across the city, but we're getting at least 6 more. 6 more what? Bite victims?" "He didn't say, just told us to prepare for overflow and to—" Ellery stopped, reading the rest of the message. The tightening around her eyes got worse. "And to implement isolation protocols for all Kessler patients." "Isolation protocols for what?" "He didn't say that either." They looked at each other. In the treatment bay, Henrik Sorensen's heart monitor let out a long, sustained tone. Flatline. Ren was moving before she consciously decided to, pushing through the door, reaching for the crash cart. "He's coding. Get me a team in here. Ren, wait." She didn't wait. She grabbed the defibrillator paddles, charged them, placed them against Henrik's chest. His eyes were open, staring at the ceiling. His jaw hung slack. The monitor showed a flat line, steady and unbroken. "Clear." The shock jolted his body. No response. Ren started compressions, counting under her breath, feeling his ribs flex under her palms. Behind her, Ellery was calling for backup. But the room felt strangely distant, like she was watching herself from very far away. "Come on," she muttered. "Come on, come on." Henrik's hand closed around her wrist. She jerked back, but his grip was iron, impossible. He'd been dead. He'd been flatlined for 30 seconds at least, and now his eyes were fixed on her face with an intensity that stopped her breath. His mouth opened. The sound that came out wasn't a word. It was a wet, clicking rattle, like stones tumbling in a drain pipe. And under it was something else. a high, thin keening that climbed in pitch until it scraped at the edges of hearing. Ren tried to pull away. His other hand came up, grabbing for her face. His teeth were snapping together with a mechanical rhythm, clack, 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 and his eyes were wrong. His eyes were completely wrong, empty of everything human, but still fixed on her, still tracking her movements. "Get off her!" Something slammed into Henrik from the side. Ren fell backward, her wrist finally free, and saw a man she didn't recognize wrestling Henrik onto the floor. Henrik was biting at the air, making that clicking sound, that horrible keening sound, and the stranger was pinning him down with a knee on his chest. "Fire axe!" the stranger shouted. "The emergency cabinet now!" Ren's body moved while her mind was still catching up. She ran to the hallway, smashed the glass on the emergency cabinet, grabbed the axe. When she turned back, Henrik had sunk his teeth into the stranger's forearm. The man didn't scream. He just gritted his teeth and kept Henrik pinned. "Bring it here. Now." Ren brought it. "Hold him down while I'll do it." The words came out of her mouth without permission. "You're bitten. You shouldn't. I know what I should and shouldn't. Hold him." Ren dropped to her knees and grabbed Henrik's shoulders. He was impossibly strong, thrashing with a force that seemed inhuman, but she dug her weight in and kept him pinned. The stranger took the axe, raised it, and brought it down. The sound was nothing she'd ever heard before, nothing she'd ever wanted to hear. He brought it down again, and again. When it was over, when Henrik finally stopped moving, Ren sat back on her heels and stared at the blood spreading across the floor. Her hands were shaking. Her whole body was shaking. "He was dead," she said. Her voice sounded strange, too high and too thin. His heart stopped. I saw the flat line. He was dead. The stranger stood up, cradling his bitten arm against his chest. He was maybe 60, built like a barrel, with a military bearing and eyes that had seen things like this before. Not exactly like this, but close enough. "Yeah," he said. "I don't think that word means what we thought it did." The stranger's name was Dashiell Ozog. Everyone called him Dash. He was 58 years old, a Gulf War veteran, and he'd come to the hospital that morning to visit his wife, Mirella, who was being treated for pneumonia on the cardiac floor. "Reflux," he said, as Ellery cleaned and bandaged his arm. "That's what I was in for 6 weeks ago. Chest pain, thought I was dying, turned out to be reflux. Your girl over there was my nurse. She told me to stop eating so much Polish sausage." Ren was standing by the door watching the hallway. The ER had descended into something that wasn't quite chaos yet, but was getting there. 3 more Kessler patients had arrived in the past hour, all with bite wounds, all running fevers that climbed and climbed despite everything they tried. 2 more had flatlined. They'd killed them both before they could reanimate. That was the word Dash had used. Reanimate. Like they were in a horror movie, like this was something with rules that could be learned and followed. Ren wanted to argue with the terminology, but she couldn't come up with a better one. "We need to report this," Ellery said. Her voice was calm, but her hands were shaking slightly as she taped down the bandage. "Whatever's happening, the CDC needs to know. We need to isolate all the Kessler patients, contact everyone who's been exposed. The patients who are already here are turning," Ren said. "Not just the new arrivals. 2 of the people who came in this morning are already dead. One of them reanimated 20 minutes ago. Which means anyone who was bitten, which means we need to stop admitting them. We need to lock down the ER and stop letting anyone else." The scream came from somewhere deeper in the hospital, high and terrified, cutting through the normal noise of the ER like a blade through cloth. Then another scream, and another. Ren ran. The hospital was dying. Ren could feel it as she moved through the corridors, past rooms where patients lay in beds that would soon be coffins, past nurses and doctors who didn't know yet what was coming for them. The screams were multiplying, spreading through the building like ripples in a pond. She found the first body on the second floor, outside the radiology department. A security guard, his throat torn out, his eyes already glazing over. She found the second in the stairwell, a woman in scrubs curled against the wall with her hands pressed over a wound in her stomach that was still pumping blood. "Don't," the woman gasped when Ren reached for her. "Don't touch me, I'm already... I can help, let me..." "You can't. I felt it when she bit me. I felt something go wrong." The woman's face was pale, her lips already blue. "It's fast, it's so fast. Get out, get somewhere safe. Don't let them..." Her eyes rolled back. Her body spasmed once, twice, and went still. Ren backed away. She counted to 10. At 12, the woman's eyes opened. There was nothing human in them. Ren ran. She ran until she reached the 5th floor, the pediatric wing, because that was where she worked and that was where she belonged, and maybe if she could just get there, just get to somewhere familiar, the world would start making sense again. It didn't. The pediatric floor was chaos. Parents were screaming, children were crying, and somewhere nearby that clicking sound was getting louder, closer, more voices joining the horrible chorus. Ren saw a nurse she knew, Patrice, a grandmother of 4 who always brought cookies on birthdays, stumble out of a patient room with blood running down her arm. "Don't let her see," Patrice said, her voice already slurring. "Room 514. Don't let her see what I..." She collapsed against the wall. Her eyes didn't close. Room 514. Ren ran to it, slammed through the door, and found a little girl huddled in the corner behind an overturned bed. The child looked up at her with enormous dark eyes. She was clutching a stuffed rabbit against her chest, and she didn't make a sound. "I'm Ren," Ren said, crouching down to her level. "I'm a nurse. I'm going to keep you safe. What's your name?" "Novely." The voice was barely a whisper. "Where's my mom?" Ren found Camille Kimura in the bathroom, trying to wrap a bedsheet around her forearm. The bite wound was deep and ugly, already inflamed, the flesh around it turning a grayish color that Ren had learned to recognize over the past 3 hours. Camille looked up when Ren entered, and her face crumpled. "Don't tell her," Camille said. "Please. She can't see me like... She can't know what's going to... How long ago were you bitten?" "I don't know. An hour? Maybe less. One of them came into our room and I tried to protect her, but..." Camille's voice broke. "I felt it. When the teeth went in, I felt something wrong. Something spreading. Is it true what they're saying about the people who get bitten?" Ren's silence was answer enough. Camille closed her eyes. When she opened them again, they were dry, determined. "Novely is 9 years old. She has asthma. She's allergic to penicillin. Her father lives in Minneapolis. His name is David Kimura, and he..." Her voice cracked, but she forced herself to continue. "He loves her. If you can find him, if you can get her to him. We're going to find a way to treat this. The doctors are working on..." "Don't lie to me." Camille's voice was sharp, harder than it had been a moment before. "I can feel it. It's in my blood, in my brain, in everything. I can feel myself changing, and I don't have much time." She grabbed Ren's arm, her grip feverish and strong. "I need you to promise me something." "What?" "When it happens, when I become one of those things, don't let Novely see. Take her somewhere else. Tell her I'm sleeping. Tell her anything. But don't let her watch her mother become a monster." Ren looked at this woman she'd never met before today. This mother who was dying by inches and thinking only of her daughter, and she felt something crack open in her chest. Something she'd kept locked away for 7 years. "I promise," she said. The hospital had a psychiatric ward on the 7th floor. Locked doors, reinforced windows, limited access points. Ren had suggested it, and no one had argued. There were 11 of them now. Ren and Ellery. Dash, who had insisted on coming despite his bite wound. "I've got 4 hours, maybe 6, he'd said. Let me use them. Jace Bowen, a 19-year-old who'd shown up at the ER looking for Ren specifically, claiming she'd been his nurse once and he remembered her being kind. Novalie, silent and clutching her rabbit. Quinn Valero, a pharmaceutical rep who'd been at the hospital for a meeting and now couldn't stop talking about needing to find his wife. Luther Greenwald, a 71-year-old history professor who'd been in for observation after a fall. Kira Okabe, a physical therapist from the rehab wing. Theo Barros, a 17-year-old whose mother had turned in front of him. And Camille. For now. The barricade won't hold forever, Dash said. He was sitting by the door, a fire axe across his knees, watching the hallway through a reinforced window. We killed maybe 24 getting up here, but there were already hundreds in the building, more coming in off the streets. The generator's still running, Ellery said. We have power, water, medical supplies, if we can hold out until help arrives. What help? Quinn's voice was high, thin, threatening to crack. I've been trying to call my wife for 3 hours, nothing, no signal, no internet, nothing. Whatever this is, it's not just here, it's everywhere. We don't know that. Look out the window, tell me what you see. Ren looked. The window faced downtown Duluth and the city was burning. She could count at least 5 separate fires, sending columns of smoke into the clear autumn sky. Car alarms screamed in the distance. Somewhere, gunshots crackled in irregular bursts. Lake Superior stretched beyond the city, gray and cold and utterly indifferent to what was happening on its shores. Ren stared at it and felt the familiar tightness in her chest, the fear that never quite went away, even after 7 years. Callum had drowned in a lake. Not this one, a smaller one farther north at a state park where the family had gone camping every summer. She'd been 27. He'd been 20. She'd been drinking wine and watching the sunset, and he'd gone swimming to impress a girl, and when she woke up from the nap she hadn't meant to take, he was floating face down 40 feet from shore. She still saw it sometimes. In dreams, in quiet moments, in the reflection of any body of water large enough to drown in. Ren. Jace's voice, hesitant. He was standing behind her, close enough that she could feel the warmth of him. Are you okay? No. The word came out before she could stop it. None of us are okay. I came because I remembered you. Jace was talking faster now, the words tumbling out like he couldn't hold them back. 6 months ago I was here, motorcycle accident, minor stuff, but I was freaking out about everything. Starting college, my parents expecting things, all of it. You listened. You actually listened. And you told me my fears weren't stupid and... He stopped, swallowed. When things started going wrong at UMD this morning, I didn't know where to go. I just knew I wanted to find you. Ren turned to look at him. He was young, too young for any of this, with curly brown hair that fell into his eyes and a face that still had the soft edges of adolescence. He was shaking, she realized, trying to hide it and failing. I don't remember you, she said. It wasn't meant to be cruel, just honest. I see a lot of patience. I know, that's okay. He almost smiled. You don't have to remember me, I remember you, that's enough. From across the room, Camille let out a low moan. Her fever had spiked again in the last hour, her skin taking on a grayish pallor that meant the end was coming soon. Novalie sat beside her, holding her hand, not speaking. Ren. Ellery's voice, quiet and urgent. We need to talk about what happens next. They stepped into the hallway, leaving the others in the common room. The psychiatric ward was quiet now, the patients having been evacuated or... Ren didn't want to think about the or. She's going to turn soon, Ellery said. Camille, the fever's past 105 and climbing. I give her an hour, maybe less. I know. The girl can't be here when it happens. I made a promise. I told Camille I'd take Novalie somewhere else, keep her from seeing. Ellery nodded. Her face was pale, the lines around her eyes deeper than they'd been this morning. "There's a roof access on this floor. Take the girl up there. I'll handle it." "You shouldn't have to. Someone has to. And right now you're the only person that child trusts." Ellery put her hand on Wren's shoulder just for a moment. "Go. Be with her. Let me do this part." Wren went. The roof of St. Scholastica Regional Medical Center offered a view that would have been beautiful on any other day. Lake Superior spread gray and endless to the east, the aerial lift bridge rising like a skeletal finger against the sky. The city sprawled below them, pockets of fire glowing orange in the gathering dusk. Novalie sat cross-legged on the concrete, her stuffed rabbit in her lap. She hadn't cried. Not once. Wren had seen enough traumatized children to know that wasn't a good sign. "I used to come up here on my breaks," Wren said, sitting down beside her. "When things got too hard, I'd come up and look at the lake. It helped me think. My mom said the lake is the biggest in the world. The biggest by surface area. That means it covers more ground than any other freshwater lake. It's so big you can't see the other side." Novalie considered this. "If you fell in, would you drown?" The question hit Wren like a physical blow. She forced herself to breathe, to stay present, to not think about Callum floating face down in water that wasn't nearly as big as this. "If you fell in and didn't know how to swim," she said carefully, "you might. But people swim in it all the time. The trick is learning how to float." "I don't know how to float." "Neither do I." The admission surprised her. "I used to. I forgot." They sat in silence. The sun was setting now, painting the clouds in shades of orange and red. Below them, the city was making sounds that cities shouldn't make. Screams mostly, and gunshots, and somewhere a car alarm that just kept going and going. "My mom is dying," Novalie said. Her voice was flat, matter-of-fact. "I know she is. She told me to go with you, and she only would have done that if she knew she couldn't stay with me." "Novalie, I'm not stupid. I'm 9, but I'm not stupid." The girl's lower lip trembled, the first crack in her composure. "I heard what the other grown-ups were saying, about the people who get bitten, about what they become." Wren didn't insult her by denying it. "Your mom loves you very much. She wanted to protect you. She didn't want me to see her become a monster. She didn't want you to remember her that way. There's a difference." Novalie thought about this. Her small hand reached out and found Wren's larger one, her fingers cold and trembling. "Will you stay with me until it's over?" "Yes." "Promise?" "I promise." They sat together on the roof, watching the sunset over a dying world, and Wren held a child's hand and remembered what it felt like to be responsible for someone, to be trusted. Below them, a single gunshot echoed through the hospital. Novalie flinched but didn't let go. "She's sleeping now," the girl whispered. "The long sleep." Wren didn't know what to say, so she said nothing and held on. Night fell. The city's lights flickered and failed block by block, leaving only the orange glow of fires and the cold silver of a half-moon rising over the lake. The generator was still running. That was something. The psychiatric ward's common room had become their camp. Mattresses dragged from patient rooms, supplies scavenged from the pharmacy 2 floors down, a barricade of furniture pushed against the stairwell door. Novalie was asleep on one of the mattresses, Gus the rabbit clutched against her chest. Ellery sat beside her, not touching but close, her face drawn and tired. Dash was by the door. He'd been there for hours, watching, waiting. His bitten arm was wrapped in clean bandages now, but Wren could see the sweat on his forehead, the slight tremor in his hands. The fever was starting. 4 hours, he said when he caught her looking. Maybe 3. I can feel it moving like something crawling through my blood. We could try. No, his voice was firm. I've seen what happens when you try to treat this. Those patients from Kessler, you pumped them full of antibiotics, antivirals, everything you had, and they still turned. This thing doesn't care about medicine. He shifted his grip on the axe. When it happens, I want to go out doing something useful, not strapped to a bed waiting to become a monster. Wren sat down beside him. The floor was cold through her scrubs, and she realized suddenly that she'd been on her feet for almost 18 hours. Her body ached. Her eyes burned. Her mind kept replaying Henrik Sorensen's face as he grabbed for her. The emptiness in his eyes, the horrible clicking sound. I was supposed to watch him, she said. Dash looked at her. Watch who? My brother? Callum. The name felt strange in her mouth. She almost never said it aloud anymore. 7 years ago. Family camping trip. I was supposed to watch him while he went swimming, and I fell asleep and he drowned. She didn't know why she was telling this man. This stranger she'd met less than 12 hours ago. Maybe because he was dying and the dying deserved honesty? Maybe because she was too tired to keep carrying it alone. I blamed myself, she continued it for years. Still do sometimes. I took this job because I thought if I could save enough children, maybe it would make up for the one I couldn't save. Stupid, right? Not stupid. Dash's voice was gentler than she'd expected. Human. We all carry things like that, things we think we could have done different, people we think we could have saved. He was quiet for a moment. My wife was on the cardiac floor. Mirella. I went to visit her this morning, and when the screaming started, I ran to the ER to help. Thought I was being brave. He laughed, but there was no humor in it. By the time I got back to her, she was already gone. Heart attack. Not the virus, not the infected. Just her heart giving out because no one was there to help her. Because I wasn't there. You couldn't have known. Neither could you. He met her eyes. Your brother drowned because he made a choice to go swimming. He was an adult. He knew the risks. And you were human, and humans fall asleep. That's not a failing. That's just what we are. Wren wanted to argue, to insist that it was different, that she was responsible, that she would always be responsible, but the words wouldn't come. She was too tired, and Dash was dying, and somewhere outside the city was falling apart, and maybe none of it mattered anymore. Get some sleep, Dash said. I'll wake you if anything happens. You should rest. Your fever. I'll rest when I'm dead. He almost smiled. That's a joke, sort of. Wren found a mattress in the corner and lay down. She didn't expect to sleep. Her mind was too loud, too full of images she couldn't unsee. But exhaustion pulled her under anyway, and she dreamed of water. She woke to screaming. For a moment she was disoriented, unsure where she was or what was happening. Then memory flooded back. The hospital, the infected, the night that had seemed like it would never end. And she was on her feet, reaching for a weapon she didn't have. Ground floor, Ellery said. Her voice was tight, controlled. Something breached the main entrance. Something? A delivery truck crashed right through the emergency bay doors. Ellery's face was pale in the generator-powered lights. That whole section is open now. They're pouring in. Wren looked around the room. Jace was awake, his face white with terror. Quinn was pressed against the far wall, muttering something under his breath. Luther was trying to calm Theo, who looked like he was about to bolt. Kira was checking on Navali, who was awake but silent, clutching her rabbit. And Dash. Dash was standing by the door, axe in hand, looking steadier than he had any right to look. We need to move, he said. Move where? We're on the 7th floor. If they've breached the ground level, the stairwells will be... There's another way. Luther's voice cut through the panic, calm and steady. I was a patient here 6 weeks ago. Fell, broke my hip, spent a lot of time exploring when I should have been resting. There's a service tunnel in the basement that connects to the old maintenance system. Comes out near the railroad yard, half a mile from here. The basement? We'd have to go down through them to... No. There's a laundry chute on this floor. Big enough for people, connects all the way down. It'll drop us in the basement near the loading dock. Ellery shook her head. Even if we make it to the basement, we'd still have to get through to the tunnel entrance. And if the infected have breached, they'll be concentrated at the main entrance, Dash said. The noise, the movement, that's what draws them. If we're quiet, if we move fast, we might have a window. Might. Might is better than definitely not. He looked at Wren. What do you think? Everyone was looking at her. She didn't know when that had started, when she'd become the person people looked to for answers. She wasn't a leader, she wasn't equipped for this, but Callum was dead because she'd fallen asleep. And Camille was dead because she'd trusted Wren with her daughter. And Dash was dying because he'd put himself between Henrik and her. And if she didn't make a decision right now, more people were going to die. We move, she said. Get everyone ready, 2 minutes. The laundry chute was exactly where Luther said it would be. A metal tube wide enough for an adult to slide through, dropping straight down through the guts of the hospital. It smelled like bleach and old fabric and something else, something darker, that Wren didn't want to think about. I'll go first, Dash said. Clear the landing, make sure it's safe. My fever's not the problem right now. He slid into the chute without waiting for an argument, and Wren heard the metallic rattling of his descent, then silence. A moment later, his voice echoed up. Clear, come on. They went one by one, Theo trying hard not to show his terror, Quinn still muttering about his wife, Luther moving slowly but steadily. Kira helping steady the older man, Jace hesitating at the edge. I can't, he said. His voice was high, thin. I can't. I'll get stuck. Look at me. Wren grabbed his face, forced him to meet her eyes. You can do this. I've seen you do hard things before. Remember your accident? You were scared then too, but you got through it. That was different. I didn't. You did. You got through it and you'll get through this. Now go. He went. Novali was next. She looked at the chute, then at Wren, and her small face was set with a determination that seemed too old for 9 years. I'll go, she said, but you have to come right after. I will. Promise. I promise. The girl slid into the darkness. Wren heard her gasp as she accelerated, then a soft thump as she reached the bottom. Your turn, Ellery said. You should. I'll be right behind you. Go. Wren went. The chute was dark and tight and smelled like death, and for a moment she was somewhere else, underwater, drowning, reaching for a brother she couldn't save. Then she hit the bottom and Dash was pulling her out, and she was in the hospital basement with 7 other people who were counting on her to keep them alive. She heard Ellery sliding down behind her. Then they were all there, all together, crowding into the narrow space beside the industrial washing machines. The tunnel entrance is through the loading dock, Luther whispered. 50 meters, maybe less, but we'll have to cross the open floor to get there. Any other way? Not unless you want to go back up. Wren peered around the corner. The basement was dark. The generator only powered the upper floors, but emergency lighting cast a dim red glow over everything. She could see shapes moving in the shadows. A lot of shapes. They're between us and the door, she said. How many? Dash asked. I count at least 20, maybe more. Dash hefted his axe. I'll draw them off, make noise, get them to follow me, give you all a clear path. That's suicide. I'm already dead. His voice was matter-of-fact. The fever's past 104. I can feel myself starting to slip. Another hour, maybe 2, and I'll be one of them. He looked at Jace, who was holding Novali's hand, both of them trembling. You keep her alive, son. Copy that? I copy. Good. Dash turned to Ren. She doesn't know it, but she's the strongest person here. Trust her, and when this is over, when you find someplace safe, remember that this is how I wanted to go, doing something that mattered. He didn't wait for an argument. He stepped out of cover, raised his axe, and bellowed a challenge that echoed through the basement like thunder. The infected turned toward him, all of them, 20, 30, more, emerging from the shadows, their clicking cries merging into a chorus of hunger. Dash ran. "Move!" Ren hissed. "Now!" They ran. Across the open floor, past overturned gurneys and scattered equipment, toward the loading dock door that Luther was pointing to. The infected were behind them, drawn by Dash's noise, not noticing the smaller group slipping through the darkness. Ren heard Dash fighting, the wet thunk of his axe, the clicking cries of the infected, and under it all his voice, shouting, cursing, alive. Then they were at the tunnel entrance. Luther was fumbling with a rusted door, his old hands shaking. Quinn was whimpering. Jace was half carrying Novali, who'd stopped walking, her eyes fixed on something behind them. "Don't look," Ren said. "Don't look back." The door opened, a rush of cold air smelling of rust and stagnant water. The tunnel stretched ahead of them, dark and unknowable. Behind them, Dash's voice rose in one final shout. Then the clicking swallowed everything. "Go," Ren said. "Go, go, go." They went. The tunnel was longer than Luther had said. Or maybe it just felt that way in the dark, with the sounds of the hospital fading behind them and nothing ahead but the echo of their own footsteps. Ren led the group, a flashlight from Luther's pocket casting a weak beam ahead of her. The walls were concrete, cracked with age, water dripping from somewhere overhead. The floor was uneven, scattered with debris that could have been there for decades. "How much farther?" Ellery asked. Her voice was strained. She was helping Luther, whose hip was clearly bothering him. "Should be coming up on it," Luther said. "There's a branch ahead. Left goes to the railroad yard, right goes to the old storm drains." "Storm drains? That's an option? Only if you want to end up in the lake." No one wanted that. They kept left. The tunnel climbed gradually, the air growing fresher. Ren could feel the change in temperature, warmer here somehow, though the night outside should have been cold. Then she saw it, a faint glow ahead filtering down from somewhere above. "Exit," she said. They emerged behind the hospital in a loading area surrounded by chain-link fence. The night was cold, colder than it should have been for late October, and the sky was thick with smoke, blocking most of the stars. The hospital rose behind them, its upper floors still lit by the generator, but something was wrong with the shape of it. Ren looked closer and realized that a section of the roof had collapsed. Fire was licking at the edges of the wound. "Dash," Jace said. His voice cracked. "He's still in there." "No." Ren's voice was steady, though her chest ached. "He's not. Not anymore." She didn't know if she believed that. She didn't know if it mattered. They were alive, 8 of them out of the hundreds who had been in that building this morning, and Dash had made that possible. The least she could do was keep moving. "There's a church," Luther said, pointing toward the city below. "St. Benedict's, stone walls, limited entry points. We can make it there before dawn." "Can we?" "We don't have much choice." Ren looked at the group. Ellery exhausted but still standing. Jace shaking but determined. Novali silent and watchful, Gus clutched against her chest. Quinn pale and sweating, barely holding it together. Luther leaning on a piece of debris, his old face lined with pain. Kira, her arm around Theo, who looked like he'd aged 10 years in a single day. These were the people she was responsible for now. Not because she'd chosen it, not because she wanted it, but because they were here and alive and looking to her for direction. "Stay close," she said. "Stay quiet. Move when I move." They moved into the night, 8 survivors where there had been dozens, and the hospital lights flickered one more time behind them before something inside finally gave way. Wren didn't know if the sound she heard was screaming or the building itself beginning to collapse, and in the end, it didn't matter. Neither was something she could save. The streets were worse than the hospital. At least in the hospital, the infected had been contained, sort of. Out here, they wandered freely, drawn by sounds and movement, clustering around crashed cars and broken windows where screams had once echoed. Wren led the group through alleys and side streets, avoiding the main roads where the infected were thickest. The moon was bright enough to see by, and for that she was grateful. Using the flashlight would have been suicide. "Stop!" Kira's voice barely a whisper. She was pointing ahead where a figure stood in the middle of the street, motionless, facing away from them. Wren held up her hand. The group froze. The figure swayed slightly as if moved by a wind that wasn't there. It was an older woman, gray hair, housecoat soaked with something dark. She wasn't moving, wasn't attacking, just standing there, swaying. "What's she doing?" Jace whispered. "I don't know. Maybe they—" The woman turned. In the moonlight, Wren could see her face clearly. The eyes were empty, glazed with the milky film that seemed to coat all the infected. But there was something else there, too. Something in the way she held her hands, reaching out, almost gentle. Almost like she was greeting someone she loved. "Go around," Wren said. "Quietly, don't draw her attention." They slipped past, pressing against the wall of a closed pharmacy, not breathing, not blinking. The woman didn't follow. She just stood there, swaying, reaching for something that wasn't there anymore. "That was weird," Theo said when they were clear. "She didn't even try to—" "They're not all the same." Wren's voice was quiet. "The ones who attacked us at the hospital, they were aggressive, hungry. But that one—" She trailed off, remembering what Henrik Sorensen had said before he turned. "She recognized me. I think they remember. Some part of them." "Remember what?" "Feelings, not memories, but emotions. The way they felt when they died." She thought of Novali's mother and the way Ellery had described the mercy killing. Peaceful, almost accepting. Maybe it matters. How they go. "That's terrifying," Jace said. "Yes," Wren agreed. "It is." They kept moving. St. Benedict's appeared through the smoke like a promise. Stone walls, stained glass windows, dark now, but intact, and a heavy wooden door that looked like it could withstand a siege. "Wait here," Dash's voice said in Wren's head, the memory so vivid she almost turned around. But Dash was gone, and she was the one giving orders now. "Ellery, Quinn, check the perimeter. Everyone else, stay close." They approached the church carefully, watching for movement in the shadows. The parking lot was empty except for a few abandoned cars, their doors hanging open, keys still in some of the ignitions. The front door was closed but not locked. "Hello?" Wren called softly, pushing it open. "Is anyone here?" Silence, then a sound from below, the basement maybe, a rhythmic thudding like someone hitting something hard. Wren grabbed a candlestick from the entryway. It wasn't much of a weapon, but it was better than nothing. "Stay here," she told the others. "Ellery, with me." They descended the basement stairs together, the candlestick raised, expecting the worst. The thudding grew louder, and then they rounded the corner and saw her. A woman, maybe 30, standing in the middle of the basement, surrounded by bodies. 6 of them. All infected, all dead, their skulls crushed by what had clearly been a fire axe. The woman was holding the axe now, and she was staring at nothing, and she was covered in blood from head to toe. "They came in through the coal chute," the woman said. Her voice was flat, toneless. "I handled it." "Who are you?" The woman turned. Her eyes were gray, cold, and there was something wrong with the way she looked at Wren. Too intense, too focused, like a predator sizing up prey. "Odessa," she said. "Odessa Crane. How did you—" "I've been doing this since yesterday, since they came for my building." She gestured at the bodies with the axe. "I cleared 4 floors by myself, every apartment, every hallway. Then I came here because the walls are stone and stone doesn't burn." Wren looked at Ellery. Ellery looked at Wren. "We have a group," Wren said carefully. "Survivors from the hospital. We're looking for a place to shelter." "Good. I was getting bored alone." Odessa picked up a backpack from the floor, slung it over her shoulder, and walked past them toward the stairs. "The basement is clear now, but you should board up that coal chute. They'll find it again eventually." She was gone before either of them could respond. "What the hell was that?" Ellery whispered. "I don't know." Wren stared at the 6 bodies on the floor, the precision of the kills, the lack of hesitation. "But I think we need her. She's unstable. So are we all, right now. At least she knows how to use an axe." The church became their sanctuary. They boarded up the windows, barricaded the doors, rationed the food from the church's emergency pantry. It wasn't much. Canned goods, bottled water, stale communion wafers that Quinn ate 3 of before anyone could stop him. But it was something. Odessa kept to herself, sitting in the corner with her axe across her knees, watching everyone with those cold gray eyes. She didn't explain where she came from or what she was running from. She didn't need to. The blood on her clothes told enough of the story. "We need a plan," Ellery said on the second night. They were gathered in the sanctuary, candles burning on the altar, the stained glass Jesus watching over them with sorrowful eyes. "We can't stay here forever. The food will run out. The infected will find us eventually." "What do you suggest?" Luther asked. "The city is overrun. We don't even know what's happening outside Duluth." "There's a ham radio in the office," Ellery said. "I found it yesterday. Old equipment but functional. We might be able to pick up broadcasts, find out if there's any kind of organized response." "Do it," Wren said. Ellery went. The rest of them sat in silence, listening to the sounds outside, groans, clicks, the occasional scream. The infected were getting closer. Every night there were more of them. "She's not coming back," Quinn said suddenly. He was staring at his phone, which had been dead for 2 days. "Margot, my wife. She was in Minneapolis. If things are this bad here, then—" "We don't know what happened in Minneapolis," Kira said gently. "She might be fine." "She's not fine. Nobody's fine." His voice cracked. "I should have been there. I should have—" "Hey." Jace moved closer to him, his young face serious. "I know this is hard, but you can't fall apart right now. We need everyone." "Why? What am I good for? I'm a pharmaceutical rep. I sell pills to doctors. That's not a survival skill." "You know medicine," Wren said. She hadn't meant to speak, but the words came out anyway. "You know what different drugs do, how they interact. That's useful. We might need it." Quinn looked at her like she'd said something in a foreign language. Then slowly, he nodded. "Yeah. Okay. Yeah." Ellery came back. Her face was pale, but there was something in her eyes. Hope, maybe, or just the absence of despair. "I got something," she said. "A broadcast. Military, I think. They're talking about evacuation points, safe zones, and they mentioned Kessler." "Kessler? The pharmaceutical company?" "They called it a site of interest. Ugh. Said anyone with information about Kessler should report to—" She checked her notes. "Superior Street Command Post, that's downtown." "Downtown is overrun," Wren said. "I know, but they're saying Kessler had something to do with this, the outbreak. If we can find out what—" "What good would that do?" Luther asked. "Knowing where a plague came from doesn't cure it." "No, but it might tell us how it spreads, how to protect ourselves." Ellery looked at each of them in turn. I'm not saying we go to the command post. I'm saying Kessler's facility is north of here, outside the city. 18 miles. If there's information there, we might be able to get it. 18 miles through infected territory. Through less infected territory. The rural areas will have lower population density, which means fewer of them. And Highway 61 follows the lakeshore. There's only one direction they can come from. Wren thought about it. 18 miles. 2 days of walking, maybe less if they could find a vehicle. The facility might be empty or overrun or burned to the ground, but it was a destination. It was something to move toward. We'll need supplies, she said, weapons, transportation if we can find it. There are cars in the parking lot with keys still in them. Then we prep. Tonight, tomorrow, we leave in 2 days, first light. No one argued. It was the closest thing to a plan any of them had. The morning of the second day dawned gray and cold, the first real chill of autumn biting through the church's stone walls. Wren was on watch by one of the windows, wrapped in a blanket that smelled like incense and old hymn books, when she saw Jace approaching. Can't sleep? She asked. Haven't really slept since this started. He sat down beside her, drawing his knees up to his chest. Every time I close my eyes, I see them. The ones at UMD. My roommate. He turned in front of me. We were talking about going home for Thanksgiving, and then he just collapsed. When he got back up, he wasn't... I know. Yeah, I guess you do. He was quiet for a moment. I keep thinking about before. All the stuff I used to worry about. Grades, girls, whether my parents were disappointed in me. None of that matters now, does it? It might matter again someday when this is over. You think it'll be over? Wren looked out the window at the smoke-stained sky. The truth was, she didn't know. She didn't know if there would be a cure or a safe zone or anything beyond this moment and the next. But she couldn't say that to this boy who'd come looking for her because she'd once told him his fears weren't stupid. I think we keep moving, she said. We keep trying. And eventually we find something worth stopping for. Jace nodded, accepting this. Can I tell you something? Something I've never told anyone? If you want. Before all this happened, like a week before, I was thinking about not existing anymore. He said it quickly, like ripping off a bandage. I wasn't going to do anything, I don't think. But I kept thinking about it, about how easy it would be to just not wake up. Wren's chest tightened. She knew that feeling. She'd had it for months after Callum died, the seductive whisper of oblivion. The idea that the pain could just stop. And now? She asked. Now I'm terrified to die. He laughed, but there was no humor in it. Isn't that messed up? The world ends, everyone's turning into monsters, and all I can think is how badly I want to live. How much I don't want to become one of them. That's not messed up, that's human. She put her hand on his shoulder, felt him trembling. Whatever you were feeling before, that's not your whole story. It's just one chapter, and you're still writing. What if I mess up? What if I freeze or panic or get someone killed? Then you'll live with it, you'll carry it, and you'll try to do better next time. She looked at him, this boy who was barely a man, who'd come through hell looking for a nurse who showed him kindness once. That's all any of us can do. The sun broke through the clouds, painting the stained glass in shades of rose and gold. Somewhere in the distance, the infected were moaning, but for just a moment it sounded almost like singing. They left at dawn on the third day, moving out through the back of the church into a city that had become a graveyard. The plan was simple. Reach Highway 61, follow it north toward Kessler, find transportation if possible, avoid contact with the infected. Simple didn't mean easy. The first hour was quiet, almost peaceful. They moved through residential streets where houses stood dark and empty, Their owners either fled or turned. Wren saw toys scattered in front yards, bicycles abandoned on sidewalks, all the small artifacts of lives interrupted. "Quiet," Odessa said. It was the first word she'd spoken since they left. She was pointing ahead where a group of infected wandered aimlessly in an intersection. Wren counted. 7, maybe 8. Too many to fight, but they hadn't seen the survivors yet. "Around," she whispered. "Through the houses." They slipped through a backyard, over a fence, through another yard. The infected kept wandering, oblivious. For a moment, Wren thought they'd gotten away clean. Then Quinn stepped on a child's bicycle. The crash was impossibly loud in the morning stillness. Every infected head turned toward the sound. That clicking started up, the clicking and the keening, and then they were coming. "Run!" They ran, through streets and alleys, around corners and over obstacles, the infected pursuing with relentless hunger. Wren's lungs burned, her legs screamed. She could hear Jace beside her gasping and Novely being carried by Kira, and Quinn sobbing as he ran. "Door!" Luther shouted, pointing at a house with an open garage. "Inside!" They piled through, pulling the garage door down behind them. The infected slammed against it, their bodies thudding against the metal, their clicks and keens rising to a fever pitch. "It won't hold," Ellery said. She was right. The door was denting already, the mechanism groaning under the assault. "Kitchen," Odessa said. She was moving through the house, axe ready. "Back door leads to an alley. We can lose them in the yards." "How do you know?" "I've done this before." They ran again. Through the kitchen, out the back door, into an alley that twisted between houses. The infected found the front door, crashed through it, but by then the survivors were 2 blocks away, ducking into a storm drain that led under the street. "Everyone okay?" Wren gasped. She did a head count. Ellery, Jace, Novali, Kira, Luther, Quinn, Theo, Odessa, all there, all alive. "For now," Odessa said. And there was something in her voice that might have been approval. They reached the highway by noon, emerging from the storm drain near an abandoned gas station. Highway 61 stretched north along the lake shore, a 2-lane road lined with trees and dotted with abandoned vehicles. 18 miles, Ellery said. She was consulting a map she'd found in the gas station. "We can make it by nightfall if we don't stop." "We'll have to stop," Luther said. He was sitting on a concrete barrier, his face pale, his breathing labored. "I can't do 18 miles straight, not at my age." "Then we find somewhere to shelter midway. There are houses along this road, summer places mostly. They'll be empty this time of year." Wren looked at the road ahead. The lake glittered gray and cold to their right, endless and indifferent. To their left, dense forest climbed up the hills. It was beautiful in a terrible kind of way. "Let's move," she said. They walked, mile after mile, past crashed cars and abandoned checkpoints, past signs advertising tourist attractions that no one would ever visit again. The infected were sparser here, just as Ellery had predicted, but they were there. A figure in the trees, a shape on the road ahead that they had to circle around. By late afternoon, they found a house. A small cabin set back from the road, nestled against the hillside. No cars in the driveway, no lights in the windows. Wren led the way up, checking the windows and doors, finding no signs of life or unlife. "Looks clear," she said. "We'll rest here tonight, continue at first light." The cabin was cold and dusty, but it had beds and a fireplace and a pantry stocked with canned goods. They ate without speaking, too exhausted for conversation, then took turns keeping watch while the others slept. Wren drew the first shift. She sat by the window, watching the road, watching the lake, watching the shadows that moved through the trees. The moon rose, casting silver light over everything, and for a moment she let herself imagine that this was all a dream. that she'd wake up tomorrow in her apartment late for her shift, with nothing more pressing to worry about than a messy ponytail and a cold cup of coffee. But the ache in her legs was real. The cold seeping through the window was real. And the shapes moving through the trees, barely visible, were all too real. "Can't sleep." Noveli's voice, small and tired. The girl had come downstairs, Gus clutched against her chest, her dark eyes enormous in the moonlight. "You should try." "I dreamed about my mom." Novely climbed onto the couch beside Ren, curling up like a cat. "She was calling for me, but I couldn't find her. I kept running, but she was always somewhere else." Ren didn't know what to say. She'd never been good with children's grief. She'd barely been good with her own. "Sometimes the people we lose stay with us," she said finally. "Not like ghosts, more like echoes, parts of them that we carry inside." "Is that what happened to your brother?" Ren went still. "How do you know about my brother?" "You talk in your sleep. You said his name. Callum." The word hung in the air between them. Ren had spent 7 years trying not to say that name, trying not to think about it, and now a 9-year-old girl had heard it while she slept. "Yes," she said, "that's what happened to my brother." "Do you still see him? When you dream?" "Sometimes." "Does it get easier?" Ren thought about lying. Kids needed hope, needed to believe that pain had an end. But Novely had watched her mother die, had been carried through a city full of monsters, had seen more in 3 days than most adults saw in a lifetime. She deserved the truth. "Not easier," Ren said. "Different. You learn to carry it. It becomes part of you, like a scar. And sometimes you forget about it for a while, but it's always there." Novely considered this. "I think I understand." "Yeah?" "Yeah." She closed her eyes, pressing closer to Ren. "Will you stay with me? Until I fall asleep?" "I'll stay." The girl drifted off within minutes, her breathing slow and steady, her small body warm against Ren's side. Ren didn't move. She sat there until her shift ended, watching over this child who'd lost everything and was still somehow trusting enough to fall asleep. Maybe that was what survival looked like. Not the absence of fear, but the presence of something stronger. Connection, maybe. Responsibility. The stubborn refusal to give up as long as there was someone else who needed you. Ren thought about Callum, about her Aunt Greta, alone in her house in West Duluth, about Dash dying in a hospital basement so they could escape, about all the people who were counting on her, and all the ways she might fail them. Then she pushed those thoughts away. There would be time for doubt later when they were safe. Right now there was only the watch and the sleeping child and the long night ahead. Morning came gray and cold, the first real bite of winter in the air. Ren's breath fogged as she stepped outside, checking the perimeter, confirming what she'd suspected during the night. Shapes had been moving through the trees, drawn by the smoke from their fire, but hadn't found the cabin yet. "We need to move," she told the others. "Now, before they get closer." They moved. Back to the highway, north toward Kessler, 10 miles still to go. The lake stretched endless beside them, its water the color of steel, waves lapping at the rocky shore with a rhythm that never changed. By noon, they saw it. A research facility rising above the trees, 3 stories of glass and concrete surrounded by a chain-link fence. The Kessler Biopharmaceutical logo was visible on the main building, corporate clean, utterly out of place in this world of death and decay. "That's it," Ellery said. She was consulting the map again. "Kessler's main research campus. If there's information about the outbreak, it'll be here. And if there's not, then we keep looking." She folded the map, tucking it into her pocket. "But we won't know until we check." Ren studied the facility. The fence was intact in most places, though she could see a section that had been breached near the parking lot. No movement visible, no sounds of the infected. It might be empty. It might be a trap. It might be salvation. There was only one way to find out. "Let's go," she said. The fence breach was worse than it had looked from the road. Something had torn through it. Multiple somethings, judging by the blood trails and the scattered debris. Bodies lay on the ground inside, some in lab coats, some in security uniforms. All of them had been destroyed, their skulls crushed by what looked like axe blows. "Someone's been here," Odessa said. She was crouching beside one of the bodies, examining the wounds. "Recently, these kills are fresh. Survivors? Maybe. Or someone who didn't want competition." They moved through the parking lot toward the main building, stepping over bodies, watching the windows for movement. The front doors were shattered, glass scattered across the lobby floor. Inside, emergency lights cast a dim red glow over everything. "Stay close," Ren said. "We don't know what's in here." They went floor by floor, clearing rooms methodically, finding nothing alive, but plenty of evidence that something terrible had happened here. Labs trashed, equipment destroyed, files scattered across floors, and bodies. So many bodies. On the third floor, they found the first survivor. She was huddled in a corner of what had once been an office, knees drawn to her chest, a fire axe beside her. She was young, maybe 30, with blonde hair and blue eyes and a Finnish accent that thickened when she spoke. "Stay back," she said. "I am not infected. I have been here since the beginning. I know what happens if I get bitten." "We're not going to hurt you," Ren said. "We're survivors from the city." "The city is gone. I have been watching. The fires, the screams." The woman laughed, but there was no humor in it. "You came looking for answers. There are no answers, only death." "You worked here?" "I was a research assistant. I was here when the containment breach happened. I saw what they had done." She gestured at the files scattered around her. They knew the trial was dangerous, and they did it anyway. And now, everyone is dead. What trial? What were they working on? The woman, Sabine, she said her name was, told them everything. A revolutionary treatment for early-onset Alzheimer's. A modified rabies virus designed to regenerate neural pathways. An accidental aerosol release that infected 47 trial participants and 18 staff members. Patient 0 was a woman named Ingrid Halverson, Sabine said. 73 years old, grandmother. She walked out of containment and bit her granddaughter in the parking lot. That was the beginning. Is there a cure? No. The virus integrates too deeply into neural tissue. By the time symptoms appear, it's already everywhere. Destroying it would mean destroying the brain. She met Ren's eyes. I am sorry, I know that is not what you wanted to hear. Ren thought about all the people who'd been bitten, all the people who were still turning right now, all over the city. All the people there was no way to save. What about the emotional imprints? Ellery asked. We've seen infected who react differently, like they remember something about who they were. An unintended side effect. Ugh. Sabine pulled out a notebook filled with handwritten observations. The virus was designed to preserve and regenerate neural pathways. As a consequence, the strongest emotional state at the moment of death becomes imprinted on the reanimated brainstem. It creates behavioral patterns that seem almost like memory but are purely reflexive. So a mother who died protecting her child would be drawn to children. Yes, it makes them complicated. To kill. Sabine's voice broke slightly. I have seen it. The way they reach for things they loved, it is... She didn't finish. She didn't need to. They stayed at Kessler for 2 days, gathering supplies, reading files, trying to understand what had happened and what might happen next. Sabine showed them the facility's generator, still running on a backup fuel supply. She showed them the vehicles in the garage, 2 SUVs and a delivery truck, all functional. She showed them where the cold weather gear was stored and the weapons the security team had left behind. "Where will you go?" she asked on the second night. They were gathered in what had been a conference room, eating canned food by candlelight. "The city is lost. The roads are dangerous. Where do you think you can be safe?" "Spirit Mountain," Ren said. She'd been thinking about it since they arrived. The ski resort on the western edge of Duluth, high ground, defensible, overlooks the harbor. "From there, we can reach Barker's Island. It's small enough to clear and secure, with fresh water and fishing. That is a long way, through infected territory. We'll manage." Sabine was quiet for a moment, then, "I will come with you. I have been alone here too long, and I have information that might help. About the virus, about immunity markers, about the things I have observed." She looked at each of them in turn. "If you will have me." Ren looked at the others. They were battered, exhausted, fewer than they'd been at the start. But they were still alive, still moving. "Welcome to the group," she said. They left Kessler at dawn, packed into the 2 SUVs, heading south toward Spirit Mountain. The sky was gray, heavy with clouds that promised the first real snow of the season. The temperature had dropped 20 degrees overnight. "Winter's coming," Ellery said, watching the flakes start to fall. "That'll slow them down. The cold affects their muscles, makes them sluggish." "It'll slow us down too," Ren said. "We'll manage." They would. They had to. Because the alternative was giving up, and Ren wasn't ready for that yet. Maybe she never would be. She thought about Dash dying in a hospital basement so they could escape. About Camille asking for one last promise. About Callum floating face down in water that was almost as cold as Lake Superior. She thought about Novalie curled up in the back seat with Gus, trusting Ren to keep her safe. About Jace, who'd come looking for kindness and found himself in hell. About all the people who were counting on her. And all the ways she might still fail them. The snow fell harder. The road stretched ahead, gray and uncertain. Ren drove on. The journey south took 3 days. 3 days of frozen roads and hidden dangers, of close calls and narrow escapes, of sleeping in shifts in vehicles that never quite got warm enough. The infected were everywhere, but the cold was starting to slow them down, their movements becoming jerky and awkward as their muscles stiffened. "We're close," Ellery said on the 3rd day. "Spirit Mountain should be visible once we get around this bend." Ren pulled the SUV around the corner and saw it. The ski resort rising above the city, its slopes white with fresh snow, its buildings dark but intact. Below it, Duluth spread out like a funeral, smoke still rising from scattered fires, streets clogged with abandoned cars, shapes moving through the wreckage that had once been a city. "It's not safe," Quinn said. His voice was steadier than it had been, though his hands still shook when he wasn't holding something. "We can't just drive up there. There could be—" "I know." Ren studied the mountain, the approach routes, the potential threats. "We'll go on foot. Leave the vehicles here, hidden. Move in quietly, check the perimeter, secure a position before nightfall. And if it's already occupied, then we'll deal with it." They hid the vehicles in an abandoned warehouse, gathered their supplies, and started climbing. The snow made everything harder, colder, slower, louder. But it also covered their tracks, made them harder to follow. By late afternoon, they reached the ski patrol building, a small structure of wood and stone tucked against the mountain with a clear view of the slopes below. It was empty. It was perfect. "We'll base here," Ren said. "Start clearing the surrounding area tomorrow. For tonight, we rest." They settled in, lighting a fire in the fireplace, eating the last of their Kessler supplies. The warmth spread through the room, melting the ice from their clothes, thawing fingers and toes that had gone numb hours ago. "We made it," Jace said. He sounded surprised, almost disbelieving. "We actually made it." "This isn't the end," Ren said. "It's just a beginning. We'll need to secure the area, find more supplies, figure out a long-term plan, but yeah." She allowed herself a small smile. "We made it this far." Novali was drawing in her journal as she always did when they stopped moving. Ren looked over her shoulder and saw what she was creating. All of them together, drawn in the careful lines of a child who'd seen too much but refused to stop hoping. Even the people they'd lost were there, Dash, Camille, others, standing in the background like guardian spirits. "That's beautiful," Ren said. Novali looked up at her. "I don't want to forget them, any of them, so I draw them so they stay real." "That's a good idea. Will you teach me other things? Like how to help people when they're hurt?" Ren thought about it. Thought about what it would mean to pass on what she knew, to prepare this child for a world that would never be kind or safe or normal. "Yes," she said. "I'll teach you whatever you want to learn." The fire crackled. Outside, the snow kept falling, and somewhere in the darkness the infected wandered and waited. A threat that would never truly end. But for now they were safe. For now they were together. For now that was enough. The next morning, Ren stood on the deck of the ski patrol building watching the sunrise paint the clouds in shades of rose and gold. Lake Superior stretched below her, vast and cold and ancient, utterly indifferent to the fall of civilization. She thought about everything they'd lost. The hospital, the city, the people who died so the rest of them could keep moving. She thought about everything that still lay ahead, the dangers, the decisions, the long, uncertain road to something that might someday feel like survival, instead of just not dying. She thought about Callum. Not the way he'd looked floating in the water, but the way he'd been before. Laughing, always laughing, making stupid jokes that weren't funny until they were. The way he'd trusted her to watch out for him even when she didn't deserve that trust. The way she'd failed him and kept failing him and would probably keep failing him for the rest of her life. But she was still here, still moving, still trying to protect the people who'd come to depend on her, even though she knew that someday she'd fail them too. Maybe that was the best anyone could do. Not perfection, just presence. Not salvation, just survival, one day at a time until there weren't any more days left. "Hey," Jace's voice behind her. "You okay?" "No," Ren said, but I'm getting there." She turned away from the lake, away from the ghosts that lived in its waters, and went inside to face whatever came next. The days blurred together. They cleared the ski patrol building, then the maintenance shed, then the main lodge. They found supplies, weapons, fuel for the generator. They built barricades and established watch rotations and learned to live with the constant grinding fear that never quite went away. Sabine shared what she knew about the virus, the incubation periods, the stages of transformation, the emotional imprints that made every infected a unique horror. Ellery organized medical supplies and established triage protocols. Dash's teachings echoed in everything they did. Secure the perimeter, conserve resources, save it for later. And Ren led. Not because she wanted to, not because she thought she was good at it, but because someone had to. And people kept looking to her for answers. "There's something wrong with you," Odessa said one evening. They were alone on watch, the others sleeping, the wild card with her axe, the nurse with her doubt. "Wrong how? You don't believe in yourself. I watch you. You make decisions, good decisions, but you always look surprised when they work. Like you expect to fail." Ren didn't answer. The truth was too complicated for simple conversation. "Whatever happened to you before all this," Odessa continued, "it's eating you alive. You need to let it go. Some things can't be let go. Then learn to carry them better." Odessa's gray eyes were intent, focused. "Because these people need you. And if you collapse under the weight of whatever you're carrying, they go down too." It wasn't kindness exactly, but it was something close to it. I'll try, Wren said. That's all any of us can do. On the 15th day, they saw smoke rising from the harbor below. Not the random fires of a burning city, but controlled columns, deliberate patterns. Someone else was down there, someone organized. Could be survivors, Ellery said. Military, maybe, or civilians who managed to hold out. Could be hostile, Odessa countered. People get desperate. Desperate people do desperate things. We should investigate, Wren said. Carefully. 2 scouts, the rest stay here. I'll go, Jace volunteered. When Wren looked at him in surprise, he shrugged. You said yourself, we all have to contribute. I'm fast, I'm quiet, and I want to help. Not alone. I'll go with him, Kira said. I know the harbor area. I grew up down there. Wren thought about refusing, about keeping everyone safe in their mountain fortress. But safe wasn't really safe, not anymore. And they needed to know what was happening in the world below. Be back by nightfall, she said. If you're not, we come looking. They went. The others waited, tense and silent, counting the hours. Kira and Jace returned as the sun was setting, their faces grim but alive. It's not military, Kira said. It's a group, 40, maybe 50 people, led by some kind of preacher. They call themselves the flock. The shepherd, they call their leader. Hostile, unclear. They seem organized, well supplied. They're offering shelter to survivors who join them. She hesitated. But something felt wrong. The way people were moving, the way they talked about the shepherd, it was like a cult. A cult, Ellery repeated. Wonderful. We need more information, Wren said, but carefully. We don't reveal ourselves until we know what we're dealing with. It was the right call. It had to be. Because if she was wrong, if she led these people into danger, she pushed the thought away. There would be time for doubt later. Right now, there was only the mission and the mountain and the long road ahead. Winter tightened its grip. The snow fell harder, the temperatures dropped lower, and the infected began to slow. Some of them freezing in place. Statues of horror waiting for the warmth that would wake them again. Wren found herself on the deck again, watching the lake, thinking about everything that had happened and everything that was still to come. The flock was a threat. She could feel it even without proof. Sooner or later they would have to deal with it. But not today. Today there was just the snow and the silence and the small warmth of the people gathered inside, alive against all odds. Hey, Jace again because he was always checking on her. Novali's asking for you. She wants to show you something. Wren went inside. Novali was sitting by the fire, her journal open in her lap. When she saw Wren, she held it up, showing the latest drawing. All of them together, standing on the mountain, looking toward the future. I wanted to draw what we're going to build, Novali said. Not what we lost, what we're going to make. Wren looked at the drawing. It was simple, childish, full of hope that had no business existing in a world like this. And yet, that's beautiful, she said. That's exactly right. Novali smiled, the first real smile Wren had seen from her since Camille died. It wasn't much. It wasn't safety or salvation or any kind of guarantee. But it was something. A spark of light in the darkness, a reason to keep moving. Wren settled in beside the fire, surrounded by the people she'd come to think of as family. And for just a moment she let herself believe that they might actually make it. The wind howled outside. The infected waited in the darkness. And somewhere out there, the future was taking shape. Uncertain, dangerous, but not yet written. They had survived this far. They would survive whatever came next. They had to. The night deepened. The fire burned low. And Wren Torvik, who had failed everyone she'd ever loved, watched over the people who were counting on her, and promised herself that this time, she would not let them down. The lake didn't care about her promise. The wind didn't care, the dead didn't care. But the living did, and that was enough. It had to be. The tunnel mouth opened onto a hillside thick with scrub brush and dying autumn grass, the cold October air hitting Wren's face like a slap. Behind them, the drainage pipe exhaled a breath of rust and stagnant water. Ahead, the city of Duluth sprawled down toward the lake, pockets of fire glowing orange against the pre-dawn darkness. Novalie was still in her arms, lighter than she should have been, her small body trembling with exhaustion or shock or both. The girl hadn't spoken since the rooftop, since the gunshot that ended her mother's transformation. She just held on to Gus and breathed. "Everyone out?" Dash's voice, low and controlled. He was counting heads as they emerged. Ellery, Jace, Quinn, Luther, Kira, Theo. His bitten arm was wrapped in a pressure bandage now. But Wren could see the sweat on his forehead despite the cold. The fever was starting. "That's everyone," Ellery said. She was breathing hard, one hand pressed against her side where she'd caught an elbow during the panicked descent. "What now?" Luther was already pointing down the hillside, toward a cluster of buildings barely visible through the smoke. St. Benedict's, half a mile, maybe less. Stone walls, limited entry points, we can hold it. Can we make it? We don't have a choice. They moved. Down the hill through backyards and side streets, past houses where lights still burned in windows. People who didn't know yet. People who might already be dead. People Wren couldn't help. The infected were everywhere, wandering in ones and twos, drawn by sounds and movement, but not yet aware of the small group slipping through the darkness. Wren's legs burned. Her arms ached from carrying Novalie. Every breath felt like it might be her last, and every shadow looked like it might be reaching for her. But they kept moving, because stopping meant dying, and dying meant leaving behind the people who needed her. The church appeared through the smoke like a promise, stone walls rising against the lightening sky, stained glass windows intact, a heavy wooden door that looked like it could withstand a siege. Luther led them around to the side entrance, where a smaller door stood ajar. "Wait here," Dash said. He pushed through the door, axe ready, and disappeared into the darkness. They waited. 30 seconds. A minute. Wren's heart pounded in her chest, her imagination filling the silence with horrors. Then Dash's voice muffled through the stone. "Clear, get inside." They went. The church smelled like incense and old wood and something else. Something metallic, something wrong. Wren noticed it the moment she stepped through the door, but there wasn't time to investigate. They needed to secure the building, establish a perimeter, figure out what came next. "Main entrance is those doors," Luther said, pointing toward the front of the sanctuary. "Heavy, but the glass panels are vulnerable. We'll need to board them." "What about windows?" "Stained glass, most of them. High up. Would take a ladder to reach from outside." "That's something." Ellery was already moving, her nurse's training kicking in despite the exhaustion. "We need to do a full sweep, room by room, floor by floor, make sure we're actually alone." They split up, Dash and Wren taking the main floor. Ellery and Kira checking the upper level, the others securing what supplies they could find. Novalie stayed with Jace, who'd taken on the role of her guardian without being asked. The sanctuary was empty. Pews arranged in neat rows facing an altar where candles still burned from some service that had never been finished. The side rooms, offices, storage, a small kitchen, were equally deserted. Whatever had happened here, the congregation had fled before the worst of it. "Wren," Dash's voice from somewhere below, "you need to see this." She found the basement stairs behind a door marked "Staff Only." The smell hit her before she reached the bottom. Blood, lots of it mixed with something else. Decay, maybe, or just the copper stink of violence. The basement was a fellowship hall, long tables and folding chairs stacked against the walls. Emergency lights cast a dim red glow over everything, enough to see the bodies on the floor. 6 of them, all infected, all dead, their skulls crushed by something heavy and sharp. And standing in the middle of them, fire axe dripping onto the concrete, was a woman Wren had never seen before. "They came in through the coal chute," the woman said. Her voice was flat, toneless, like she was reading from a script. "I handled it. Who are you?" The woman turned. She was maybe 30, with black hair buzzed short on one side, gray eyes that held no expression at all. A sleeve tattoo covered her left arm. Wolves, ravens, trees, all intertwined in patterns that seemed to move in the flickering light. "Odessa," she said. "Odessa Crane. How long have you been here?" "Since yesterday. Since they came for my building." She gestured at the bodies with her axe, casual, like she was pointing at furniture. "I cleared 4 floors before I left, every apartment, every hallway. Then I came here because stone doesn't burn." Dash moved closer, studying the bodies, studying the wounds. "You did this alone? Who else was going to do it?" Wren looked at the precision of the kills, each one a single blow to the skull, perfectly placed, no wasted motion. This woman had killed 6 infected in what must have been close quarters in the dark by herself, and she was standing there talking about it like it was nothing. "We have a group," Wren said carefully. "Survivors from the hospital. We're looking for shelter." "I know. I heard you coming." Odessa picked up a backpack from the floor, swung it over her shoulder. "The basement is clear now, but you should board up that coal chute. They'll find it again." She walked past them toward the stairs, not waiting for permission, not asking if she could join, just assuming. "What the hell was that?" Dash muttered when she was gone. "I don't know." Wren stared at the bodies on the floor, trying to reconcile what she was seeing with what she thought she understood about survival. "But I think we need her." They spent the first day securing the church, boarding windows, barricading doors, rationing the supplies they'd found in the kitchen and the emergency pantry. It wasn't much. Canned goods, bottled water, stale communion wafers. But it was something. Odessa worked alongside them without speaking, her axe never far from her hand. She moved like a predator, smooth, controlled, always aware of her surroundings. The others gave her space, unsure what to make of her, and she seemed to prefer it that way. "She's unstable," Ellery said that night when they'd gathered in the sanctuary for their first real meal. The candles on the altar cast flickering shadows across the stained glass, making the saints seem to move. "The way she talks, the way she acts. There's something wrong with her." "She killed 6 infected by herself," Wren said. "In the dark. Whatever's wrong with her, it's keeping her alive. For now. What happens when she snaps? We deal with it then." Wren looked across the room to where Odessa sat alone, eating mechanically, her gray eyes tracking everyone's movements. "Right now, we need every fighter we can get. And when we don't, then we'll have that conversation, but not tonight." Ellery shook her head but didn't argue. There were bigger concerns, like Dash, whose fever had climbed to 101 despite the antibiotics Ellery had scrounged from a first aid kit. Like the sounds from outside, the clicking and keening that seemed to get closer every hour. Like the simple fact that they had no plan beyond surviving until morning. "We need to talk about what comes next," Dash said. He was sitting against the wall, his bitten arm cradled against his chest, sweat shining on his forehead. "We can't stay here forever." "We can stay long enough to figure out our options," Wren said. "Our options are limited. The city is overrun, the roads are blocked, and He stopped, took a breath. "I'm on borrowed time. We all know it." The silence that followed was heavy, uncomfortable. No one wanted to acknowledge what they all understood, that Dash had been bitten, that the fever was spreading, that sooner or later he would become one of them. "How long?" Luther asked quietly. "The wound is on my arm. Based on what we saw at the hospital, that gives me somewhere between 4 and 8 hours from when symptoms start." Dash checked his watch, a habit from another life when time meant something different. "Symptoms started about 2 hours ago, so let's say 6 hours, maybe less. There might be a way to—" "There isn't." His voice was flat, certain. "I've seen what happens when you try to treat this. Those patients from Kessler, the ones who turned at the hospital. They threw everything at them and it didn't matter. This thing doesn't care about medicine." He looked at Ren, his pale blue eyes steady. "When it happens, I don't want to be strapped to a bed waiting to become a monster. I want to go out doing something useful." "Dash, I'm not asking for permission. I'm telling you how it's going to be." He shifted, wincing as the movement pulled at his wound. "Now, what do we know about the world outside these walls?" They knew almost nothing. That was the terrifying truth of it. The power had failed across most of the city. They could see that from the windows, the darkness spreading block by block as substations went offline. Cell networks were dead. Landlines were dead. The only information they had came from what they'd seen escaping the hospital. Fires, screaming, shapes moving through streets that should have been full of cars and people and ordinary life. "There might be emergency broadcasts," Luther said. "Radio if we can find one. The old civil defense frequencies. Do you know how to find them? I was a history professor, not an engineer, but I know the frequencies exist. And I know this church has a ham radio somewhere." The previous pastor was an enthusiast. They found it in a closet off the main office, a dusty setup of dials and switches that looked like it belonged in a museum. Luther studied it for a long moment, then started flipping switches. Static, hissing, the whisper of dead air across abandoned frequencies. Then faint but unmistakable, a voice. "Repeat, this is FEMA Region 5 emergency broadcast. All civilians are advised to shelter in place and await further instructions. Do not attempt to travel on major highways. Do not approach individuals displaying signs of infection. If you have been bitten or scratched, isolate yourself immediately," and the signal dissolved into static. Luther adjusted the dial, searching for more, but found only silence. "FEMA," Ellery said. "That means someone's still out there. Someone's still organized." "Someone was organized," Dash corrected. "That broadcast could be automated, could have been running for days with no one left to update it. Or it could mean there's help coming." "Help isn't coming." Odessa's voice from the doorway. She'd been listening, Ren realized, had probably been listening the whole time. "I've been through 4 buildings in the past 2 days. Every one of them had people waiting for help that never came. The police aren't coming. The military isn't coming. No one is coming. You don't know that. I know what I've seen." Her gray eyes swept across them, cold and assessing. "We survive by ourselves or we don't survive at all. That's the only truth that matters now." The silence that followed was broken only by the static hissing from the radio, the sound of a world that had stopped talking. Ren couldn't sleep. She lay on a pew cushion in the corner of the sanctuary, staring at the ceiling where shadows moved in patterns she couldn't quite follow. The others were scattered around her, some sleeping, some keeping watch, all of them exhausted in ways that went beyond physical tiredness. Novali was curled against her side, finally asleep after hours of silent trembling. The girl hadn't spoken since the rooftop, since Ellery's gunshot had ended what remained of her mother. She just held Gus and watched and waited for a world that would never make sense again. "You should rest." Dash's voice, low and rough, He was sitting nearby, his back against the wall, his axe across his knees. The fever flush was visible even in the candlelight, red patches on his cheeks, sweat beading on his forehead. So should you. I'll rest when I'm dead. He almost smiled. That's a joke. Sort of. Ren sat up carefully, trying not to wake Novely. How are you feeling? Like something's crawling through my blood, like my brain is getting crowded. He looked at his hands, steady for now. I can feel it working, spreading. It's not fast, but it's not stopping either. Dash. Don't. His voice was gentle but firm. Don't apologize. Don't make promises. Don't try to make it better. There's nothing to make better. This is what it is. It's not fair. Fair died with the first body that got back up. He shifted, turning to look at her more directly. I want to tell you something. While I still can. Okay. My wife, Mirella, she was on the cardiac floor at the hospital. I went to visit her that morning, and when the screaming started, I ran to the ER to help. Thought I was being a hero. The laugh that escaped him was harsh, broken. By the time I got back to her, she was already gone, heart attack. Not the virus, not the infected, just her heart giving out because everyone was too busy to notice. Because I wasn't there. You couldn't have known. Neither could you. He met her eyes. I saw your face when that kid, Jace, said he came looking for you specifically. You looked like someone had punched you in the stomach. Ren didn't answer. The truth was too complicated for simple conversation. You're carrying something, Dash continued. Something heavy. Something that makes you think you don't deserve to be the one people count on. He paused. Am I wrong? No? Want to tell me what it is? Ren looked at Novely's sleeping face. So young, so trusting despite everything. She thought about Callum floating face down in water that was almost as cold as Lake Superior. She thought about her parents, destroyed by grief, destroyed by blame, destroyed by a daughter who fell asleep when she should have been watching. My brother drowned, she said. The words felt strange in her mouth. She almost never said them aloud. 7 years ago, family camping trip. I was supposed to watch him and I fell asleep and he went swimming, and by the time I woke up, she stopped. She didn't need to finish. The ending was always the same. That's a hell of a thing to carry, Dash said quietly. It's what I deserve. No. His voice was sharp, cutting through her self-pity like a blade. That's not how it works. Your brother drowned because he made a choice to go swimming. He was an adult. He was 20. Old enough to know better. Old enough to make his own decisions. Dash leaned forward, his fever-bright eyes intense. You fell asleep. That's a human thing. That's what humans do. It's not a crime. It's not a moral failing. It's just what we are. I was supposed to watch him. And I was supposed to be with my wife when she died. And Novely's mother was supposed to live to see her daughter grow up. And none of that happened, because the world doesn't care about supposed to. He reached out, put his hand on her shoulder. The uninjured one, the one that wasn't turning him into a monster. You want to honor your brother? Stop punishing yourself. Start living like you deserve to be alive. Ren wanted to argue, wanted to explain all the reasons why he was wrong, why she was broken, why the guilt would never go away. But the words wouldn't come, and Dash was dying, and maybe, just maybe, he'd earned the right to tell her the truth. I'll try, she said. That's all any of us can do. He leaned back against the wall, closing his eyes. Now get some sleep. Tomorrow's going to be harder than today. She lay back down. Novely's warmth pressed against her side, and stared at the ceiling until the shadows stopped moving and something like sleep finally came. The fourth day began with a decision. I need to check on my aunt, Ren said. They were gathered in the sanctuary eating a breakfast of canned fruit and stale crackers. the morning light filtering through stained glass to paint them all in shades of red and gold. She lives in West Duluth, about 2 miles from here. She's 65, lives alone, and I need to know if she's okay. That's a risk, Ellery said. 2 miles through infected territory, and we don't know what's between here and there. I know, but she's the only family I have left. Wren looked around the room at the faces that had become familiar over the past 3 days. I'm not asking anyone to come with me, this is personal. I'll go. Jace's voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. You shouldn't go alone. Jace, I'm not staying here while you risk your life for someone you love. That's not... He stopped, swallowed. That's not who I want to be. Wren looked at him. This boy who'd come looking for kindness and found himself in hell. He was terrified. That much was obvious, but he was also determined in a way that reminded her of Callum before the drinking started, before everything went wrong. Okay, she said, but we move fast. We stay quiet, and if things go bad, we run. No heroics. No heroics, Jace agreed. Just being there. They left within the hour, armed with a fire axe and a kitchen knife, moving through streets that seemed quieter than they had the night before. The infected were still there. Wren could see them in the distance, wandering between abandoned cars and broken storefronts. But they seemed sluggish, less responsive than they had been. The cold might be affecting them, Jace said quietly. Slowing them down. Maybe. Or maybe they're learning to conserve energy. Wren kept her eyes moving, scanning every shadow, every corner. Don't assume anything. They reached Greta's neighborhood after 40 minutes of careful movement. A quiet residential street where the houses still looked normal, undamaged, like nothing had changed. Greta's house was at the end of the block, a small Cape Cod with blue shutters and a garden gnome by the front door that Wren had always found ridiculous. The front door was closed. The windows were dark. No car in the driveway. Stay here, Wren said. Keep watch. She approached the house alone, her axe ready, her heart pounding. The front door was locked. She tried the side entrance, also locked. Finally, she found a window at the back that was unlatched, pushed it open, and climbed through. The house smelled like Greta. Lavender and lemon furniture polish and the faint mustiness of old books. Everything was in its place. The knitted afghans on the couch, the photographs on the mantel, the reading glasses on the kitchen table where Greta always left them. But Greta wasn't there. Wren searched every room, her desperation growing with each empty space. The bedroom was untouched, bed made, clothes in the closet, medications on the nightstand. Greta's heart medication, Wren noticed, her blood pressure pills. All still there. If she'd evacuated, she would have taken her medications. If she'd fled in a hurry, there would be signs of panic. There was nothing. Just an empty house, frozen in time, waiting for someone who wasn't coming back. Wren sat down on the edge of the bed and let herself cry. Just for a moment. Just long enough to feel the weight of another loss, another person she couldn't save, another hole in a life that was mostly holes now. Then she wiped her eyes, stood up, and went back to Jace. She's not there, Wren said. No signs of struggle, no signs of evacuation. She's just gone. Jace didn't ask questions. He just nodded and started walking, and Wren followed, and neither of them spoke until they were back at the church. The power went out that afternoon. They'd been expecting it. The grid had been failing in sections since the outbreak began. But the reality was still jarring. One moment the emergency lights were on, casting their steady red glow. The next, darkness swallowed everything. Candles, Ellery said, already moving. We found some yesterday in the storage room, and there are more on the altar. They lit what they could, creating pools of flickering light that pushed back the darkness but couldn't defeat it. The church felt different now. older, more primal, like something from a time before electricity existed at all. "This changes things," Luther said. He was sitting by the radio, still trying to find signals, but the batteries wouldn't last forever. No power means no refrigeration, no communication, no light after dark. We're back to basics. "We've been back to basics since the first body got up," Dash said. His fever had stabilized, not getting better, but not getting worse either. Wren didn't know what that meant, and she was afraid to ask. "This just makes it official. What about the hospital generators, the ones that were still running when we left?" "They'll run until the diesel runs out, a few more days maybe. Then they go dark too." The silence that followed was heavy with implications. Somewhere out there in buildings they couldn't reach, people were sheltering, hoping, waiting for help that would never come. When the generators died, so would their last illusions. "We need to think about the long term," Ellery said. "Food, water, shelter, everything we need to survive weeks, not days." "First we survive today," Wren said. "Then we plan for tomorrow. And when tomorrow comes, we plan for the day after that." It wasn't much of an answer, but it was the only one she had. The supply run happened on the 5th day, and it almost killed them. They needed food. The church pantry was running low, and rationing could only stretch so far. There was a convenience store 2 blocks away, a small place that might have been overlooked in the initial chaos. Wren, Ellery, and Theo volunteered to check it out. "Stay close, stay quiet, get what we need and get out," Wren said as they prepared to leave. "We're not here to clear the building, just to grab supplies." The streets were quiet, the morning cold enough to see their breath. They moved in a tight formation, watching every window, every doorway, every shadow that might hide a threat. The store appeared around a corner, glass intact, door closed, no obvious signs of looting. "Looks clear," Ellery said. "Looks can be deceiving." Wren approached the door, tried the handle. Locked. "We'll have to break the glass." "That'll make noise." "I know, be ready to run." She swung the axe. The glass shattered, the sound impossibly loud in the morning stillness. They waited, listening, watching, but nothing came. "Go," Wren said. They went. Through the broken door into a store that was dark and cold and smelled like spoiled milk. Theo grabbed a basket and started filling it with canned goods, bottled water, anything that would last. Ellery headed for the pharmacy section, looking for medications that might help Dash, might help anyone. Wren stayed by the door, watching the street, her axe ready. That's when she heard it, the clicking. It was faint at first, almost subliminal, that wet, rhythmic sound that meant infected nearby. She turned, scanning the shadows, trying to pinpoint the source. The back room. The door was ajar, and the clicking was coming from behind it. "We need to go," Wren said quietly. "Now." "We're not done." "Now." Theo grabbed what he had. Ellery stuffed medications into her pockets. They moved toward the broken door, toward the street, toward safety. The back room door burst open. There were 3 of them, maybe 4. Wren lost count in the chaos. They poured out of the darkness, clicking and keening, their hands reaching, their teeth snapping. One of them had been a store employee, still wearing his uniform, his name tag reading Marcus in cheerful letters. Wren swung her axe. It connected with the first one's skull, sending it sprawling, but the others kept coming. Theo screamed, a high, terrified sound, and Wren grabbed him, pulled him toward the door. "Run!" They ran. Out of the store, into the street, the infected pursuing with relentless hunger. Ellery was beside her, Theo was behind her, and the clicking was getting louder, closer. "Left!" Ellery shouted, pointing down an alley. They turned. The alley was narrow, cluttered with dumpsters and debris, but it led back toward the church. The infected followed, their voices merging into a chorus of hunger and rage. Wren's lungs burned, her legs screamed. She could hear Theo sobbing behind her. Could hear Ellery's ragged breathing, could hear the clicking getting closer and closer. A chain-link fence. Dead end. Climb! Wren shoved Theo toward the fence, helped him up, pushed Ellery after him. The infected were almost on them now, their hands reaching, their teeth snapping. Wren climbed. The fence swayed under her weight, the metal biting into her palms. But she kept moving, kept pulling herself up, kept reaching for the top. A hand closed around her ankle. She kicked, felt the grip loosen and threw herself over the top of the fence. She hit the ground hard on the other side, the impact driving the breath from her lungs, but she was over, she was safe, she was... Wren! Theo was pulling her up, his young face white with terror. We have to go. They went. Through another alley across a parking lot back to the church where Jace was waiting at the side door. His face slack with relief when he saw them. We heard screaming, he said. I thought, we're okay. Wren pushed past him into the church, her hands shaking, her heart pounding. We're okay. She wasn't okay. None of them were okay. But they were alive. And for now, that had to be enough. You almost died, Ellery's voice later that night. They were alone in the office, going through the medication she'd managed to grab. That was too close. I know. We need to be more careful. We can't afford to lose anyone else. I know. Wren sorted through the bottles. Antibiotics, painkillers, nothing that would help with the infection spreading through Dash's body. But we also can't starve. There has to be a better way. Safer routes, better intel. We're flying blind. We don't know what's out there. We don't know where the infected are concentrated. We don't know anything except what we can see with our own eyes. Wren set down the bottles, rubbed her face with her hands. I'm doing the best I can. I know you are. Ellery's voice softened. I'm not criticizing. I'm just scared. We're all scared. Yeah, but you're not acting like it. You're making decisions, taking risks, leading this group like you know what you're doing. She paused. Do you? Wren laughed, a short, bitter sound. No. I'm making it up as I go. Every decision feels like a guess. Every risk feels like rolling dice with people's lives. And yet you keep doing it. What's the alternative? Stop, give up, let everyone fend for themselves? Wren shook her head. I can't do that. Not after... She stopped herself. Not after Callum, not after failing the one person who needed her most. The words felt too raw to say out loud, even to Ellery. Not after what? Nothing. It doesn't matter. Wren picked up the medication bottles again. Let's focus on what we can do. Dash needs these antibiotics even if they won't cure him. Maybe they'll buy him more time. Ellery looked at her for a long moment. A searching, penetrating look that seemed to see right through her. Then she nodded and went back to sorting medications. Neither of them mentioned it again. The diabetic's name was Harold. He was 63 years old, a retired accountant, and he'd been at the hospital for a routine checkup when the outbreak began. He'd escaped with the others, kept up despite his age, never complained about the rationing or the fear or the uncertainty of their situation. His insulin ran out on the 5th day. We can try to find more, Jace said when Harold told them. There must be pharmacies, hospitals. The pharmacies are overrun or looted. Harold's voice was calm, accepting. And the hospitals are worse. I know what this means. I've been diabetic for 30 years. There has to be something we can do. You can let me go quietly, he smiled, a genuine smile despite everything. I've had a good life, a long one, more than most people get, especially now. Don't waste resources trying to save someone who's already dead. You're not dead yet. I will be. In a few days, without insulin, my body will start shutting down. Ketoacidosis, coma, death. It's not pretty, but it's predictable. He looked at Wren, his eyes clear and steady. You have to think about the group. about the people who might actually survive this. Ren didn't know what to say. She'd made triage decisions before. In the ER, you learned to prioritize, to accept that you couldn't save everyone. But this was different. This was a man she'd eaten breakfast with, kept watch with, survived alongside for 5 days. "There's a pharmacy 3 blocks east," Ellery said quietly. "We passed it during the last supply run. It might have insulin." "It might also have infected," Harold said. "And you'd be risking lives for something that might not even be there. It's your life." "Yes, it is, and I'm choosing to spend it doing something useful, not sending people to their deaths on a wild goose chase." He stood up, moving slowly, his joints stiff from cold and stress. "Let me help with the barricades. Let me contribute while I still can, that's all I'm asking." Ellery looked at Ren. Ren looked at Harold. "Okay," she said finally. "But if we find insulin during any supply run, then I'll be grateful. But don't go looking for it specifically, promise me." Ren didn't want to promise, but Harold was right. They couldn't afford to take unnecessary risks, not with so few of them left. Every decision had to be weighed against the good of the group. "I promise," she said. Harold nodded, satisfied, and went to help with the barricades. Ren watched him go and tried not to think about how many more promises she'd have to break before this was over. Dash taught them to shoot on the 6th day. They'd found firearms in the church basement, a hunting rifle and a shotgun that had belonged to the previous pastor, along with a few boxes of ammunition. Not much, but enough to make a difference. "This isn't Call of Duty," Dash said. He'd set up targets in the church's back garden, cans and bottles on a makeshift table, and was demonstrating proper grip and stance. "You don't spray and pray. You aim, you breathe, you squeeze. 1 shot, 1 kill." "What about the noise?" Theo asked. He was holding the rifle like it might bite him. "Won't it attract the infected?" "Yes, which is why we only use these when we have no other choice." Dash took the rifle from him, demonstrated the loading process. Melee weapons first. Axes, hammers, pipes, anything that can crack a skull. Firearms are for emergencies, for situations where you're already compromised and need to create distance. When do we get to actually shoot? After you learn how to hold it without pointing at your own foot. They practiced for hours. Grip, stance, breathing, trigger control. The actual shooting was minimal, just a few rounds each to get a feel for the recoil and the noise. By the end, Ren's arms ached and her ears were ringing, but she understood the weapon in a way she hadn't before. "You're a natural," Dash said when the others had gone inside. He was sitting on an overturned bucket, his fever-flushed face turned toward the afternoon sun. "Good instincts, steady hands. You could be deadly if you practiced." "I don't want to be deadly. None of us do, but want doesn't matter anymore." He checked his watch, that habitual gesture again, measuring time that was running out. "I've got maybe 12 hours left, maybe less." "Dash, don't, just listen." He turned to look at her, his pale blue eyes intense. "When I'm gone, this group is going to need someone to lead them. Someone who can make the hard decisions, take the risks, keep everyone moving forward. That's not me." "It is. You just don't know it yet." He stood up, wincing as the movement pulled at his wound. "I've seen a lot of people under pressure, in the army, in civilian life, everywhere. Most people freeze. Most people wait for someone else to take charge. But you step up. Every time something goes wrong, you're the one figuring out what to do next. I'm making it up as I go. That's what leadership is, making it up as you go and not letting anyone see you sweat." He put his hand on her shoulder, the uninjured one, the one that wasn't killing him. "Promise me something." "What?" "When I turn, not if, when, don't let me hurt anyone, and don't let it be someone who cares about me who has to do it." Ren's throat tightened. I promise. Good. He squeezed her shoulder once, then let go. Now let's go inside. It's getting cold. They went, and neither of them mentioned the promise again, even though they both knew it would have to be kept soon. That night, Ren found Jace on the roof. He was sitting on the edge, his legs dangling over the side, staring at the dark city below. The fires had mostly burned out now, leaving only scattered embers glowing in the darkness. The infected were audible in the distance, that endless clicking chorus. But up here, above it all, the world almost seemed peaceful. Can't sleep? Ren asked, sitting down beside him. Haven't really slept since this started. He didn't look at her. Every time I close my eyes, I see them, the ones at UMD. My roommate. You don't have to talk about it. I know, but maybe I need to. He took a breath, let it out slowly. His name was Marcus. We'd been roommates since freshman year. We were talking about going home for Thanksgiving, about the girl he wanted to ask out, about stupid normal stuff, and then he just collapsed. When he got back up, he stopped. The rest didn't need to be said. I'm sorry, Ren said. Yeah. He was quiet for a moment. Can I tell you something? Something I've never told anyone? If you want. Before all this happened, like a week before, I was thinking about not existing anymore. He said it quickly, like ripping off a bandage. I wasn't going to do anything, I don't think. But I kept thinking about it, about how easy it would be to just not wake up. Ren's chest tightened. She knew that feeling, had lived with it for months after Callum died. And now, she asked, now I'm terrified to die. He laughed, but there was no humor in it. Isn't that messed up? The world ends, everyone's turning into monsters, and all I can think is how badly I want to live, how much I don't want to become one of them. That's not messed up, that's human. I don't feel human. I feel like a fraud. He finally looked at her, his eyes wet in the darkness. I came looking for you because you made me feel safe once. But I'm not brave, I'm not strong. I'm just a scared kid pretending to be something I'm not. You think any of us aren't scared? Ren shifted closer to him, close enough that their shoulders touched. I'm terrified. Every minute of every day I'm terrified that I'm going to make the wrong decision and get everyone killed. But being scared doesn't make you a fraud. It makes you honest. Then what makes you brave? I don't know. Maybe nothing. Maybe bravery is just fear that's learned how to walk. She thought about Dash, dying by inches, but still teaching, still protecting. Whatever you were feeling before, that's not your whole story. It's just one chapter and you're still writing. What if I mess up? What if I freeze or panic or get someone killed? Then you'll live with it. You'll carry it, and you'll try to do better next time. She looked at him. This boy who was barely a man, who'd survived horrors that would have broken most people. That's all any of us can do. They sat in silence, watching the dark city, listening to the distant clicking of the infected. The moon rose slowly, casting silver light over the rooftops. Thank you, Jace said finally. For what? For being here, for not pretending everything's okay. He leaned his head against her shoulder, a child's gesture, seeking comfort from someone he trusted. For being the person I remembered. Ren put her arm around him and held on, and they stayed like that until the first hints of dawn lightened the eastern sky. The horde came on the 7th day. They heard it first, a distant rumbling like thunder but wrong, like 1,000 feet shuffling across concrete. Then they saw it. A river of infected flowing through the streets below, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all moving in the same direction. Where are they going? Quinn asked. His voice was high, thin, barely controlled. Why are there so many? Something drew them, Odessa said. She was watching the horde with professional interest, tracking their movement, their density, their speed. An explosion, maybe, or a large group of survivors fighting. The noise attracts them, and once they start moving, others join. Will they find us? Not if we stay quiet. Dash had joined them at the window, moving slowly, his fever-bright eyes fixed on the infected below. They're following the sound, not hunting. As long as we don't give them a reason to stop. A crash from somewhere below, glass breaking. Something had gotten in. Basement, Odessa said. The coal chute. We boarded it, but the boards must have given way. They moved before Ren could give orders. Dash grabbing his axe, Odessa already heading for the stairs, Ellery pushing the non-combatants toward the back of the church. Ren followed, her heart pounding, her mind racing through possibilities. The basement was dark, the emergency lights dead along with everything else. They descended by candlelight, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. The clicking was loud down here, close, hungry. "Stay behind me," Dash whispered. He raised his axe, moving forward into the darkness. The first infected came out of nowhere. A teenager in a blood-stained hoodie, its face a ruin of torn flesh and exposed bone. Dash's axe took its head off in one clean swing, but there were more behind it, pushing through the broken boards, their hands reaching, their teeth snapping. "Fall back!" Ren shouted. They retreated up the stairs, fighting as they went. Dash and Odessa held the front, their axes rising and falling in brutal rhythm. Ren stayed close behind, using her axe to catch any that got past. They reached the main floor, slammed the basement door, piled furniture against it. The infected pounded on the other side, their clicking rising to a fever pitch. "It won't hold," Ellery said. "There are too many of them." "Then we leave." Ren was already moving, gathering supplies, giving orders. "Back door, through the garden, into the alley. We head for the highway." "The highway? That's miles away. And staying here is suicide. Grab what you can carry and move." They moved, through the back door, into a garden that had been peaceful just hours ago, now echoing with the sounds of the infected breaking through. The horde was still passing in the street beyond. They could hear it, feel the vibration through the ground. But the alley behind the church was clear. "Go," Ren said, pushing Jason Novaly ahead of her. "Don't stop until you reach the tree line." They ran, past fences and garbage cans, through backyards that had once belonged to normal people living normal lives. The infected from the basement were pursuing now, their clicking growing louder, but the main horde continued its mindless march, oblivious to the small group slipping away. They reached the tree line, a patch of forest at the edge of a park, and kept going, pushing deeper into the undergrowth, putting distance between themselves and the church. Finally, when Ren's lungs were burning and her legs were screaming, she called a halt. "Everyone okay?" she gasped. "We're here." Ellery was counting heads. "We're all here." Ren looked back toward the city. The church was visible in the distance, smoke rising from somewhere near it. The horde was still moving, still oblivious, still flowing toward whatever had drawn them. "We can't go back," she said. "We need a new plan. The highway." Dash's voice was rougher than it had been, his breathing labored. "Highway 61 north along the lake. We find transportation, we find shelter, we find somewhere to regroup." "And go where?" "There's a place." Luther was leaning against a tree, his old face gray with exhaustion. "A research facility 18 miles north. Kessler Biopharmaceutical. They might have answers. They might have supplies." "Kessler," Ellery said. "That's where this started, the outbreak. Which means they might know something useful. Something that could help us understand what we're dealing with." Ren looked at the group, battered, exhausted, fewer than they'd been when this all began. Dash was dying. Harold was dying. They had almost no supplies, no transportation, no real plan beyond survival. But they were alive, and as long as they were alive, they had a chance. "Okay," she said. "Highway 61, Kessler. Let's move." The highway stretched north like a gray ribbon, following the curve of Lake Superior through terrain that grew wilder with every mile. They walked in silence, conserving energy, watching the trees for movement. The infected were sparser here, just as Ellery had predicted. The population density dropped sharply outside the city, and the ones they did see were easily avoided, single wanderers, easily outpaced, easily misdirected. "We need to find transportation," Dash said after the first hour. His voice was getting worse, his steps getting slower. "I'm not going to make 18 miles on foot." "There." Kira was pointing ahead where a cluster of buildings appeared through the trees. A gas station, it looked like, with a small convenience store attached. "There might be vehicles." They approached carefully, weapons ready. The gas station was abandoned, pumps standing silent, doors hanging open, but there was a pickup truck in the parking lot, keys still in the ignition. "I'll check it," Theo said. He was trying to be useful, Ren realized, trying to prove he wasn't just a kid who needed protecting. "If it starts, we can fit everyone in the back." He slid into the driver's seat, turned the key. The engine coughed, sputtered, and caught. "We're in business," he said, grinning despite everything. They loaded up, supplies in the truck bed, people crammed into the cab and perched on the sides. It wasn't comfortable, but it was faster than walking. "How far?" Ren asked as they pulled onto the highway. 16 miles to the Kessler facility, Luther said. "Maybe 2 hours if the road is clear." The road wasn't clear. They passed abandoned vehicles every few hundred yards. Some crashed, some simply stopped in the middle of the lane, doors hanging open. Bodies lay in some of them, moving feebly, reaching toward the truck as it passed. "Don't stop," Dash said. His voice was barely above a whisper now. "No matter what you see, don't stop." They didn't stop. Dash's fever spiked 3 hours into the journey. One moment he was sitting beside Ren watching the road. The next he slumped against her, his skin burning through his clothes. "Pull over!" Ren shouted. "Now!" They stopped at the side of the road, a spot where the forest pressed close on both sides. Ellery was already checking Dash's vitals, her face tight with concern. "Fever's past 105, she said. "Heart rate elevated, blood pressure dropping. This is it." "How long?" "An hour. Maybe less." Ren looked at Dash, this man she'd known for less than a week, who had taught her to shoot, who had saved her life, who had believed in her when she couldn't believe in herself. "We need to keep moving," Quinn said. His voice was nervous, high. "If we stay here." "We're not leaving him." Ren's voice was sharp. "He stays with us until the end. But we're not leaving him." Quinn fell silent. The others gathered around, forming a loose circle, waiting. Dash opened his eyes. They were glassy, unfocused, but there was still something human in them, something that recognized the faces around him. "Well," he rasped, "this is it." "Dash, don't," he managed a weak smile. "I've had worse deaths planned. At least this one means something." He looked at Ren, his gaze steadying despite the fever. "You remember what I told you about leading?" "I remember." "Good. Because these people need you. And you're going to be—" He stopped, his body convulsing, his jaw clenching. When the spasm passed, his voice was weaker. "You're going to be better than you think." His eyes closed, his breathing slowed, and then between one heartbeat and the next, it stopped. Ren waited. They all waited. Counting the seconds, watching for movement, weapons ready. At 37 seconds, Dash's eyes opened. They were empty. Wrong. The man Ren had known was gone, replaced by something that clicked and keened and reached for the nearest warm body. Odessa's axe was faster. They buried him by the side of the road under a tree that overlooked the lake. It wasn't much, a shallow grave, a few words spoken by Luther, a marker made from a broken signpost, but it was something. He was a good man, Luther said. He deserved better than this. We all deserve better than this, Ellery said quietly. But we do what we can. Wren didn't speak. She stood at the edge of the grave, looking down at the fresh-turned earth, feeling something shift inside her. Dash had believed in her, had seen something in her that she couldn't see in herself. Maybe it was time to start believing too. We need to move, she said finally. We've lost too much time already. They got back in the truck. The engine caught on the first try, and as they pulled onto the highway, leaving Dash's grave behind them, Wren felt the weight of leadership settle onto her shoulders, heavy, uncomfortable, and utterly unavoidable. The Kessler Biopharmaceutical Research Facility appeared through the trees as the sun was setting, its 3 stories of glass and concrete rising above the forest like a monument to the world that had been. That's it, Luther said. We made it. Almost. Wren was studying the approach, looking for threats. The fence was intact in most places, though she could see a breach near the parking lot. No movement visible. No sounds of infected. Could be a trap, Odessa said. Oh, could be. Wren checked her axe, her borrowed rifle. Only one way to find out. They approached on foot, leaving the truck hidden in the trees. The breach in the fence was recent, jagged edges, blood on the metal. But whatever had come through was gone now. The main building's doors were shattered. Glass crunched under their feet as they entered the lobby. Hello? Wren called. Her voice echoed through the empty space. Anyone here? Silence. Then from somewhere above, a sound, not clicking, not keening, but something else. A voice. Up here. They climbed the stairs carefully, weapons ready. The voice led them to the 3rd floor, to an office where a woman sat surrounded by papers and equipment, a fire axe across her knees. You're survivors, the woman said. She had blonde hair and blue eyes and an accent that Wren couldn't quite place. From the city? The hospital. What's left of it? Wren lowered her axe but didn't put it away. Who are you? Sabine Kaskala. I was a research assistant here. She gestured at the papers around her. I know what caused this. I know how it started, and I know... Her voice broke slightly. I know there's no cure. The story came out in pieces. Sabine's account of what had happened at Kessler, the modified virus, the containment breach, the chaos that followed. Wren listened, absorbing the information, trying to make sense of a world that had stopped making sense days ago. The emotional imprints, Sabine said near the end. That's the part I don't think anyone expected. The virus was designed to preserve neural pathways, and as a side effect, the strongest emotions at the moment of death become encoded, imprinted on the reanimated brain. So a mother who died protecting her child would be drawn to children. Yes, Sabine's eyes were haunted. I've seen it. The way they reach for things they loved, She shook her head. It makes them harder to kill, because they almost seem human, Wren finished. Yes. They sat in silence, digesting this. The sun had set while they talked, leaving the facility illuminated only by emergency lights and the glow of Sabine's laptop. What do we do now? Jace asked. Wren looked at the group, exhausted, grieving, still processing everything they'd learned. They'd lost Dash. They'd lost the church. They'd lost any illusion that the world would ever go back to normal. But they were still alive, still together, still moving forward. We rest tonight, she said. Tomorrow we figure out our next move. There's a ski resort on the western edge of the city, Spirit Mountain. High ground, defensible, overlooks the harbor. We can make it our base. And then we survive. She looked at each of them in turn. Ellery, Jace, Novalie, Quinn, Luther, Kira, Theo, Odessa, Sabine. That's all we can do. Survive, and hope that somewhere out there things are getting better. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was something. That night, Wren found herself alone on the facility's roof, looking out at Lake Superior. The water was black beneath the stars, vast and cold and utterly indifferent to the fall of civilization. She thought about Dash, buried by the highway, about Callum, drowned in a lake that was smaller than this but no less deadly, about all the people who had died, all the people who would die, all the people she couldn't save no matter how hard she tried. The guilt was still there, would probably always be there, but something else was there too now. Something that felt almost like determination. Dash had believed in her, had seen something in her that she couldn't see in herself. Maybe it was time to prove him right. "Hey," Jace's voice behind her. "You okay?" "No," Wren said, "but I'm getting there." She turned away from the lake, away from the ghosts that lived in its waters, and went inside to face whatever came next. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new dangers, new losses, but also maybe new hope. Because as long as they were alive, as long as they kept moving, there was always a chance that things could get better. That was the only truth that mattered now. Harold died in his sleep that night, his body finally giving out after days without insulin. They found him in the morning, peaceful, his hands folded across his chest like he'd been expecting it. He wanted to go quietly, Luther said as they buried him beside the facility. He got his wish. He deserved better, Jace said. We all do. Wren looked at the fresh grave, another marker in a world filling with them. But we honor him by surviving, by keeping going. They left within the hour, loading up the truck with supplies from the facility, medical equipment, food, cold weather gear. Sabine joined them without being asked, her laptop and notes packed carefully in a waterproof case. The facility's generator will fail soon, she said as they pulled onto the highway. Everything I documented will be lost. But maybe what I know can help someone survive. It already has, Wren said, and meant it. The journey to Spirit Mountain took most of the day. Detours around blocked roads, stops to scavenge supplies, one harrowing encounter with a group of infected that nearly cost them the truck. But by evening they were climbing the access road, the ski resort appearing through the trees like a promise. There, Luther said, pointing. The main lodge. Stone construction, limited entry points. We can make it work. They secured the building floor by floor, finding it empty, undamaged, waiting. By nightfall, they had a fire burning in the massive stone fireplace, food cooking in the industrial kitchen, a semblance of something that almost felt like safety. We made it, Jace said. He was sitting beside Novalie, who was drawing in her journal again, all of them together, a family forged by disaster. We actually made it. This is just the beginning, Wren said. We'll need to clear the surrounding area, establish supply routes, figure out a long-term plan. She looked around at the faces lit by firelight, tired, scared, but still fighting. But yeah, we made it this far. The fire crackled. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the faint, distant sound of clicking. But for now, they were safe. For now, they were together. For now, that was enough. Wren stood on the lodge's deck, looking out at the city below. Duluth sprawled in darkness, scattered fires marking the places where civilization had failed. Beyond it, Lake Superior stretched toward the horizon, gray and cold and ancient. She thought about Dash's words, about leadership, about being better than she thought. The weight of responsibility pressed against her shoulders, heavy, uncomfortable, terrifying. But maybe that was how it was supposed to feel. Maybe the fact that it scared her was what made her the right person to carry it. "Hey," Ellery's voice from the doorway. "You should get some sleep. Soon." Wren didn't turn around. "I just need a minute." "Okay," Ellery hesitated. "For what it's worth, I think you're doing good. Better than good. Thanks. I mean it. We wouldn't be here without you." Wren finally turned to look at her friend, her colleague, her closest ally in this new world. "We wouldn't be here without a lot of people. Dash, Harold, everyone who sacrificed something to get us this far." "True, but someone has to lead, and you're stepping up." Ellery almost smiled. "Just don't forget that you don't have to do it alone." She went back inside. Wren turned back to the view, watching the moon rise over the lake, painting the water in shades of silver. Dash was gone. Harold was gone. The church was gone. The hospital was gone. Everything familiar had been stripped away, leaving only the people beside her and the uncertain future ahead. But they were alive, still fighting, still moving forward. That was the only truth that mattered now. Winter came early, and it didn't care whether they were ready, but ready or not, Wren Torvik was going to face it. Not because she was brave or strong or any of the things Dash had claimed to see in her, but because these people needed her. And she was done letting people down. The snow began to fall as she watched, thin, delicate, the first real promise of the cold months ahead. She let it land on her face, cold and clean, washing away the blood and sweat and fear of the past week. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but tonight she would rest. Tonight she would let herself believe that maybe, just maybe, they were going to make it. And when the morning came, she would lead them into whatever came next. Because that's what survivors did. They survived. The snow fell harder on the 8th day, blanketing Spirit Mountain in white and turning the world below into a study in gray and silence. Wren stood at the lodge window, watching the flakes drift past, trying to calculate how many ways winter could kill them. 3 inches overnight, Ellery said, appearing at her elbow with a steaming mug of something that might generously be called coffee. Temperatures dropped to 28 degrees. Wind chill makes it feel like 15. How are our supplies? We've got maybe 4 days of food if we ration carefully. Water's not a problem, we can melt snow. But fuel for the generator is running low, and some of the medical supplies we grabbed from Kessler are already depleted. Wren took the mug, wrapping her cold fingers around its warmth. The lodge's heating system required electricity they couldn't spare, so they'd clustered around the massive stone fireplace, burning furniture and fallen branches and anything else that would catch. It kept the main room survivable, but barely. "We need to go back out," Wren said. "Find more supplies, scout the area." "In this weather?" "The weather's not going to get better, and the infected slow down in the cold. Sabine confirmed that yesterday. If there's a time to move, it's now." Ellery was quiet for a moment. Then, "You're right. I hate it, but you're right." She looked out the window at the white world beyond. "Who goes?" "Me, you, Odessa for security." Wren hesitated. "And Quinn." "Quinn? He's barely holding it together, which is exactly why he needs to come. He's been hiding in corners since we got here, jumping at shadows, talking to himself. If he doesn't start contributing soon, he's going to fall apart completely. And if he falls apart out there, then we deal with it. But I'd rather have him break down where we can manage it than have him snap inside the lodge where everyone else has to watch." Wren took a sip of the bitter coffee. "Besides, he knows pharmaceuticals. If we find a pharmacy, he might be useful." Ellery didn't look convinced, but she nodded. "When do we leave?" "As soon as we can gear up. Tell the others to prep." They left within the hour, wrapped in every layer they could find, moving down the mountain through snow that came up past their ankles. The cold bit at exposed skin, and Wren's breath fogged in front of her face with every exhalation. Quinn walked behind her, his eyes darting constantly, his hands shoved deep in his pockets. He hadn't said much since they'd lost Harold. Guilt, maybe, or just the weight of everything finally catching up to him. Either way, he moved when told and did what was asked, which was all Wren could expect. "There's a pharmacy in the town below," Ellery said, consulting a map they'd found in the lodge's information center. "Small place, might have been overlooked, and there's a grocery store about half a mile past that. We hit the pharmacy first, in and out, nothing fancy." Wren scanned the trees around them, watching for movement. The snow muffled everything, turning the forest into something beautiful and treacherous. "Odessa, you take point." Odessa moved ahead without acknowledgement, her axe resting on her shoulder, her gray eyes scanning the white landscape with predatory focus. She'd barely spoken since they'd arrived at the lodge, keeping to herself, sleeping only a few hours each night. Wren still didn't know what to make of her, whether she was an asset or a liability waiting to happen. Right now, she was the best fighter they had. That would have to be enough. The town appeared through the trees after 40 minutes of walking, a small cluster of buildings nestled in a valley below the resort. Main Street, USA, frozen in time, cars covered in snow and storefronts dark and silent. "No movement," Odessa said quietly, "but that doesn't mean empty. Spread out, stay in sight of each other. We check the pharmacy, grab what we can, and we're gone in 15 minutes. They moved into the town like ghosts, their footsteps muffled by the snow, their weapons ready. The pharmacy was on the corner of Main Street, a small brick building with a faded sign reading North Shore Drugs. The front window was intact. The door was closed. "Too quiet," Quinn muttered. It was the first thing he'd said since leaving the lodge. "Quiet is good," Wren said. "Quiet means no infected." She tried the door, locked. She looked at Odessa, who stepped forward without hesitation and drove her axe through the glass panel beside the handle. The crash seemed impossibly loud in the morning stillness. They waited. 10 seconds. 20. Nothing. "Go," Wren said. Inside, the pharmacy was dark and cold, the emergency lights long dead. They moved by flashlight, sweeping the aisles, checking the back room. Empty. Whatever had happened here, it had happened fast. The shelves were still stocked, the cash register undisturbed. "Jackpot," Ellery said, already filling a bag with antibiotics, painkillers, insulin. "This is months of supplies if we're careful. Don't get greedy. Take what we can carry and—" The clicking started from somewhere in the back. Wren froze. The others froze. They stood in the darkness listening to that wet, rhythmic sound that meant death was nearby. "Back room," Odessa whispered. "Something's in the back room." We cleared the back room. Then we missed something. The clicking grew louder, closer, and then the door to the back room, the door they'd checked, the door that had been empty, swung open, and something came through. It had been a pharmacist once, judging by the white coat and the name tag that read Beverly. Now it was something else, gray-skinned, empty-eyed, its jaw working in that horrible mechanical rhythm. It saw them and keened, the sound rising and rising until it scraped at the edges of hearing. "Take it," Wren said, stepping back to give Odessa room. Odessa moved forward, axe raised, and Quinn bolted. He didn't run toward the door. He ran toward the back room, toward the darkness, toward whatever had been hiding in there that they'd missed. His flashlight beam swung wildly as he crashed through the pharmacy, knocking over displays, sending bottles scattering across the floor. "Quinn!" Wren shouted. "Quinn, stop!" But Quinn was gone, disappearing into the back room, his panic carrying him deeper into danger rather than away from it. And in his wake, His noise drawing them like moths to flame, more infected appeared. They came from the storage area, from behind the counter, from places Ren hadn't even thought to check. 3, 4, 5 of them, all clicking, all keening, all reaching for the warm bodies that had invaded their territory. Fall back. Ren swung her axe at the nearest one, catching it in the shoulder, spinning it away. Get to the door! Ellery was already moving, bag clutched to her chest, dodging around the infected Beverly, who had turned to track Quinn's noise. Odessa stood her ground, her axe rising and falling with mechanical precision, dropping 2 of them before she retreated. They made it outside. The cold hit like a physical blow after the relative warmth of the pharmacy, but Ren barely felt it. She was counting heads, checking the street, trying to figure out where Quinn had gone. Back door, Ellery gasped. There must be a back door. He might have... The scream cut through the morning air. High, terrified, unmistakably Quinn. Ren ran. She found him in the alley behind the pharmacy, pinned against a dumpster by 2 infected who had apparently been waiting there all along. His flashlight lay on the ground, casting wild shadows as it rolled back and forth. His face was a mask of terror. Help me, please help me! Ren's axe took the first infected in the back of the skull. It dropped without a sound. The second turned toward her and she swung again, catching it across the jaw, sending teeth and bones spraying across the snow. Quinn slid down the dumpster, his whole body shaking, his breath coming in ragged sobs. Are you bitten? Ren grabbed his shoulders, forced him to look at her. Quinn, are you bitten? No, I don't think no. Get up, we need to move. But even as she said it, she heard it, more clicking coming from multiple directions. Quinn's panic, his noise had drawn them. Not just the ones in the pharmacy, but others hidden in buildings they hadn't checked, wandering the streets they thought were empty. Ren, Odessa's voice, from the alley entrance. We have a problem. Ren looked. The street was no longer empty. Infected were emerging from doorways and alleys, drawn by the commotion, converging on their position. Not a horde, maybe 15 or 20, but more than they could fight. Run, Ren said. They ran, back through the town, away from the pharmacy, away from the supplies they'd risked everything to get. The infected pursued, slower in the cold but relentless, their clicking filling the air like a plague of locusts. Quinn stumbled, fell. Ren grabbed his arm and hauled him up, dragging him forward when his legs wouldn't cooperate. Ellery was ahead, Odessa behind, and the clicking was getting closer. This way! Ellery pointed toward a church at the edge of town. Stone walls, heavy door, just like St. Benedict's. They crashed through the entrance, slammed the door behind them, pushed pews against it as the infected piled up outside. Is everyone... Ren stopped. Something was wrong. Ellery was here. Odessa was here. Quinn was here, collapsed against the wall, still shaking. But there should have been more of them. She'd seen more of them in the street, running alongside them, fleeing the same threat. Where's... She stopped again because she knew the answer. Had known it since the moment Quinn bolted. They'd split up during the chaos. Some of them had run a different direction. And now, Ren, Odessa's voice was flat, emotionless. Look. Through the church windows, Ren could see the street outside. The infected were there, clustered around something on the ground. 2 somethings. Bodies. Human bodies. People who had run the wrong way, who had been caught in the open, who had paid for Quinn's panic with their lives. No, Ren whispered, but yes. 2 people dead. 2 of their group. She couldn't tell who from here, couldn't make out the faces through the mass of infected feeding on them. 2 people who had trusted her to keep them safe. 2 people who had survived the hospital and the church and the journey. 2 people whose names she would never speak again. Because of Quinn. She turned to look at him, and something in her expression made him flinch. "I didn't mean," he started. "I panicked. I couldn't." "Shut up." "Ren, please, I'm sorry, I didn't." "I said shut up." Her voice was ice. Her hands were shaking, not from cold. "2 people are dead because you ran. 2 people are being eaten right now because you couldn't hold it together." I know. And I'm sorry, but Ren grabbed him by the collar and slammed him against the wall. Her axe was still in her hand. She could feel its weight, could feel how easy it would be to bring it up, to end this coward's life the way his cowardice had ended others. "Ren," Ellery's hand on her arm, gentle but firm. "Stop. He killed them. I know, but killing him won't bring them back." Ellery's voice was calm, reasonable, the voice of someone who had made triage decisions for years. "And we need everyone we have left." "Do we? Do we really need someone who gets people killed?" "We need bodies, hands, people who can carry supplies and keep watch and do the work of survival." Ellery's grip tightened. "I'm not saying forgive him. I'm saying don't waste a resource we can't afford to lose." Ren wanted to argue, wanted to explain that some things couldn't be measured in resources, that there was a cost to keeping a coward alive that went beyond simple numbers. But Ellery was right. They were already so few, so fragile. Every death made them weaker. She let go of Quinn's collar. He slid down the wall, still shaking, tears streaming down his face. "Stay out of my sight," she said. "Until I decide what to do with you, you stay away from me." She walked to the window and watched the infected feed and tried not to think about who was dying out there in the snow. They waited 3 hours for the infected to disperse. When the street was finally clear, they slipped out of the church and retrieved what was left of the bodies. Marcus Chen, 41, former electrician, had survived the hospital by hiding in a supply closet for 6 hours. He'd fixed the generator at the lodge, had been learning to shoot, had told Ren just yesterday that he thought they might actually make it. Lily Okonkwo, 26, graduate student in environmental science, had joined them at the church after fleeing the university campus. She'd been organizing their food supplies, rationing with mathematical precision, planning for the long winter ahead. Both of them had run the wrong way when Quinn's panic drew the infected. Both of them had died in the snow, alone and afraid, while their friends escaped. Ren helped dig the graves in the frozen ground, working until her hands blistered and her back screamed for relief. She didn't speak. She didn't need to. Everyone knew what had happened. Everyone knew who was responsible. "We should vote," Ellery said that night when they'd made it back to the lodge, "on what happens to Quinn." "What's there to vote on?" Theo's voice was hard, angry. He'd liked Marcus. They'd been teaching each other card games during the long nights. "He got 2 people killed. That's murder." "It's not murder. It's cowardice." Kira, ever the moderate, trying to find middle ground. "There's a difference. Tell that to Marcus and Lily." "Enough." Ren's voice cut through the argument. "We're not voting. Not tonight." "Then when?" "When I've decided what the options are." She looked around the room, at Ellery, at Odessa, at Jace and Novaly and Sabine and Kira and Theo and Luther. At Quinn sitting alone in the corner, not meeting anyone's eyes. Right now we're all exhausted and angry and grieving. Decisions made in that state are bad decisions. So he just walks free? He's not walking anywhere. Look at him. Ren gestured toward Quinn, who hadn't stopped shaking since they'd returned. He's broken. Whether we exile him or kill him or let him stay, that man is never going to be the same. He'll carry what he did for the rest of his life. That's not justice. No, it's not. Ren's voice was quiet. But it's what we've got. The argument subsided, replaced by the crackling of the fire and the howling of the wind outside. One by one, the survivors drifted to their sleeping areas, leaving Ren alone by the window. She stayed there until dawn, watching the snow fall. thinking about Marcus and Lily and all the ways she'd failed to keep them safe. The shepherd found them 3 days later. They'd been on a supply run. More cautious this time, better armed, Quinn left behind at the lodge despite his protests. The grocery store Ellery had mentioned was picked clean, but they'd found a house with a well-stocked pantry, and they were loading canned goods into their packs when the trucks appeared. 2 of them, black pickups with reinforced bumpers, rolling down the main street like they owned it. Which Wren realized as she watched from the house's second floor they probably did. "Who are they?" Jace asked. He was pressed against the window beside her, trying to see without being seen. "I don't know, but they're organized." Wren counted heads as men emerged from the trucks, 8, 10, 12, all armed, all moving with purpose. Too organized. "Should we hide?" "Too late," Odessa's voice from the doorway. "They've already seen the tracks in the snow." Wren cursed under her breath. She should have thought of that. Should have known that fresh footprints would be like a neon sign pointing to their location. But the cold had been biting and she'd been focused on speed, and now they were caught. "What do we do?" "We go out. We talk." Wren checked her weapons, axe at her hip, knife in her boot, the rifle Dash had taught her to use slung across her back. If they wanted us dead, they'd already be shooting. That's not exactly reassuring. It's what we've got. They descended the stairs and stepped out onto the porch, hands visible, weapons lowered but not dropped. The armed men had formed a semicircle around the house, blocking every exit. At their center stood a man who was clearly the leader. Silver-haired, solidly built, with a voice that carried across the snow like a radio broadcast. "Well now," the man said, smiling warmly. "Survivors. We don't see many of those these days." "Who are you?" Wren asked. "My name is Cormac Rennert, though most of my friends call me the Shepherd." He spread his arms, a gesture that encompassed the armed men around him. "And these are my flock. We've been gathering survivors, protecting them, building something new from the ashes of the old." Protecting them from what? From the infected, of course. From the cold. From the 1,000 dangers that this new world throws at us every day. Cormac's smile widened. "We have food, shelter, safety. Everything a person could need to survive. All we ask in return is loyalty, cooperation, and faith." Faith in what? In the future. In the belief that this trial, this terrible trial, has a purpose. That those of us who survive are meant to build something better. He took a step forward, his hands still spread, his demeanor warm and welcoming. "We're not here to threaten you. We're here to offer salvation." Wren studied him. He looked sincere, sounded sincere, but there was something in his eyes that didn't match his words. A coldness, maybe, a calculation. "We appreciate the offer," she said carefully, "but we have our own shelter, our own supplies. We're doing fine on our own." "Are you?" Cormac's gaze swept over them. Wren, Ellery, Odessa, Jace, Sabine. 5 people out in the cold, scavenging for scraps. That's not survival, that's slow death. It's our death to choose. Of course, of course." Cormac nodded as if she'd said something profound. "I would never force anyone to join us. That's not the Shepherd's way. But I want you to know that the offer stands. We're camped at the harbor center down by the water. When you change your mind, and you will change your mind, we'll be there." He turned to go, then paused, looking back over his shoulder. "One more thing. The roads around here can be dangerous. There are certain routes my flock uses, certain areas we've claimed. If you respect those boundaries, we'll have no trouble. But if you wander into our territory..." He smiled again, but this time there was no warmth in it. "Well, let's just say the infected aren't the only danger in this new world." He climbed into the lead truck. The engines roared to life, and within minutes the flock was gone, leaving nothing but tire tracks in the snow. What the hell was that? Jace asked. That, Odessa said quietly, was a threat wrapped in a welcome mat. We need to get back to the lodge, Ren said. Now. They spent the next 2 days fortifying their position, adding barricades to doors and windows, establishing lookout points on the roof. Sabine worked on understanding the facility's layout, identifying escape routes and defensive positions. Ellery inventoried their medical supplies and created emergency protocols, and Ren watched the road waiting for the flock to return. They're going to come for us, she said on the second night. Luther was sitting beside her, his old face grave in the firelight. Cormac, the shepherd, whatever he calls himself, he's not going to let us stay independent. We're too close to his territory. You think he'll attack? I think he'll try to force our hand first. Cut off our supply routes, limit our options, wait until we're desperate enough to come to him. She shook her head. He wants followers, not enemies. But if we won't follow, then we become enemies. Luther nodded slowly. I've seen men like him before, charismatic, convinced of their own righteousness. They can do terrible things and believe they're doing good. Did you believe him? About building something better? I believe he believes it, which is worse in a way. A liar knows he's lying. A true believer thinks he's telling the truth. Luther was quiet for a moment. What are you going to do? I don't know yet. But we can't stay here forever. Sooner or later, we'll need to move, find a better position, more resources, somewhere the flock can't reach us. And where would that be? Ren thought about it. The city was overrun, the roads were controlled, or would be soon, by Cormac's people. The wilderness might offer escape, but winter was closing in, and survival in the wild was even more uncertain than survival here. I don't know, she admitted, but I'm going to find out. The answer came from an unexpected source. Sabine had been working on the ham radio, trying to pick up military broadcasts, hoping for some sign that organized society still existed somewhere. On the 14th day, she found something. It's not military, she said, calling everyone into the lodge's main room. I'm not sure what it is. Listen. Static crackled from the speakers, then, faint but clear, a voice. Repeat, this is the Superior Refuge. We are located on Barker's Island in the Duluth Harbor. We have food, shelter, medical supplies. If you can hear this, we are accepting survivors. Approach from the water or from the causeway, but approach during daylight only. After dark, our defenses are active. This message will repeat every 6 hours. If you can hear this, you are not alone. This is the Superior Refuge. We are still here. The message cycled back to the beginning, then faded into static. Barker's Island, Ellery said. That's maybe 5 miles from here, straight down the mountain and across the city. Through flock territory, Ren said. Maybe. But if there's another group, another force, it could be a trap. Odessa's voice was flat. Broadcast a message. Lure survivors to a central location. Easy pickings. Or it could be exactly what it says. People trying to survive, offering help. Ellery looked at Ren. We have to at least investigate. I know. Ren was already thinking, planning, trying to see a path through the obstacles ahead. But not blindly. We need more information before we commit. How do we get that? We go back to Kessler. The idea had been forming in her mind for days, a nagging sense that they'd missed something, that there was more to find in those labs and offices. Sabine, you said the facility had communication equipment, research data, things that might help us understand what we're dealing with. Yes. Some of it was damaged in the outbreak, but there should be records. Then we go. Tomorrow, first light. Small team. Me, Ellery, Odessa. We grab what we can and we get out. What about the flock? Jace asked. Kessler's outside their territory. Cormac claimed the harbor and the roads into the city, but the facility is north, away from where he operates. Ren looked around the room at the faces that had become her responsibility. "We'll be careful, we'll be quick, and we'll come back with answers." "And if you don't come back?" It was Novalie who asked, her small voice cutting through the adult conversation. She was sitting beside Jace. Gus clutched to her chest, her dark eyes wide with fear. Ren knelt beside her. "Then Jace takes care of you, and Luther, and everyone else." She put her hand on the girl's shoulder. But I'm coming back, I promise." It was a promise she had no right to make. But Novalie needed it, and Ren needed to believe it was true. Sometimes that was the best you could do. They left at dawn, moving through snow that had crusted over during the night, crunching under their boots like broken glass. The cold was brutal, 15 degrees, maybe less, but the sky was clear and the infected were sluggish, barely responding as the group passed within 50 feet of several wandering in the trees. "They're almost frozen," Ellery said, watching one struggle to turn toward them. "Another few degrees and they might stop moving entirely." "Until it warms up," Ren said. "Sabine said they don't die from cold, they just slow down. First thaw, they'll wake up. Something to look forward to in spring." The journey to Kessler took most of the day, a winding route that avoided the main roads, staying in the forest where the flock was less likely to patrol. By late afternoon, they could see the facility through the trees. 3 stories of glass and concrete, unchanged since their last visit. "Looks quiet," Odessa said. "Looks can be deceiving." They approached carefully, checking the perimeter, watching for movement. The breach in the fence had been expanded since their last visit. Something had pushed through, widening the hole into a gap large enough for a vehicle. Tracks in the snow led toward the main building and back out again. "Someone's been here," Ren said quietly. "Recently." "The flock? Maybe, or other survivors." She studied the tracks, vehicle tires, boot prints, the dragging marks of something heavy being moved. They were carrying stuff out, loading vehicles. Supplies? Probably. The facility was full of useful equipment, medical supplies, cold weather gear, fuel for the generators. Anyone smart enough to find it would be smart enough to take it. "Should we go in?" Ren considered it. The tracks were old, at least a day, maybe 2, based on how the snow had filled them. Whoever had been here was probably gone. But probably wasn't, certainly, and walking into an ambush would end their survival story very quickly. "We go in," she said finally, "but carefully. Odessa takes point, I follow. Ellery watches our backs. We stay together, we stay quiet, and the first sign of trouble, we run." They moved through the breach and into the parking lot. The main building loomed ahead, its shattered doors revealing nothing but darkness beyond. That's when Ren saw it. In the parking lot near an overturned van, a figure was standing. It was facing away from them, motionless, its posture oddly still even by infected standards. "Wait," Ren whispered, holding up her hand. The figure didn't move. Didn't turn toward them, just stood there, swaying slightly as if caught in some private reverie. Something about it was familiar. The height, the build, the gray hair that caught the afternoon light. "No," Ren breathed. She moved forward before she could stop herself, crossing the parking lot with steps that felt like wading through water. The figure didn't react, didn't turn, just kept swaying, facing the tree line, reaching toward something that wasn't there. Ren circled around, giving it wide berth until she could see its face. The face she'd known her entire life. The face she'd been searching for since that first terrible day. Aunt Greta. The infection had changed her as it changed everyone. Her skin was gray, mottled with decay despite the cold. Her eyes were milky and unfocused, tracking nothing. Her mouth hung open, and from deep in her throat came that wet clicking that had become the soundtrack of the apocalypse. But her hands were reaching forward, fingers spread, palm up. The way she'd always reached for Ren when Ren was a child, asking for a hug, offering comfort. An emotional imprint, Sabine had called it. The strongest feeling at the moment of death, preserved in the ruins of a brain that should have forgotten everything. Greta had died reaching for someone she loved. "Ren," Ellery's voice soft but urgent. "Ren, we need to move." Ren couldn't move. She stood frozen, watching her aunt's corpse sway and reach, watching the last trace of the woman who had raised her after her parents fell apart, who had never blamed her for Callum, who had been the closest thing to unconditional love she had left. "She didn't turn from a bite," Ren said. Her voice sounded distant, like someone else was speaking. "She was one of the 8%, the ones who die without reanimating." "Then how?" "Something bit her after, while she was already dead." Ren's legs buckled. She caught herself, one hand bracing against the frozen asphalt. She died of natural causes, heart attack probably. She had a bad heart. And then something found her body and... She couldn't finish, couldn't force the words out of a throat that had closed around them like a fist. Greta took a step forward, still reaching. That sound, that horrible clicking, grew louder. Ren raised her axe. Her hands were shaking. She couldn't do this, couldn't bring the blade down on someone who had loved her, someone who was still reaching for her even now. The axe came down. Not Ren's axe, Odessa's. A single clean blow that split Greta's skull and dropped her to the ground. The clicking stopped. The reaching stopped. Everything stopped. "She's gone," Odessa said. Her voice was flat, empty. She was already gone. Ren stared at the body at her feet. At the woman who had been more of a mother to her than her actual mother. At the last connection to a life that had ended the day the dead started walking. And then she screamed. They didn't find much at Kessler. Whatever had been there, whoever had been there, had already taken the most valuable supplies. But they found records, documents, hard drives that might contain useful data. They loaded what they could into bags and prepared to leave. Ren hadn't spoken since Greta. She moved through the facility like a ghost, going through the motions of searching and gathering, but her eyes were empty, her face blank. Ellery watched her with growing concern. "We need to get her back to the lodge," Ellery said quietly to Odessa. "She's in shock. She's in grief." Odessa's voice held something that might have been understanding. "There's a difference. Either way she'll survive. She's stronger than she thinks." They left as the sun was setting, moving back through the forest toward Spirit Mountain. The temperature was dropping again, the cold biting through their layers, but Ren didn't seem to notice. She just walked, one foot in front of the other, her eyes focused on nothing. They were halfway back when the flock found them. They came out of the trees without warning, 6 of them armed with rifles and shotguns blocking the path ahead. Ren stopped, registering the threat somewhere in the fog of her grief, her hand moving automatically to her axe. "Easy now," said the leader of the group, a tall man with a scar across his jaw and eyes that held no warmth at all. "We're not here to hurt you. The shepherd just wants to talk." "We already talked," Ren said. Her voice came out flat, dead. "That was an invitation. This is a request." The man smiled, but there was nothing friendly in it. "The shepherd doesn't like people wandering his territory without permission. Makes him nervous. We're not in his territory. Kessler is north of... Territory changes. The shepherd's been expanding." The man gestured with his rifle. "Now you can come with us peaceful-like, have a nice conversation with the shepherd, maybe work out an arrangement. Or you can resist and we can do this the hard way." Ren looked at the men blocking their path. 6 of them, all armed, all positioned to cut off escape. Behind her, Ellery and Odessa were calculating the same odds, reaching the same conclusion. They were outgunned. Running meant dying. Fighting meant dying. We'll come, Ren said. The man's smile widened. Smart choice. They were escorted through the forest away from the lodge toward the city below. The sun set as they walked, plunging the world into shades of purple and gray. The cold deepened. Where are you taking us? Ellery asked. Harbor Center, the shepherd's headquarters. The man with the scar glanced back at them. Nice place. Used to be a hotel. Now it's the beating heart of the new world. And what happens when we get there? That's up to the shepherd and up to you. They walked in silence after that. The harbor appeared through the trees, dark water, abandoned ships, the skeletal remains of the tourist district. The harbor center rose above it all, lights glowing in the windows, smoke rising from multiple chimneys. Impressive, isn't it? The man with the scar seemed proud. 47 people now, all living under the shepherd's protection, food, shelter, purpose, everything a person needs. What's the cost? Loyalty, service, faith. He shrugged. Some people can't handle it. They try to leave, try to go back to the chaos outside. The shepherd lets them go, but most of them come crawling back eventually. It's cold out there and the infected don't sleep. They reach the main entrance, heavy doors flanked by armed guards, torchlight flickering against the stone facade. Inside, the hotel had been transformed into something between a fortress and a commune. People moved through the corridors with purpose, carrying supplies, repairing equipment, doing the work of survival. And at the center of it all, seated in what had clearly been the hotel's dining room, was Cormac Rennert. "Welcome," he said, rising from his chair. His smile was warm, welcoming, and utterly false. "I apologize for the manner of your invitation, but I felt we needed to have a more substantive conversation." "What do you want?" Ren asked. "The same thing everyone wants in this new world: survival, stability, the chance to build something that might last." Cormac gestured to the chairs across from him. "Please sit. Let's discuss your future." The conversation lasted 3 hours. Cormac was charming, persuasive, utterly convinced of his own righteousness. He spoke of the outbreak as a cleansing, a trial sent to separate the worthy from the unworthy. He spoke of his flock as the chosen, the survivors who had earned the right to inherit the new world. He spoke of the future with the fervor of a true believer. And he made it clear that there was no room in that future for independence. "You have 2 choices," he said finally, after the arguments had wound down and the threats had been made clear. "Join us, contribute to what we're building, and enjoy the benefits of our protection. Or refuse and face the consequences." "What consequences?" "The infected, for one. My people have been thinning their numbers around the harbor, clearing safe zones for our operations. Without our protection, you'd be dealing with far more of them than you've seen." "And for 2? Cormac's smile didn't waver. "Let's hope we don't need to discuss that." Ren looked at Ellery, at Odessa. Both of them met her eyes, and she could see they'd reached the same conclusion she had. This man was dangerous. His operation was larger and more organized than they'd realized, and declining his offer might not be an option. "We need time," Ren said, "to discuss it with the rest of our group." "Of course. I wouldn't expect an immediate answer." Cormac rose from his chair. "I'll have my people escort you back to your lodge. You have 3 days to decide. After that," he spread his hands. "Well, I'm sure you understand." They were escorted out of the harbor center, back through the forest, Iona back towards Spirit Mountain. The guards left them at the edge of the facility's territory, watching from a distance as they climbed the access road. "We can't join them," Ellery said when they were sure they weren't being followed. "That man is a cult leader. Everything he said, the trial, the chosen, building something better. That's textbook religious manipulation." "I know. So what do we do?" Ren didn't answer. She was thinking about Greta, reaching for someone who wasn't there. About Marcus and Lily dying in the snow because of Quinn's panic. About all the ways this new world kept taking from her, stripping away everything she loved. "We run," she said finally. "Gather the others, pack what we can carry, and get as far from here as possible." "Run where?" "The island, the Superior Refuge." Wren looked at Ellery, her eyes hard with determination. "If there's another group out there, another force that can stand against the flock, we need to find them. We need to not be alone. And if the broadcast is a trap, then we spring it together. But staying here, waiting for Cormac to decide we're not worth the trouble." She shook her head. "That's suicide. At least running gives us a chance." Ellery nodded slowly. "When do we leave?" "Tomorrow. First light." They didn't make it to first light. The attack came at midnight, silent and professional, the flock moving through the darkness with the precision of a military operation. One moment Wren was sleeping. The next she was awake, a knife at her throat, a voice in her ear. "Don't move." The lodge was full of shadows, armed men, rifles raised, faces hidden behind scarves and hoods. The others were being rounded up, forced to their knees in the center of the room. Jace, Novalee, Sabine, Kira, Luther, Theo, Quinn, and Ellery, struggling against two men who held her arms, blood running from a cut on her forehead. "The shepherd is very disappointed," said the man with the scar. He'd appeared at the head of the intruders, rifle slung across his back, a pistol in his hand. "He gave you 3 days. You were planning to run after one. How? We've been watching you since the first supply run. Did you think we didn't notice the fresh tracks? The smoke from your chimneys?" He shook his head almost sadly. "The shepherd knows everything that happens in his territory. Everything. What do you want?" "Insurance." The man gestured to his followers. "Take the nurse." "No!" Wren lunged forward, but the knife at her throat pressed deeper and she felt blood run down her neck. "You can't." "We can. We will." The man watched as Ellery was dragged toward the door, her protests muffled by a hand over her mouth. "Consider this a reminder of what happens when you disappoint the shepherd. You have 2 days now. 2 days to make the right choice." He turned to go. Then he paused, looking back. "Oh, and the island you were planning to run to. The Superior Refuge." His smile was thin, cruel. "That's shepherd territory too. Has been since week 2. Those broadcasts, they're ours. Bait for desperate survivors who think there's somewhere safe left in this world." He walked out. The other intruders followed, and within minutes the lodge was empty except for the survivors, bloodied and terrified and missing one of their own. Wren sat in the silence, feeling the blood dry on her neck, watching the door Ellery had been dragged through. "What do we do now?" Jace asked. Wren didn't answer. She didn't have an answer. She just sat there, staring at nothing, trying to figure out how everything had gone so wrong so fast. They'd failed again. She'd failed again. And now Ellery was paying the price. The next 2 days were a blur of planning and despair. They fortified what they could, knowing it wouldn't be enough. They rationed their remaining supplies, knowing they wouldn't last. They debated options, knowing none of them were good. Quinn tried to help. For the first time since his panic had gotten Marcus and Lily killed, he threw himself into the work, building barricades, organizing supplies, doing whatever was asked without complaint. Nobody acknowledged it, nobody forgave him, but he kept working anyway. "We could attack the harbor center," Theo suggested on the second night. "Try to rescue Ellery." "With what army?" Odessa's voice was flat. "There are 47 of them. There are 9 of us. The math doesn't work." "Then what do we do?" "We wait," Wren said. Her voice had been dead for 2 days, empty of everything except exhaustion. "We wait, and we watch, and when they come back, we make a decision." "What decision?" "Whether we join them or die." "Those can't be the only options." They're the only options we have. The silence that followed was heavy with despair. Everyone knew she was right. Everyone hated that she was right. "We could run," Jace said finally. "Leave tonight, before they come back. Head north, away from the Flock's territory. Find somewhere they can't reach us. They have vehicles. We'd be on foot in the snow. They'd catch us in a day. Then we fight. Jace." Ren's voice cracked just slightly. "I know you want to help. I know you want there to be an answer, but sometimes there isn't one. Sometimes you're just trapped, and all you can do is survive long enough to find a way out. So we give up? We don't give up. We adapt." She looked around the room at the faces that had become her family. "When the Flock comes back, I'm going to negotiate. I'm going to try to find some arrangement that keeps us alive without making us slaves. It might not work. It probably won't work, but it's the only chance we have." Nobody argued. Nobody had anything better to offer. They waited. The Flock came at dawn on the third day. They rolled up in their trucks, armed and organized, and formed a semicircle around the lodge entrance. Cormac himself was there this time, standing in the morning light with his silver hair gleaming and his smile firmly in place. "I trust you've had time to consider," he said as Ren emerged onto the lodge's deck. "And I trust you've made the right choice." "Where's Ellery?" "Safe. Comfortable. She's been helping our medical staff. Quite talented, your friend." Cormac's smile widened. "She'll be returned to you, of course, once we've reached an understanding." "What kind of understanding?" "A simple one. You join us. You contribute your skills and your labor to our community. In return, you receive protection, food, shelter, everything you need to survive." He spread his hands. "It's a fair offer. More than fair, given the alternatives." Ren looked at the armed men around him, at the trucks that could carry her people away, at the cold, hard reality of their situation. "And if I refuse? Then you're free to go. We won't stop you. But you'll leave without your friend, without your supplies, and without our protection." Cormac's eyes hardened. "The infected are thicker in the forests now. The cold is getting worse. How long do you think you'll last on your own?" "Not long." They both knew the answer. Ren thought about Ellery held hostage in a place she couldn't reach. About Greta reaching for someone who wasn't there. About Callum floating in water that had taken him while she slept. She thought about all the people who were counting on her and all the ways she kept failing them. "I'll join you," she said, "but on one condition." "Name it." "My people are treated as equals, not prisoners, not servants, equals, and if anyone wants to leave, they can leave. No punishment, no pursuit." Cormac considered this. For a moment his mask slipped, just slightly, just enough for Ren to see the calculation behind his eyes. "Agreed," he said finally. "Your people will be welcome members of our community. And if any of them choose to leave," he shrugged, "well, that's their right." Ren didn't believe him, but she nodded anyway because what choice did she have? "Excellent." Cormac clapped his hands together. "Welcome to the Flock. Let's go collect your friend." They loaded into the trucks, all of them leaving the lodge behind with whatever supplies they couldn't carry. The ride to Harbor Center was silent, tension thick in the air. Ellery was waiting at the entrance, guarded but unharmed. She looked exhausted, bruised, but her eyes were still sharp, still calculating. "You came," she said as Ren approached. "I didn't have a choice. You always have a choice." Ellery's voice was quiet, meant only for Ren. "We need to talk. Later. Away from ears." "What did you find out?" "Later." They were assigned quarters, small rooms in what had been the hotel's staff wing, cramped but warm. The Flock's members watched them with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion, new arrivals to a community that had its own rhythms and rules. That night, When the guards had grown lax and the compound had settled into sleep, Ellery found Wren in her room. "They're not what they seem," Ellery said, speaking fast and low. "The flock, Cormac, they're involved in this, more than they're saying." "What do you mean?" "While I was here, I heard things, conversations I wasn't supposed to hear. Cormac was an investor in Kessler. He knew about the outbreak before it happened. Maybe not the details, but enough to prepare. That's why he had supplies, vehicles, weapons. He was ready because he knew something was coming." Wren felt the ground shift under her feet. "He caused this? I don't know. But he knew, and he's been using that knowledge to build his power." Ellery grabbed Wren's arm, her grip tight. "We can't stay here. Whatever he's planning, we can't be part of it. We can't leave either. He has hostages, leverage. Then we find another way. We build connections, find allies within the flock, people who don't believe Cormac's lies. We gather information, find weaknesses, and when the time is right, we what? Fight? With what army? I don't know." Ellery's voice cracked just slightly. "But I know we can't just accept this. We can't become part of something this wrong." Wren looked at her friend, her colleague, her ally, the person who had been beside her since the first terrible day. Ellery was right. They couldn't accept this, but they couldn't fight it either. "We play along," Wren said finally. "For now, we do what they ask, we keep our heads down, and we watch. We learn, and when we find an opening, we take it. We take it." They sat in silence, two women alone in a world that had gone mad, planning resistance against a force they didn't understand. Outside, the snow continued to fall. The infected clicked and keened in the darkness, and somewhere Cormac Rennert was making plans of his own. The game was just beginning. The days that followed were a study in surveillance. Wren and her people were integrated into the flock's operations, assigned tasks, given responsibilities, watched constantly by guards who pretended not to be guards. They ate with the community, worked alongside them, learned the rhythms of life under the shepherd's rule. And they watched. They watched Cormac hold court in the dining hall, dispensing wisdom and judgment with the air of a benevolent king. They watched his inner circle, a group of 6 men called the deacons, enforce his will with quiet efficiency. They watched the other members of the flock, trying to identify who was a true believer and who was just trying to survive. "There are factions," Sabine reported after her first week in the flock's medical wing. "Not everyone trusts Cormac. Some of them remember things he said, things that don't add up. They're scared, but they're also suspicious. Can we use that? Maybe, but carefully. If Cormac finds out we're organizing against him. We're not organizing, we're just talking." It wasn't much of a distinction, but it was something. Quinn worked harder than anyone, throwing himself into every task with desperate energy. He chopped wood, carried supplies, stood guard duty when no one else wanted it. The others still avoided him, still blamed him for Marcus and Lily, but slowly, grudgingly, they began to acknowledge his efforts. "He's trying to make up for it," Jace said one night, watching Quinn stack firewood in the courtyard. "You can see it in his face. He knows what he did." "Knowing doesn't bring people back," Wren said. "No. But it's something." Novalee drew in her journal every night, filling pages with images of the people around her. The flock members who were kind, the guards who watched too closely, the shepherd himself depicted with shadows where his eyes should be. "She sees more than she lets on," Luther observed. "That child understands things adults miss. She's had to grow up fast. We all have." And Odessa disappeared into herself, speaking less and less, watching everything with those cold gray eyes. She worked alongside the others, did what was asked, but there was something building behind her stillness. something dangerous. "She's going to snap," Ellery said privately. "I've seen it before. She's holding on, but barely." "Can we help her?" "I don't know. She doesn't trust anyone enough to let them help." The days turned into a week. The week stretched toward 2, and all the while Cormac watched them with that warm, calculating smile, waiting for them to accept their place in his new world. The escape plan came together slowly. It started with a map, an old hiking map that Sabine found in the flock storage area, showing trails that wound through the hills north of the city. Trails that didn't pass through flock territory. Trails that might lead to freedom. "It's 40 miles to the border of their patrol routes," Sabine said, spreading the map on the floor of Wren's tiny room. "But if we could get a vehicle, get a head start." "They track all the vehicles. Every mile of fuel is accounted for. Then we go on foot. At night in the cold when they don't expect it. We'd freeze or starve or get caught by the infected. We might find somewhere they can't follow." Sabine looked at Wren, her blue eyes determined. "I'd rather take that chance than stay here and become one of his followers." Wren studied the map. 40 miles through frozen wilderness, pursued by a cult that knew the territory better than they did. The odds were terrible, but the odds of staying were worse. "We'd need supplies," she said slowly. "Food, water, cold weather gear, weapons. I can get medical supplies from the clinic. Some of them wouldn't be noticed. And the rest? We accumulate, a little at a time, hide it somewhere they won't look. And then? And then we run." Sabine's voice was quiet but fierce. "We run, and we don't look back." Wren looked at the map, at the trails that wound through mountains and forests and frozen rivers. It was madness. It was probably suicide, but it was also hope. And hope was something they hadn't had in a very long time. "Start gathering supplies," she said quietly. "Tell no one except Ellery and Odessa. What about the others?" "When it's time, not before." Wren folded the map, tucked it into her jacket. "The more people who know, the more chances someone slips. We keep this small until we're ready to move." "And Quinn?" Wren hesitated. Quinn was the obvious weak link, the one most likely to panic, most likely to give them away. But leaving him behind felt wrong even after everything. "He comes with us," she said finally. "But he's the last to know." Sabine nodded. "I'll start tonight." She slipped out of the room, leaving Wren alone with the map and the weight of another impossible choice. They almost made it. 3 weeks of careful preparation. 3 weeks of smuggled supplies and whispered plans. 3 weeks of smiling at Cormac's sermons while their hearts burned with the need to escape. They had food for 2 weeks, water purification tablets, warm clothing, weapons they'd hidden piece by piece. They had a route planned, a rendezvous point established, a window of time when the guards changed shifts and attention was slack. And then Quinn disappeared. It happened on the night before they were supposed to leave. One moment he was in his room, the next he was gone. No note, no warning, no explanation. "He's going to tell them," Odessa said, her voice flat with certainty. "He's going to betray us. We don't know that. We know enough. We need to move, now." They moved, grabbed what they could carry, slipped out of the compound through a service entrance they'd identified weeks ago, ran into the darkness with their hearts pounding and their breath fogging in the freezing air. They made it half a mile before the spotlights found them. "Run!" Wren shouted. But there was nowhere to run. Trucks were converging from multiple directions, armed men spilling out to block every escape route. Within minutes, they were surrounded, weapons pointed at them from every angle. Cormac appeared through the glare of the headlights, his silver hair gleaming, his smile firmly in place. "I'm disappointed," he said. "I truly am. I thought we had an understanding. Where's Quinn? Safe, comfortable. He came to me last night, poor thing. Said he couldn't live with the guilt of betraying my trust. He told me everything. Cormac shook his head almost sadly. You should have been more careful who you trusted. Ren felt the world tilt. Quinn had betrayed them. After everything, after the guilt and the trying and the desperate work to make amends, he'd sold them out. What happens now? She asked. Now you face consequences. Cormac's smile faded, replaced by something cold and hard. I gave you a chance to join us willingly. I gave you every opportunity to prove your loyalty. And this is how you repay me. He turned to his men. Take them to the cells. All except the nurse. She's too valuable to waste. The rest can think about their choices for a while. They were dragged away, separated, thrown into cold rooms in the basement of the harbor center. Ren fought, struggled, screamed. But there were too many of them, too strong, too organized. The last thing she saw before the door slammed shut was Ellery being led in a different direction, her face pale but determined. Then darkness, cold, silence, and the knowledge that she'd failed again. They kept her in the cell for 3 days, no food, no water, no light, just the cold and the dark and the clicking of infected somewhere below, in tunnels that ran beneath the building. On the 3rd day, they came for her. The shepherd wants to talk, said the guard who opened the door. Last chance to cooperate. They led her to Cormac's office, a luxurious room that had once belonged to the hotel's general manager, now decorated with religious imagery and maps of the flock's territory. Cormac sat behind a massive desk, his fingers steepled, his eyes cold. I've been thinking about you, he said, about what to do with someone who would rather run than accept protection. Where are the others? Alive, for now. Their fate depends on you. What do you want? The same thing I've always wanted. Your loyalty, your submission. Cormac leaned forward. But I've come to realize that you're not capable of giving those things willingly. You're too stubborn, too proud. You'd rather die than bend. Then why are we talking? Because I have something you want. Cormac smiled, that warm, terrible smile. Your friends are being held in the basement. Every day you resist, one of them will be given to the infected. The old man goes first, then the child. Ren felt the blood drain from her face. You wouldn't. I would. I have. Cormac's eyes were flat, empty. This is the new world. The old rules don't apply. The only thing that matters is who's strong enough to survive and who isn't. And you think killing innocent people makes you strong. I think protecting my flock requires sacrifice. Sometimes that sacrifice is other people. He spread his hands. It's not personal. It's mathematics. Ren wanted to lunge across the desk, to wrap her hands around his throat and squeeze until the light left his eyes. But the guards were watching, and her friends were in cells below, and there was nothing she could do that wouldn't get them all killed. What do you want me to do? She asked. Publicly renounce your escape attempt, kneel before the congregation and ask for forgiveness. Accept me as your shepherd and pledge your eternal loyalty. Cormac's smile widened. Do that, and your friends live. Refuse, and they die one by one until you're the only one left. And then you die too, slowly, painfully, as a lesson to anyone else who thinks about defying me. The silence stretched. Ren's mind raced, searching for options, for angles, for anything that might give her leverage. One condition, she said finally. Name it. Ellery, the nurse. She goes free. Whatever happens to me, whatever I agree to, she walks out of here. Cormac considered this. Why her? Because she's valuable. You said so yourself. She can help your medical staff, treat injuries, save lives. But she won't work for you willingly, not after this. If you let her go, she'll survive, she'll help people, and someday when all of this is over, she'll remember that you showed mercy. And why would I care about that? Because that's what you want, isn't it? To be remembered as a savior, not a tyrant. Ren held his gaze. Let her go. Let her be the one person you save. And I'll do whatever you want. The calculation behind Cormac's eyes was visible now, weighing costs and benefits, reputation and control. One person, he said finally. The nurse goes free, the rest stay. And they live, as long as I cooperate. As long as you cooperate. Cormac stood, extending his hand. Do we have a deal? Ren looked at his hand, the hand of a man who had caused the end of the world, who had built a cult from the ashes, who would kill everyone she loved if she refused. She took it. Deal. The ceremony happened that night. They gathered the entire flock in the dining hall, 47 people plus prisoners, all watching as Ren walked to the front of the room, knelt before Cormac and recited the words she'd been given. I renounce my pride. I renounce my resistance. I accept the shepherd as my guide and my protector. I pledge my loyalty to the flock now and forever. The words tasted like ash. The flock cheered. Cormac laid his hand on her head like a blessing, and his smile was the smile of a man who had won. Afterwards, they brought Ellery to her. You did this for me, Ellery said. Her voice was raw, broken. You traded yourself for me. I traded myself for all of you. You're just the one I could save. I'm not leaving. Yes, you are. Ren grabbed Ellery's shoulders, forced her to meet her eyes. You're going to walk out of here. You're going to find allies, find resources, find a way to fight. And when you're ready, when you have enough, you're going to come back. Come back for what? To burn this place to the ground. Ellery stared at her. Tears were streaming down her face, but her jaw was set, her eyes fierce. I'll come back, she said. I promise. I know you will. They embraced, brief, fierce, full of everything they couldn't say. Then the guards came, and Ellery was escorted out, and Ren was left alone with her choice. But Cormac lied. They brought Novalee to the courtyard an hour after Ellery left. The child was terrified, clutching Gus, crying for Ren. I said they'd live as long as you cooperated, Cormac said, watching from the balcony above. But cooperation requires proof, and what better proof than sacrifice? You promised? I promised nothing. I said your friends would live, but I decide what cooperation means. I decide what sacrifice is required. He nodded to the guards. Let the infected in? No! Ren fought. She screamed. She killed 2 guards with her bare hands before the others overwhelmed her, pinned her to the ground, forced her to watch as the gate opened and the clicking began. But it wasn't Novalee who was dragged through. It was Quinn. He'd been beaten badly, bruised, bloodied, barely able to stand. The guards threw him into the courtyard and stepped back, and the infected poured through the open gate like water through a broken dam. Consider this your first lesson, Cormac called from above. Betrayal has consequences, even when the betrayer thinks he's doing the right thing. Quinn screamed as the infected reached him. The clicking rose to a fever pitch, and Ren watched, unable to move, unable to look away as the man who had betrayed them was torn apart in front of her. It took a very long time. They took her back to the cells after that, cleaned her up, gave her food and water, treated her almost kindly. The shepherd wants you to understand, said the guard who brought her meal. This is how the new world works. Obey, and you survive. Disobey, and you suffer. Ren didn't respond. She was beyond words now, beyond fear, beyond anything except a cold, hard certainty. She was going to destroy Cormac Rennert. She didn't know how. She didn't know when. But somewhere, somehow, she was going to tear down everything he'd built and watch him burn in the ruins. It was the only thing left to believe in. They released her after a week, put her to work in the medical wing where Sabine had been assigned. Let her see the others. Jace, Novali, Luther, Odessa, Kira, Theo, just enough to remind her what she had to lose. "We're still alive," Jace said during their first allowed visit. "That's something. For now. For now is all we have." He reached out, squeezed her hand. Ellery got out. "That means there's hope." "Hope?" Ren's laugh was bitter, broken. "Hope died with Quinn. Hope died when I watched a man eaten alive for trying to do the right thing. He betrayed us. He thought he was saving himself, saving us maybe." Ren shook her head. "He was wrong. But he didn't deserve that. No one deserves that." They sat in silence, two survivors in a world that had stopped making sense. "What do we do now?" Jace asked finally. Ren thought about Ellery out there somewhere, planning, preparing. About Cormac, confident in his victory, blind to the storm that was coming. About all the people who had died and all the people who might yet die and the terrible mathematics of survival. "We wait," she said. "We watch. We learn. And then we fight." It wasn't much of a plan, but it was something. And in the new world, something was all you had. The weeks passed. Winter deepened. And Ren Torvik, captive of a madman, prisoner of a cult, watched and waited for the moment when everything would change. Ellery was out there, planning, preparing, coming. Until then, there was only survival. One day at a time, one breath at a time, holding on until the storm came. The days in captivity blurred together like watercolors in rain. Gray mornings bleeding into grayer nights, the rhythm of forced labor and enforced obedience marking time in ways that made hours feel like years. Ren moved through the flock's compound like a ghost, performing the tasks assigned to her, speaking when spoken to, eating when food was placed in front of her. Inside, she was screaming. Quinn's death played on a loop in her mind, the screaming, the clicking, the wet sounds of tearing flesh. She saw it when she closed her eyes. She heard it in moments of silence. She felt it like a weight on her chest that never lifted, pressing down until breathing felt like drowning. 17 days since the outbreak began. 17 days since the world ended. And in those 17 days, she'd lost Dash, Harold, Marcus, Lily, Greta, Quinn. 6 people dead, and she was still alive, and some part of her couldn't understand why the universe kept making that particular choice. "You need to eat," Sabine's voice, quiet but insistent. They were in the medical wing, sorting supplies under the watchful eye of guards who pretended not to be guards. "You've barely touched food in 3 days. I'm not hungry. Hunger isn't the point. Survival is." Sabine pressed a protein bar into Ren's hand. "Eat, or you'll collapse, and then you'll be no use to anyone." Ren looked at the bar, looked at Sabine's tired, determined face, forced herself to unwrap it and take a bite that tasted like cardboard and desperation. "Better," Sabine said. "Now listen. I've been talking to some of the flock members, the ones who aren't true believers. There are no true believers, just people too scared to resist. Some of them are more scared of Cormac than others, and some of them have been paying attention." Sabine lowered her voice. "There's a supply convoy leaving tomorrow, heading north to check on some of the outlying communities they've been trying to absorb. It'll be lightly guarded. Most of the security is staying here for some kind of ceremony Cormac's planning." "What kind of ceremony?" "I don't know, but it's got the inner circle excited, which means it's probably terrible." Sabine met Ren's eyes. "This might be our chance. If we can get our people together, slip out during the confusion." "And go where? Ellery's the only one who made it out, and we have no way to contact her." "She'll find us. She knows the area. She knows where we'd go." Sabine's voice was fierce with conviction. "Spirit Mountain, the lodge." If she's planning anything, that's where she'd expect us to meet. Ren wanted to argue, wanted to point out all the ways this plan could fail, all the people who might die, all the reasons why hope was just another word for suicide in this new world. But she thought about Novely, silent and traumatized in the children's quarters. About Jace, trying so hard to be brave while terror ate him alive. About Luther and Odessa and Kira and Theo, all of them trapped here because she'd made a deal with a devil who didn't keep his promises. "Tomorrow," she said. "We move tomorrow." The ceremony was for Quinn. Cormac had decided to make an example of the traitor, to display what remained of his body as a warning to anyone else who might consider defiance. The entire flock was required to attend, gathered in the courtyard where Quinn had died, standing in rows while Cormac delivered a sermon about loyalty and sacrifice and the terrible price of sin. Ren stood in the back, surrounded by her people, watching the monster preach over the bones of a man she'd blamed and pitied and finally understood too late. "Today we remember what happens to those who turn against their family," Cormac intoned, his silver hair gleaming in the morning light. "Today we honor the lesson learned in blood and suffering. And today we recommit ourselves to the path that leads to salvation." The guards were watching the crowd, not the perimeter. The gates were closed but not locked. And somewhere beyond the walls, the convoy was forming up, preparing to leave. "Now," Ren breathed. They moved. Odessa was first, sliding through the crowd like a knife through silk, her axe appearing in her hand with the ease of long practice. She reached the nearest guard before he could react, and then he wasn't a problem anymore. Chaos erupted. People screamed, scattered, crashed into each other in their panic. Ren grabbed Novely's hand and ran, dragging the child toward the gate while Odessa carved a path through anyone who tried to stop them. "There!" Jace was pointing toward the convoy. 3 trucks loaded with supplies, engines running, drivers startled but not yet organized. "The trucks!" They reached the vehicles as the first shots rang out. Ren shoved Novely into the back of the nearest truck, climbed in after her, felt the others piling in around her. Sabine was at the wheel, Luther beside her, and then they were moving, crashing through the gate, tearing down the road away from the harbor center. "They're following!" Theo shouted from the back. He was watching through the canvas flap, his young face white with fear. "2 vehicles, maybe more." "Faster!" Ren called to Sabine. "I'm trying!" The road wound through the city, past abandoned buildings and overturned cars, and the scattered remains of a civilization that had collapsed in days. The infected were everywhere, drawn by the noise, emerging from hiding places to stumble toward the sound of engines and gunfire, and behind them, gaining steadily, the flock's pursuit vehicles. "We can't outrun them," Sabine said. Her voice was tight, controlled. "Not on these roads." "Then we lose them." Ren was scanning the terrain, looking for options. "There, that overpass, if we can get under it into the drainage system, the trucks won't fit." "We abandon the trucks." Ren grabbed Sabine's arm. "Stop under the overpass, everyone out into the drains, we go on foot." Sabine hesitated for just a moment. Then she nodded and wrenched the wheel. The truck slewed sideways, tires screaming, coming to a stop under the concrete overpass. The other vehicles, they'd somehow ended up with 2 trucks during the chaos, pulled up alongside. "Everyone out, now!" They scrambled out of the vehicles, grabbing what supplies they could carry, running for the drainage entrance that gaped like a mouth in the concrete wall. Behind them, the flock's vehicles were approaching fast, headlights cutting through the morning gloom. "Inside!" Ren pushed Novely through the opening, pushed Jace, pushed everyone she could reach. "Move! Move! Move!" The drainage tunnel was dark and cold, water running in thin streams along the bottom. They splashed through it, running deeper into the darkness, while behind them the sounds of pursuit faded and then stopped. "They won't follow us in here," Luther said, breathing hard. "The tunnels are a maze," Even locals get lost. Do you know the way? I think so. There's an exit near the base of Spirit Mountain if the map I remember is accurate. Then lead. They followed Luther through the darkness, guided only by flashlights that threw dancing shadows on the walls. The tunnel branched and split, but Luther moved with surprising confidence, taking turns without hesitation. How do you know this? Jace asked, his voice echoing strangely in the confined space. I was a history professor. I spent 40 years studying this city's past. Luther's voice was steady despite his age, despite the exertion. The drainage system was built in the 1920s, expanded in the 50s. I wrote a paper on it once. A paper? The infrastructure of urban development. Very exciting stuff at faculty parties. Despite everything, the fear, the exhaustion, the grief that hung over all of them, Jace laughed. It was a small sound, quickly suppressed, but it was there. Hope, Ren thought. That's what that sound is. She'd almost forgotten what it felt like. They emerged from the tunnels 2 hours later, stumbling into daylight near the base of Spirit Mountain. The snow had started falling again, thick flakes that covered their tracks almost as fast as they made them. The lodge is up there, Sabine said, pointing up the slope. Maybe a mile. Can everyone make it? Ren looked at her people. Luther was exhausted, leaning on Kira for support. Novali was shivering despite the layers they'd wrapped around her. Theo was limping from a fall in the tunnels, but they were all standing, all alive. We'll make it, Luther said. We've come too far to stop now. They climbed. The slope was steep, the snow making every step treacherous, but they climbed. Past frozen waterfalls and buried hiking trails, through stands of pine that groaned under the weight of ice. Ren's legs burned and her lungs ached, and her mind kept replaying images she didn't want to see, but she kept moving. The lodge appeared through the trees like a miracle. Stone walls and dark windows unchanged since they'd left it weeks ago. No signs of occupation, no signs of the flock. Check the perimeter, Ren said, her voice rough from cold and exhaustion. Make sure we're alone. They checked. They were alone. The lodge was cold. The fire had gone out long ago and the temperature inside was barely warmer than outside. But they had supplies from the trucks, enough to start a fire, enough to make the main room almost comfortable. We made it, Jay said, collapsing onto a couch that had once seemed luxurious, and now seemed like the most comfortable thing in the world. We actually made it. For now, Ren said. She walked to the window, looking out at the snow-covered slope below. Somewhere down there, the flock was regrouping. Cormac was planning his next move, and Ellery, if she was still alive, if she was still free, was out there somewhere, hopefully doing the same. What do we do now? Sabine asked. Ren didn't answer. She didn't have an answer. She just stood at the window watching the snow fall, feeling the weight of leadership settle back onto her shoulders like a shroud. The breakdown came 3 days later. They'd been establishing routines, watch schedules, supply inventories, defensive positions in case the flock found them. Everyone had a role. Everyone was contributing, and on the surface it looked like they were functioning. But Ren wasn't functioning. She was performing. She gave orders because orders were expected. She planned because planning was necessary. She spoke when spoken to and smiled when smiles were required, and all the while the screaming inside her head grew louder and louder until she couldn't hear anything else. On the 3rd day, she went for a walk. I need to check the perimeter, she told Jace, who was on watch. I'll be back in an hour. She walked past the perimeter, past the defensive positions, past the boundaries they'd established for safety. She walked until the lodge disappeared behind her, until the only sounds were the wind in the trees and the crunch of snow under her boots. The overlook appeared without warning, a rocky outcropping that jutted out from the mountainside, offering a view that stretched for miles. Lake Superior sprawled below, gray and cold, waves crashing against a shore that seemed impossibly distant. Wren sat down on the edge and looked at the water. She thought about Callum, about the lake where he'd drowned, smaller than this but no less deadly. About the moment she'd woken up and seen him floating, about the 45 minutes of CPR that hadn't saved him, about the years of guilt that had shaped everything that came after. She thought about Quinn, about his cowardice and his fear and his desperate attempt to make things right, about watching him die while she was helpless to stop it, another person dead because of choices she'd made. She thought about Greta, reaching for someone who wasn't there, about Dash, holding the stairwell so the rest of them could escape, about Harold, giving up his insulin so someone else might have a chance. So many dead, so many lost, and she was still here, still breathing, still failing the people who depended on her. The thought came to her clearly, almost gently. She could stop. Right now, right here, she could simply stop. Step off this ledge, fall into the cold, let the world finally take what it had been reaching for all along. It would be easy. It would be quick. And then the screaming would stop. She leaned forward, the wind tugged at her hair, the water waited below, patient and eternal. Wren. She turned. Jace was standing at the edge of the tree line, his face pale, his eyes wide with fear. What are you doing out here? Thinking. The word came out flat, empty. Just thinking. You're sitting on the edge of a cliff. I noticed. Jace approached slowly, carefully, like she was an animal that might bolt at any sudden movement. He sat down a few feet away, close enough to reach her but not so close that she felt trapped. I used to do this, he said quietly. Sit on edges, think about falling. I know, you told me. I never told you the worst part. He was looking at the lake, not at her. The worst part wasn't wanting to die, it was believing that everyone would be better off if I did. Wren didn't answer. The wind howled around them, cold and sharp. I was wrong, Jace continued. I know that now, but I didn't know it then. I thought I was broken, useless, a burden on everyone around me. I thought the kindest thing I could do was disappear. And what changed your mind? You did. Now he looked at her, his eyes wet with tears that the cold turned to ice on his cheeks. 6 months ago in the ER, I told you I was scared and you didn't tell me to be brave. You told me my fears were real. You listened, and that was... His voice cracked. That was the first time anyone made me feel like I mattered. Jace, I came looking for you when the world ended because you were the only person who ever made me feel like surviving was worthwhile. And if you're thinking what I think you're thinking... He reached out, took her hand. His fingers were cold, but his grip was strong. Please don't, please. I got people killed. The words came out broken, ragged. Marcus and Lily, Quinn, everyone who trusted me. Quinn got himself killed. He made a choice and it went wrong. And that's not your fault. I should have seen it, should have known he would break. How? You're not psychic. You can't see into people's souls. Jace squeezed her hand harder. You've kept us alive for 3 weeks. You got us out of the hospital. You got us out of the flock. Every single person in that lodge is alive because of you. And everyone who isn't? Was lost to something bigger than any of us. You didn't cause this outbreak. You didn't create the infected. You didn't ask to be responsible for people's lives. His voice was fierce now, almost angry. You took that responsibility because no one else would. Because when everything fell apart, you were the one who kept standing. Wren stared at him. This boy, this young man, who had come to her seeking safety, who had followed her through hell, who was now sitting on a cliff trying to save her from herself. Ellery said something to me, Jace continued. Before she left, before you made your deal with Cormac, she said, if anything happens to me, you trust Ren with your life. She doesn't know it, but she's the strongest person here. Ellery was wrong. Ellery was right. She's always right. You know she is. Jace moved closer until they were sitting side by side, shoulders touching. You're allowed to break, Ren. You're allowed to grieve and be angry and want to give up. But you're not allowed to actually give up, not while the rest of us still need you. The wind gusted, sending snow swirling around them. Ren looked at the lake, at the gray water that had seemed so inviting moments ago. It still looked peaceful, still looked like an escape. But Jace was here, and Novalee was at the lodge, drawing in her journal, waiting for the person who had promised to keep her safe. And Sabine and Luther and Odessa and Kira and Theo were all counting on her, all believing that she knew what to do even when she didn't. I don't know how to do this, she said. Her voice was barely a whisper. I don't know how to be what everyone needs me to be. You don't have to know. You just have to keep trying. Jace stood up, offered his hand. Come back to the lodge. Let us help you for once. Ren looked at his hand, at the trust in his eyes, at the future he was offering. Uncertain, dangerous, but still a future. She took his hand. Okay, she said, okay. The walk back to the lodge was silent, but not uncomfortably so. The kind of silence that happens between people who have said what needed to be said, who understand each other without needing more words. When they arrived, the others were waiting. Not obviously, they were going about their tasks, tending the fire, sorting supplies, but Ren could feel their attention, their concern. They'd noticed her absence. They'd worried. We need to talk, Sabine said, appearing at her elbow. About Kessler, about what I haven't told you. Now, it's been weighing on me. And if we're going to fight the flock, if we're going to have any chance of winning, you need to understand what we're really dealing with. They gathered in the main room, everyone except Theo, who'd drawn watch duty. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting warm light over tired faces. I told you about the virus, Sabine began. About the modified rabies, the containment breach, the emotional imprints. What I didn't tell you was how much Kessler knew before it happened. You said it was an accident. The breach was an accident, the risk was not. Sabine's hands twisted in her lap, nervous. The trial was already showing problems. 3 weeks before the breach, we had subjects displaying aggressive behavior, elevated viral loads, neural pathway changes that weren't in the projected models. The research team flagged it. They recommended halting the trial until we understood what was happening. And corporate overruled them. The treatment was supposed to go to market in 6 months, billions of dollars in projected revenue. Halting the trial would have pushed back the timeline, spooked the investors. She looked down at her hands. They knew something was wrong. They kept going anyway. The silence that followed was heavy, thick with implication. Cormac, Ren said slowly. He was an investor. One of the largest. He had a seat on the board. When the research team raised concerns, he was one of the ones who voted to continue. Sabine met Ren's eyes. I don't know if he knew what would happen. I don't know if he understood the risk. But he knew there was a risk, and he chose profits over caution, and then used the chaos to build his cult. He was prepared. That's what I keep coming back to. When everything fell apart, he had supplies, vehicles, weapons, a plan. It was like he knew something was coming. Or he's just paranoid, Luther said. Some people prepare for disaster. Doesn't mean they caused it. No, but it means he knew enough to be ready when everyone else was caught off guard. Sabine's voice hardened. And it means whatever comes next, whatever we do, he's not going to be surprised. He's been planning for this his whole life. Ren absorbed this. added it to everything else she knew about Cormac. His charisma, his ruthlessness, his genuine belief that he was saving the world by dominating it. "Does anyone else know," she asked, "about Kessler's connection to the flock?" "I don't think so. I've only told you." Sabine hesitated. "There's more. In the records I pulled from the facility, there's a list of trial participants, names, addresses, medical histories. If we could find any of them who survived who might have immunity markers." "You said no one survives the bite." "Almost no one. But there's a 0.3% chance of natural immunity, a genetic variation in the ACE2 receptor that the virus uses for cell entry. If we could test survivors, find the ones who have it, we'd know who might survive exposure." Ren's mind was racing, seeing possibilities. "We could take risks we couldn't take before." "Maybe. If we had the right equipment, the right samples." Sabine shrugged. "It's theoretical, but it's something. Something. In a world where everything was constantly being taken away, something was more than most people had." "Thank you," Ren said, "for telling me. I should have told you sooner. I was ashamed." Sabine looked at the fire, her face drawn. "I helped create this. Not directly, but I was part of the system that let it happen. Every day I survived while others died, I wondered if I deserved to. You didn't create the virus. You didn't make the decision to keep the trial going. But I didn't stop it either. I raised concerns and then went back to work when they were dismissed. I could have gone public, blown the whistle, maybe prevented." She stopped, shook her head. "Or maybe not. Maybe it would have happened anyway, and I would have just destroyed my career for nothing. You don't know. No. And I never will. That's the worst part." They sat in silence, survivors of a catastrophe that might have been prevented, carrying guilt for things they couldn't change. "We can't fix the past," Ren said finally. "But we can fight for the future. And right now, the future means stopping Cormac before he spreads any further. How? I don't know yet, but we'll figure it out." She looked around the room at the faces that had become her family. "We'll figure it out together." The planning session started the next day. They gathered every scrap of intelligence they had, Sabine's knowledge of the flock's structure, Luther's memory of the city's geography, Odessa's tactical observations from her time in captivity. Piece by piece, they built a picture of their enemy. 47 people last count, Sabine said, sketching a rough map of the harbor center on a piece of cardboard. But not all of them are fighters. Maybe 20 armed guards, another 10 who can handle weapons if needed. The rest are support, cooks, mechanics, medical staff. Prisoners? Maybe a dozen last I saw. People who resisted, people Cormac wanted to make examples of. She marked locations on the map. They're held in the basement in what used to be the service corridors. Heavy doors, limited access. And Cormac himself? Top floor, the old penthouse suite. He rarely leaves it except for ceremonies and sermons. Ren studied the map, looking for weaknesses, angles of attack. The harbor center was a fortress, multiple entry points, but all of them defended. The flock had superior numbers, better weapons, home territory advantage. "We can't take them head on," she said. "Not with 9 people." 8, Luther corrected quietly. "I'm not much use in a fight anymore." "You're use in planning. Don't count yourself out yet." "What about Ellery?" Jace asked. "She's out there somewhere. If we could contact her, coordinate, we don't know where she is. We don't know if she's even still alive." "She's alive," Jace's voice was certain. "She promised she'd come back. She wouldn't break that promise." Ren wanted to believe him, but promises meant nothing in a world where death came without warning, where the person you trusted most could be gone in the space between heartbeats. "We assume she's coming," she said finally. We plan as if she'll be there when we need her. But we also plan as if she won't. Redundancy. So what's the plan? Ren looked at the map. At the harbor center, crouching on the waterfront like a spider in its web. At all the ways in, all the ways out, all the things that could go wrong. We need more information, she said. We need to know their routines, their patrol schedules, where they're strong and where they're weak. And we need to know what Cormac's planning next. How do we get that? Reconnaissance. Ren met Odessa's eyes. You're the best at moving without being seen. Think you could get close to the compound, observe without being spotted? Odessa's lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. I was doing that for 2 weeks while you were planning your escape. I know their patterns better than they do. Then we start there. Odessa scouts, reports back, and we build our plan around what she finds. Ren straightened. In the meantime, we train. Everyone who can hold a weapon learns to use it. Everyone who can run learns to run faster. We have maybe a week before Cormac decides to come after us. By then, we need to be ready. Ready for what? Ren looked at the map one more time. At the fortress they would have to breach, the army they would have to defeat, the monster they would have to destroy. War, she said. The days that followed were a blur of preparation and tension. Odessa came and went like a ghost, slipping out before dawn and returning after dark with information scrawled on scraps of paper. Guard rotations, supply schedules, the names of flock members who seemed unhappy, who might be turned against their shepherd. There's dissent, she reported on the 4th night. Cormac's been getting more erratic since we escaped, making examples of people who question him. Some of his followers are starting to wonder if he's lost his mind. Can we use that? Maybe. If we can get to them before the attack, promise them safety in exchange for... The sound came from outside. An engine laboring up the mountain road. Everyone froze. Ren grabbed her axe, moving toward the window, heart pounding. The vehicle that emerged from the trees was a battered SUV, snow-caked and struggling. It stopped in front of the lodge, and the driver's door opened, and Ellery Sandoval stepped out into the morning light. Well, she said, looking up at the lodge where guns were now pointed at her from every window. Are you going to shoot me or are you going to let me in? The reunion was chaos and tears and questions that tumbled over each other faster than anyone could answer. How did you find us? Where have you been? What happened after they let you go? Ellery waited until they'd calmed down, then told her story. She'd been released at the northern edge of the flock's territory, pointed toward the wilderness with nothing but the clothes on her back. She'd walked for 2 days, nearly died of exposure, and finally stumbled into a hunting cabin occupied by another group of survivors. 3 people, she said. A couple and their son. They'd been hiding since the first week, avoiding everyone, surviving off stored supplies and whatever they could hunt. They didn't trust me at first, but when I told them about the flock, about what Cormac was doing, they wanted to help. They wanted to survive, and they were smart enough to know that sooner or later the flock would find them. Better to strike first than wait to be conquered. She looked around the room. They're camped about 5 miles from here, waiting for my signal. When we move against the flock, they'll join us. 3 more people. Ren said. That brings us to 12 against 47. Better odds than before. Still terrible odds. I know. Ellery's eyes were hard, determined. But I didn't survive everything I've survived just to hide on a mountain waiting to die. If we're going down, I want it to mean something. Ren looked at her. This woman who had been her colleague, her friend, her closest ally through all of this. Ellery looked different now, harder. The softness that had survived even the worst of the outbreak was gone, replaced by something cold and sharp. What happened to you? Wren asked quietly. After they let you go. Ellery's jaw tightened. The flock caught up with me on the second day, 3 of them on patrol. They said I was supposed to be gone, that I was trespassing on their territory. What did you do? What do you think I did? Ellery's voice was flat. I did what I had to do. Wren didn't ask for details. She didn't need them. Okay, she said, you're back, we're glad. Now help us plan how to take that bastard down. The plan came together over the next 2 days. Phase 1, reconnaissance in force. Odessa and 2 others, Theo volunteered along with Ellery, would approach the harbor center from the north, observe the defenses, and create a distraction if needed. Phase 2, infiltration. While the flock's attention was focused on the distraction, a smaller team would enter through the service tunnels that ran beneath the building. Sabine knew the layout from her time there. She would guide them in. Phase 3, extraction. Free the prisoners. Neutralize key targets. Get out before the flock could organize a response. Phase 4, destruction. Luther had found something in the lodge's storage. Industrial accelerant left over from summer maintenance. Enough to burn the harbor center to the ground if they could get it inside. That's the nuclear option, Wren said. Only if everything else fails. What about Cormac? Jace asked. What happens when we find him? The silence that followed was heavy with implication. He dies, Odessa said flatly. That's what happens. Just like that? Just like that. Odessa's gray eyes were cold, empty. He's killed people, tortured them, fed them to the infected for entertainment. There's no trial for that, no rehabilitation. There's just ending it. Jace looked at Wren, uncertain. Is that... do we just decide to kill someone? We decide to survive, Wren said. And as long as Cormac is alive, he's a threat. To us, to everyone else who's still out there trying to make it. She met Jace's eyes. I don't like it either, but sometimes the only choices you have are bad ones. What about the other flock members, the ones who aren't true believers? We give them a chance to surrender. Anyone who lays down their weapons walks away, but anyone who keeps fighting... Wren shook her head. We can't afford to be merciful to people trying to kill us. It wasn't the answer Jace wanted, but he nodded, accepting it. They were all accepting things they never would have accepted before. The first assault happened on day 22. It was supposed to be reconnaissance. Just observation, information gathering, laying the groundwork for the real attack. But everything went wrong from the beginning. They approached from the north as planned, Odessa leading, Theo and Ellery behind her, moving through the snow like ghosts. The harbor center loomed in the distance, lights glowing in windows, smoke rising from chimneys. Guard rotation in 5 minutes, Odessa whispered. That's our window. They moved closer, closer. Reached the outer perimeter, found a gap in the fence that hadn't been there before. Slipped through into the compound proper. That's when the floodlights came on. Contact! Someone shouted, and suddenly there were flock members everywhere, emerging from hiding spots, cutting off escape routes, weapons leveled and ready. It's a trap! Theo turned to run, but there were already people behind him. They knew we were coming! Odessa didn't hesitate. Her axe was in her hand and swinging before the first shot was fired, dropping a guard who'd gotten too close. But there were too many of them, converging from every direction. Fall back! Ellery was firing now, her borrowed pistol cracking in the night air. Get to the extraction point! They ran. Through the compound, over fences, between buildings. The flock pursued, shots ricocheting off walls and pavement. Theo went down, a bullet to the leg, and Odessa hauled him up, dragged him forward while Ellery covered their retreat. They made it to the fence, made it through the gap, made it into the trees before the pursuit could catch up. But when they stopped to catch their breath, to assess the damage, Wren realized they were 1 person short. Where's Luther? Silence. He was with us, Theo gasped. He was right behind me, and then... I saw him, Ellery said. Her voice was hollow. When they surrounded us, he went the other way, drew them off so we could escape. Then we go back for him. We can't. Ellery grabbed Wren's arm. They're everywhere. Going back now is suicide. I'm not leaving him. He chose this. Ellery's grip tightened. He knew what he was doing. He bought us time to get away. Wren wanted to argue, wanted to run back into that compound and drag Luther out by force. But she could see the flock's flashlights in the distance, could hear their shouts as they organized a search. Luther was gone. Another name for the list. Another person she'd failed to save. They made it back to the lodge at dawn, battered and grieving. Theo's leg wound was bad. Sabine worked on it for hours, extracting the bullet, stitching the damage, pumping him full of the antibiotics they'd been hoarding. He'll live, she said finally, but he won't be walking for a while. And Luther? Silence. No one wanted to say what they all knew. We have to assume he's been captured, Ellery said finally. Or killed. Either way, he's not coming back. Wren sat by the fire, staring at the flames, feeling the weight of another loss pressing down on her. Luther, with his history papers and his dry humor and his endless knowledge of Duluth's hidden passages. Luther, who had guided them through the tunnels, who had remembered things no one else knew. He saved us, Theo said from his makeshift bed. His voice was weak, drugged. When they surrounded us, he said, tell them I died well. Did he? I don't know. I was running. I didn't see. Wren closed her eyes. Another promise she'd have to keep. Another person to remember. We need to move up the timeline, she said. Cormac knows we're planning something. He'll be expecting us to wait, to regroup. We need to hit them before they're ready. We're not ready either. We never will be. There's always another reason to wait, another preparation to make. Wren stood up, her jaw set. The blizzard is supposed to hit tomorrow. Full whiteout conditions according to the weather station we found. That's our window. Attack during a blizzard? Attack using the blizzard. They won't be able to coordinate, won't be able to see us coming. And neither will the infected. The cold will slow them down almost to a stop. We'll freeze too. Then we move fast. Wren looked around the room at the faces that had seen too much death and weren't done yet. Tomorrow night. We go in, we hit them hard, and we end this. And if we fail, then we die trying. Wren's voice was steady. But at least we won't die hiding. No one argued. No one had the energy to argue anymore. Tomorrow, one way or another, it would be over. The blizzard arrived at dusk, howling down from the north like the wrath of a forgotten god. Within an hour, visibility had dropped to near zero, the wind driving snow horizontally across the landscape. Perfect, Ellery said, pulling her hood tight. They won't see us until we're on top of them. They gathered at the lodge entrance. Wren, Ellery, Odessa, Sabine, Jace, Kira, and the 3 survivors Ellery had found. Marcus, no relation to the Marcus they'd lost, his wife Delia, and their son River. Theo stayed behind, too injured to move, armed with a rifle and orders to protect Novalie if everything went wrong. This is it, Wren said, her breath fogged in the freezing air. Everyone knows their role. Stick to the plan, watch each other's backs, and we all come home. And if we don't, then we take as many of them with us as we can. Wren met each of their eyes in turn. I won't lie to you, the odds are bad. But we've survived bad odds before, we can do it again. No one cheered. No one made inspiring speeches. They just nodded, checked their weapons, and stepped out into the storm. The approach was a nightmare. The wind tore at them with frozen fingers, the snow blinding them even through the goggles they'd scavenged. They moved in a line, each person holding on to the one in front, following a route that Luther had mapped before his capture. "Left at the fallen tree," Ellery shouted over the wind, "then straight until we hit the fence." They found the tree, turned left, pushed forward. The harbor center should be close now. They should be seeing lights, hearing sounds, something. Nothing. Just the white void of the storm. "Are we lost?" Jace yelled. "Keep moving." Then, like a ghost materializing from fog, the fence appeared. 12 feet of chain link topped with razor wire, nearly invisible until they almost walked into it. "Cutting team," Wren said. "Go!" Odessa and Marcus moved forward with bolt cutters, attacking the fence while the others formed a defensive perimeter. The wire screamed as it parted, and then there was a gap and they were through. The compound was chaos. Guards were struggling to maintain positions in the blizzard, their flashlights useless in the swirling snow. The power had failed or maybe been cut, leaving the buildings dark except for the glow of emergency lanterns. "Phase 2, Wren said. "Infiltration team, move." She led Sabine and Jace toward the service entrance while the others spread out to cause distractions. The door was locked, but Sabine knew the override code, a 4-digit number that had been used since the building was a hotel. The door opened. They slipped inside. The service tunnels were dark and cold, the air thick with the smell of mold and old concrete. Sabine led them forward, her flashlight cutting through the darkness, following a route she'd memorized during her captivity. "Prisoners should be down this corridor," she whispered. "2 guards usually, but in this storm..." A door burst open ahead of them. A flock member stumbled through, wild-eyed, rifle raised. Jace moved faster than Wren would have believed possible. He tackled the man, knocked the rifle away, and drove his knife into the man's chest before the man could scream. The body slumped. Jace stood over it, breathing hard, blood on his hands. "First time?" Wren asked quietly. "Yeah." His voice was shaking. I didn't think it would be later. Process later." She pulled him forward. "Right now, we move." They found the prisoners 2 corridors later, 12 of them locked in what had been a storage room, guarded by a single flock member who'd clearly drawn the short straw and was huddled by a space heater, trying to stay warm. Sabine dealt with him before he could raise an alarm. Quick, efficient, no hesitation. "Keys," she said, searching his body. "Here." The lock clicked. The door swung open, and a dozen faces looked up at them, gaunt, bruised, terrified. "We're getting you out," Wren said. "Stay quiet, stay close, follow us." They followed. The extraction was almost clean. They made it back through the tunnels, made it to the service exit, made it into the compound proper. The storm was still raging, providing cover, and the distraction teams had done their work. Wren could hear gunfire from multiple directions, could see flames starting to rise from one of the outbuildings. "The fence is that way," Sabine said, pointing. "If we can reach..." The floodlights came on. Not all of them, just enough to illuminate the area around the service exit, to trap them in a cone of harsh white light. "Well, well," Cormac's voice, amplified by a bullhorn cutting through the storm. "The prodigal nurse returns." Wren spun, raising her weapon. Cormac was standing on a balcony above them, surrounded by guards, protected by the building at his back and the storm at his front. "Did you really think you could sneak in here without me knowing?" He sounded almost amused. "I've been watching you since you escaped, tracking your every move. This little rescue mission, I knew about it before you did. Then why let us get this far?" "Because I wanted to see what you would do, how far you would go." Cormac spread his arms. "And now I know. You're impressive, I'll give you that. Brave, resourceful, willing to risk everything for people you barely know. In another world, we could have been allies. In another world, you wouldn't have caused the apocalypse." "Caused it?" Cormac laughed. "I didn't cause this, I just prepared for it. Saw the signs, read the reports, understood what was coming when everyone else was too blind to see. His voice hardened. The old world was dying anyway. All I did was position myself to lead the new one. By killing innocent people? By feeding them to the infected? By making hard choices. The kind of choices you'll never be able to make because you're too weak, too sentimental, too attached to people who would be dead anyway if I hadn't. The shot came from somewhere in the storm. Cormac stumbled, clutched his shoulder, and the bullhorn clattered to the balcony floor. "Go!" Ellery's voice from the darkness. "Move now!" They ran. Through the cone of light, across the compound, toward the gap in the fence. Guards were shouting, shooting blindly into the blizzard, but the storm that had trapped them was now protecting them. They made it to the fence, made it through, made it into the trees beyond. Behind them, the harbor center was burning. The flames Wren had seen were spreading, consuming buildings, lighting the night with an orange glow that penetrated even the blizzard. "Is everyone here?" she gasped, doing a head count. "Is everyone—" "Wren." Sabine's voice was hollow. "Kira." Kira was on the ground, being supported by Delia, a dark stain spreading across her abdomen. Her face was pale, her breathing shallow. "Gut shot," she said almost conversationally. When the lights came on, didn't feel it at first. "We need to get her back to the lodge. Sabine, can you—" "I can try. But without proper equipment—" Sabine's face was grim. "She needs surgery, real surgery, in a real hospital. There are no real hospitals." "I know." Kira reached out, grabbed Wren's hand. "Don't let them carry me. I'll slow everyone down." "We're not leaving you." "You have to." Kira's grip tightened. "The prisoners, the others. Get them to safety, that's what matters." "You matter. Not more than 12 people." Kira managed a weak smile. "Math, remember? Ellery taught me that." Wren wanted to argue, wanted to insist that they could carry her, could save her, could somehow make this right. But Kira's blood was pooling on the snow and the flock's shouts were getting closer and there was no time for impossible choices. "I'm sorry," Wren said. "Don't be." Kira pressed something into Wren's hand. A small bottle, pills rattling inside. "Painkillers for later when—" She coughed and blood flecked her lips. "When Theo wakes up, tell him I said, tell him—" Her eyes closed. Her breath stuttered, stopped, continued weakly. "Go," she whispered. "Please." Wren went. They made it back to the lodge at dawn, the blizzard finally breaking, the sky clearing to reveal a world buried in white. 14 people now, including the freed prisoners, minus Kira, who they'd left in the snow because there was no other choice. Theo was waiting at the door, his face anxious. "What happened?" "I heard. Kira's gone." Wren pushed past him into the lodge where warmth and safety waited. "She saved us. Bought us time to escape." "No!" Theo's face crumpled. "No, she can't be." "She asked me to give you this." Wren pressed the pill bottle into his hand. "And to tell you—" But she didn't know what Kira had wanted to tell him. The words had been lost in blood and snow and the terrible necessity of survival. "Tell him she loved him," Novalie said quietly. She'd appeared at Theo's side, her small hand finding his. That's what she wanted to say. I saw it in her face. Theo looked at the pill bottle, at Novalie, at Wren. Then he turned and walked away, and no one followed him. The aftermath was grief and exhaustion and the slow realization that they hadn't won. They'd just survived another day. The freed prisoners told stories of captivity, of torment, of Cormac's sermons about the chosen and the damned. They told of Luther, who had been brought before the shepherd after his capture, who had refused to beg or plead, who had spat in Cormac's face and been beaten for it. "He's still alive," one of them said, a woman named Grace, middle-aged, voice worn thin by weeks of fear. Or was, as of yesterday. Cormac was keeping him for something, some kind of example. Then we go back. Wren's voice was flat. As soon as we're able. The harbor center is burning. The flock is scattered. Cormac took a bullet. We don't even know if he survived. Then we find out. Wren looked around the room at the faces that had seen too much and still weren't done. Rest, eat, heal. Tomorrow we plan our next move. Which is? Wren thought about Luther, held by a madman. About Cormac, wounded but possibly alive. About all the unfinished business that the blizzard and the fire had only postponed. We finish this, she said. Whatever it takes. That night, Wren found herself on the lodge's deck again, looking out at the darkness. The storm had passed, leaving a sky full of stars and a world covered in white. Jace joined her without being asked. They stood in silence for a while, breath fogging in the cold air. Kira's death wasn't your fault, he said finally. Whose fault was it? The flock's, Cormac's, the person who pulled the trigger. He moved closer, shoulder to shoulder. Not yours. I led them into that compound. I made the plan. If I'd done something differently. You would have failed differently. There's no perfect plan when you're outgunned and outnumbered. Jace's voice was firm. You got 12 people out. You burned half their compound. You wounded Cormac. That's not failure. It doesn't feel like victory. Because victory doesn't exist anymore. There's just surviving. Losing less than you gain. He looked at her, his young face serious. I know you don't believe me yet, but you're good at this, Wren. Better than anyone else we have. And when this is over, when Cormac is dead and the flock is gone, you're going to be the reason any of us are still alive. Wren wanted to argue, wanted to list all the ways she'd failed, all the people she'd lost, all the evidence that she wasn't the leader everyone seemed to think she was. But she was tired. Tired of fighting herself. Tired of carrying guilt that didn't change anything. Tired of being her own worst enemy. Tomorrow, she said. Tomorrow we finish this. Yeah. Jace's hand found hers, squeezed briefly. We will. They stood together in the darkness, watching the stars wheel overhead, preparing for the war that was coming. Morning would bring pain and blood and loss. But it would also bring the chance to end this finally and forever. Wren was ready. She had to be. The morning after the blizzard dawned clear and impossibly cold, the kind of cold that crept into bones and settled there like a permanent guest. Wren stood at the lodge window, watching the sun rise over a landscape transformed. Everything white, everything frozen, everything still. Behind her, the lodge was full of bodies. 23 people now, counting the freed prisoners who had nowhere else to go. They slept on floors and couches and makeshift beds packed together for warmth. Survivors of a battle that had cost them more than they could afford to lose. Kira was gone. Luther was captured. The harbor center was burning, but Cormac was still alive. The radio chatter they'd intercepted confirmed it. Wounded, furious, and already reorganizing his forces. You should rest, Ellery's voice from somewhere behind her. You've been standing there for hours. I can't sleep. Can't or won't. Wren didn't answer. The truth was both. Her body was exhausted, but her mind wouldn't stop racing, replaying the assault, cataloging failures, searching for the moments where different choices might have led to different outcomes. Ellery moved to stand beside her, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. In the pale morning light, she looked worse than Wren had realized. Dark circles under her eyes, a grayish tint to her skin, a slight hunch to her posture that hadn't been there before. Are you okay? Wren asked. Fine, just tired. Ellery's voice was steady, but something flickered in her eyes. We should talk about what comes next. What comes next is we go back. Luther's still in there, and Cormac is wounded and scared and surrounded by people who are starting to realize he's not the Messiah he claimed to be. Ellery turned to look at her. The flock is fracturing. Some of them fled during the fire. Others are questioning whether they should stay. How do you know that? Grace, one of the prisoners we freed. She has contacts inside, people who were loyal to her before they were loyal to Cormac. She's been communicating with them. Ellery almost smiled. Turns out not everyone in that compound wanted to be there. Can we use that? Maybe, if we move fast before Cormac can reassert control. Ellery's expression hardened. He's planning something. The radio chatter mentioned a cleansing, some kind of ceremony to purge the unfaithful. If he's desperate enough to start killing his own people, then we have even less time than I thought. They stood in silence, watching the sun climb higher, casting long shadows across the snow. I need to tell you something, Ellery said finally, about what happened when I was captured. You don't have to. I do. She took a breath. They beat me. Not just interrogation, Cormac wanted to make an example. He had his people work me over for 3 days straight, asking questions he already knew the answers to, breaking things that didn't need to be broken. Wren's chest tightened. Ellery, I'm not telling you this for sympathy. I'm telling you because... She stopped, swallowed. Because I think something's wrong. Inside. I've been having trouble breathing since we got back. Pain in my abdomen that keeps getting worse. And last night I coughed up blood. The words hit Wren like a physical blow. Why didn't you say something? Sabine can't do anything. Not without a hospital, without proper imaging, without equipment we don't have. Ellery's voice was calm, almost clinical. I know what internal bleeding feels like. I've seen it enough times, and I know what it means when it doesn't stop on its own. You don't know that. You could be wrong. I'm not wrong. Ellery met her eyes. I've got maybe a week, maybe less, depending on how bad the damage is. I'm telling you because you need to plan accordingly. Plan accordingly? Wren's voice cracked. You're telling me you're dying and I should plan accordingly? Yes, that's exactly what I'm telling you. Ellery grabbed her arm, her grip surprisingly strong. We have maybe 48 hours before Cormac finishes consolidating power and comes after us. In that time, we need to hit him again. Harder this time with everything we have. And when we do, I need you to be thinking about the mission, not about me. I can't just... You can, you have to. Ellery's eyes were fierce, burning with something that might have been anger or determination or simple desperate hope. I didn't survive 3 days of torture just to die in a bed while Cormac laughs about it. I'm going to finish this. And when it's done, when he's dead and his cult is scattered, then I'll rest. Ellery, promise me. Her grip tightened. Promise me that when the time comes, you'll let me do what I need to do. You won't try to stop me, won't try to save me. You'll let me choose how this ends. Wren wanted to argue, wanted to insist that there had to be another way, that Sabine could find something, that miracles happened even in the apocalypse. But she looked at Ellery's face, the determination there, the acceptance, and she knew that arguing would be pointless. Some choices couldn't be undone. Some damage couldn't be repaired. I promise, she said. Ellery nodded, releasing her arm. Good. Now let's go plan how to kill that son of a bitch. The planning session convened in the lodge's great room where the fire had been built up until the heat was almost oppressive. 23 people gathered in a rough circle, exhausted and scared, but still listening, still hoping. Here's what we know, Wren began, standing before a crude map drawn on cardboard. The harbor center is damaged but not destroyed. Maybe a third of the compound burned in the fire, but the main building is still standing. Cormac is still in command, though he's wounded and his control is slipping. How many flock members are left? Asked Marcus, one of the survivors Ellery had found. Our best estimate is 30 to 35. Some died in the fire, some fled, some are injured and unable to fight. Wren pointed to the map. But they still have superior numbers, better weapons, and defensive positions. A frontal assault would be suicide. Then what do we do? Asked Grace, the prisoner who had contacts inside. We exploit their weaknesses. Ellery stepped forward, taking over. She moved carefully, Wren noticed, as if every motion cost her something. The flock isn't unified anymore. Some of them are true believers, loyal to Cormac no matter what. But others are scared, questioning, looking for a way out. You want to turn them? I want to give them a choice. Before we attack, we reach out to Grace's contacts. We offer amnesty to anyone who surrenders or defects. We make it clear that this isn't about revenge, it's about ending a threat. And for those who won't surrender, they face the consequences. Ellery's voice was cold. We didn't start this war, but we're going to finish it. Sabine raised her hand. What about Luther? The prisoners said he was still alive as of yesterday. Rescuing Luther is a priority, Wren said, but it's not the primary objective. If we can get him out, we will, but not at the cost of failing the mission entirely. That's cold. That's reality. Wren met Sabine's eyes. Luther would be the first to say so. He stayed behind so the rest of us could escape. He wouldn't want us to throw that away. The room was quiet, processing this. Then Jace spoke up. What about the infected? The noise from the assault, won't it draw them? Almost certainly. Wren pointed to another section of the map. That's actually part of the plan. We've observed horde behavior over the past few weeks. They're attracted to sustained noise, gunfire, engines, anything loud and ongoing. During the assault, we're going to create as much noise as possible. You want to bring the horde down on the harbor center? I want to create chaos. The flock can't fight us and the infected at the same time. If we time it right, we can use the horde as a weapon, a way to thin their numbers and overwhelm their defenses. That's insane, someone muttered. That's survival, Odessa said. She'd been silent until now, standing in the corner, her gray eyes tracking every speaker. You use every weapon available, even the ones that might kill you too. The infected will kill us just as easily as them. Then we move fast. Get in. Get the job done. Get out before the horde arrives in force. Wren looked around the room. I'm not going to pretend this is safe. It's not. Some of us will probably die, but if we don't do this, if we let Cormac rebuild, he'll come for us, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next week, but eventually, and next time we won't have surprise on our side. The silence stretched. Then Grace stood up. I lost my husband to Cormac, she said. He questioned one of the shepherd's decisions, just asked a question. Nothing threatening, and Cormac had him beaten to death in front of everyone. Called it a lesson in faith. Her voice shook, but her eyes were steady. I'll do whatever it takes to make sure that never happens to anyone else. So will I, said another freed prisoner, a young man whose name Wren hadn't learned yet. One by one, others spoke up. Agreement, commitment, the desperate courage of people who had nothing left to lose. Then we move tomorrow, Wren said. Get some rest. Eat what you can. Say goodbye to anyone who... She stopped, swallowed. Just say goodbye. The gathering dispersed. Wren stood alone with the map, studying it, trying to see the future in lines and symbols that couldn't possibly capture the chaos to come. You did good, Ellery's voice quiet beside her. They needed to hear that. Needed to believe it was possible. Is it possible? Maybe, maybe not. Ellery shrugged, then winced at the motion. But belief is half the battle. If they go in thinking they can win, they might. If they go in thinking they'll lose, they will. Exactly. Ellery squeezed her shoulder. Get some sleep. Tomorrow's going to be a long day. Wren didn't sleep. She lay in the darkness listening to the sounds of the lodge, breathing, shifting, the occasional murmur of someone talking in their dreams, and tried to quiet the storm in her mind. Ellery was dying. The words kept circling back, refusing to be pushed aside. Ellery was dying, and there was nothing Wren could do about it except watch and wait and try not to fall apart. She thought about all the conversations they'd had over the years, in break rooms and hallways, over bad coffee and worse cafeteria food. Ellery had been her closest friend at the hospital, maybe her closest friend anywhere. The person who understood the weight of the work they did, the toll it took, the impossible balance between caring and surviving. And now she was going to die in a war that shouldn't exist, fighting an enemy who shouldn't have power for stakes that shouldn't have been necessary. You're thinking too loud, Ellery's voice from the darkness nearby. I can hear it from over here. I thought you were asleep. Can't sleep either. There was a rustle of movement, and then Ellery was sitting beside her, their backs against the wall. Want to tell me what's keeping you up? 3 guesses. Ah. Ellery was quiet for a moment. You're allowed to be upset, you know. I didn't tell you so you could be stoic about it. Then why did you tell me? Because you needed to know, because you're the leader now and leaders need accurate information. She paused. And because I didn't want to die without you knowing the truth. Wren's throat tightened. Ellery, I'm not being morbid. I'm being practical. Ellery's voice was calm, matter of fact. I've had a good life, better than most people get, especially now. I've done work that mattered, saved people who might have died without me. And I've had you, the closest thing to a sister I ever had. You're not allowed to talk like this is goodbye. It is goodbye. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon. Ellery reached out, found Wren's hand in the darkness. I need you to promise me something else. What? When this is over, when Cormac is dead and the flock is gone, you keep going. You don't give up. You don't decide that you've lost too much to keep fighting. Her grip tightened. You're the strongest person I know, Wren. Stronger than you think. And these people are going to need you. I'm not strong. I'm barely holding it together. That's what strength looks like from the inside. Barely holding it together over and over until somehow you've held it together for years. Ellery's voice softened. I've seen you at your worst. I've seen you after Callum, after everything your family put you through, after all the times you thought you couldn't go on. And you always found a way. This is different. It's not. The scale is bigger, the stakes are higher, but it's the same thing it's always been, impossible situations that you somehow survive. Ellery squeezed her hand one more time, then let go. Now get some sleep. I mean it. Wren lay back down. She still didn't sleep, but the storm in her mind had quieted to something like a distant rumble. Tomorrow would bring fire and blood and loss. But somehow, some way, she would survive it. She had to. Dawn came gray and cold, the sky heavy with clouds that promised more snow. Wren gathered the assault team in the lodge's main room. 17 people, armed with everything they had, ready to die for a chance at survival. Last chance to back out, she said. No one will think less of you. No one moved. Okay. Wren checked her weapons. Axe at her hip, rifle across her back, knife in her boot. Here's how we move. Team Alpha, Odessa, Jace, Marcus, Delia. You approach from the north. Your job is distraction. Make noise, draw attention, keep their forces focused on you. Odessa nodded, her face expressionless. Team Beta, Sabine, Grace, River. You enter through the service tunnels, same route as last time. Your objective is the prisoners, including Luther. Get them out and rendezvous at the extraction point. And you? Sabine asked. Team Gamma goes in the front door. Wren gestured to herself, Ellery, and 4 of the freed prisoners who had volunteered. We're the main assault. While Alpha creates the distraction and Beta handles extraction, we push into the main building and take out Cormac. That's suicide. That's the plan. Wren met each of their eyes in turn. We know it's dangerous, but Cormac has to die, and he has to die today. As long as he's alive, he's a threat. Not just to us, to everyone who might try to survive in this region. What about the infected? One of the volunteers asked. A middle-aged man named Frank who'd been a trucker before the world ended. They'll come. That's inevitable. Wren pointed out the window toward the distant harbor. The noise from the assault will draw them from all over the city. Best estimate, we have maybe 2 hours before the horde arrives in force. We need to be done and gone by then. And if we're not, then we fight our way out or die trying. Wren shouldered her rifle. Any other questions? Silence. Then let's move. The approach took 2 hours. Careful movement through streets that had become graveyards, past buildings that had become tombs, through a city that had died and refused to stay dead. The infected were everywhere, frozen in place by the cold statues of horror that might wake at any moment. Some of them tracked the survivors with milky eyes, too sluggish to pursue but aware enough to watch. The clicking was constant, a low rhythmic sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Creepy as hell, Jace muttered. He was beside Wren, rifle in hand, his young face pale but determined. Just don't wake them up. They reached the staging area, an abandoned warehouse a quarter mile from the harbor center, and split into their teams. Alpha went north, circling around to their distraction position. Beta went west, toward the service tunnel entrance. Gamma waited. 30 minutes, Wren said, checking her watch. That's when Alpha starts making noise. We move the moment we hear gunfire. Got it! Ellery was leaning against a wall, her face drawn and pale. She was breathing too fast, Wren noticed, and there was a sheen of sweat on her forehead despite the cold. You should stay here. Not a chance. Ellery straightened, forcing herself upright through what was clearly significant pain. I didn't come this far to miss the ending. Ellery, I know what I'm doing. Her eyes were fierce. Let me have this. Let me die on my feet fighting for something that matters. Wren wanted to argue, wanted to order her to stay back, to let someone else take the risk. But she'd made a promise, and Ellery was right. She had earned the right to choose how this ended. Stay close to me, Wren said. If you go down, I'm getting you out. Deal. The minutes crawled past. Wren checked her weapons again, adjusted her gear, tried to keep her mind from spiraling into all the ways this could go wrong. Then, from the north, gunfire. Go, Wren said. They went. The harbor center loomed through the smoke and snow, its walls scorched from the fire but still standing. Guards were running toward the northern perimeter, drawn by the sound of Alpha Team's assault, leaving the front entrance understaffed. 3 guards, Wren counted. Take them quietly. Frank and one of the other volunteers moved forward, knives in hand. There was a brief struggle, muffled cries, and then the entrance was clear. Inside, Wren said. The main building was chaos. People were running in every direction, some toward the fighting, some away from it. Smoke hung in the air from fires that hadn't quite been extinguished. The power was out, leaving only emergency lighting to illuminate the corridors. Cormac's quarters are on the top floor, Ellery said. Penthouse suite. That's where he'll be. Then that's where we go. They pushed deeper into the building, encountering resistance that was disorganized, confused, outmatched. The flock members they met seemed uncertain. Some fought, some fled, some simply stood aside and let them pass. The fire and the assault had broken something in them, shattered the faith that had held them together. The shepherd said we were chosen, one of them shouted, trying to rally a group near the stairwell. The shepherd said, Wren shot him. The others scattered. Stairs, she said, keep moving. They climbed. Second floor, third floor, fourth. The building shook with distant explosions. Alpha Team, creating as much chaos as possible. Through the windows, Wren could see fires spreading across the compound, people running, the flickering shapes of infected starting to gather at the perimeter. The horde was coming. Hurry, she said. Fifth floor. The resistance was stiffer here. Cormac's personal guard, the true believers who had nowhere else to go. They fought with the desperation of men who knew they were dying, and they took 2 of Wren's people with them before the corridor was clear. Frank was dead. So was a woman named Sarah, who had volunteered because Cormac had killed her sister. Keep moving, Wren said, stepping over their bodies. We're almost there. The penthouse door was reinforced, heavy steel designed to withstand assault. Frank had been carrying explosives. Wren retrieved them from his pack. Everyone back, she said. This is going to be loud. The explosion tore through the door, filling the corridor with smoke and shrapnel. Wren was moving before the debris settled, pushing through the gap into the room beyond. The penthouse was luxurious, thick carpets, fine furniture, windows overlooking the harbor. And at the center of it all, seated in a high-backed chair like a king on his throne, was Cormac Rennert. His shoulder was bandaged where the bullet had hit him. His face was pale, drawn with pain and exhaustion, but his eyes were still bright, still calculating, still searching for an angle. Miss Torvik, he said, I wondered when you'd arrive. It's over. Wren raised her rifle. Your cult is finished. Your guards are dead or scattered. There's nothing left to save. There's always something to save. Cormac smiled, that warm, charming smile that had convinced so many people to follow him. Do you know what I've learned in my years as a shepherd? People don't want freedom. They want to be led. They want someone to tell them what to do, what to believe, how to survive. They want to live. That's all anyone wants. No, living isn't enough. They want meaning, purpose, something larger than themselves to believe in. He leaned forward in his chair. That's what I gave them. A story that made sense of chaos. A family when their real families were dead. Hope when hope seemed impossible. You gave them slavery, torture, murder. I gave them survival. Cormac's voice hardened. Do you know how many people are still alive because of me? How many would have died in the first week if I hadn't gathered them, organized them, given them the tools and the structure to endure? And the ones you killed? The ones you fed to the infected for entertainment? Necessary losses, the math of survival. You understand that, don't you? His eyes bored into hers. You've made hard choices, too. Left people behind. Sacrificed the few to save the many. We're not so different, you and I. We're nothing alike. No? Cormac smiled again. Then why haven't you pulled the trigger? Wren realized her hands were shaking. The rifle was aimed at his chest, finger on the trigger, but something was stopping her from taking the shot. It's because you know I'm right, Cormac said. Killing me won't change anything. The world is still dead. The infected are still hunting. Survival will still require terrible choices. He spread his hands. I'm not the enemy, Miss Torvik. I'm just ahead of the curve. You're a murderer. I'm a realist. The only difference between us is that I'm honest about what survival costs. He leaned back in his chair. Kill me if you want. It won't bring back anyone you've lost. It won't make the future any less brutal. All it will do is prove that you're capable of the same violence you condemn in me. Wren's finger tightened on the trigger. He was wrong. He had to be wrong. There had to be a difference between what she did and what he did. Between survival and domination, between hard choices and cruelty. But the gun wouldn't fire. Her hands wouldn't obey. It's okay, Cormac said gently. Some people aren't made for this. Some people are meant to follow, not to lead. Put down the gun and we can talk about... The axe came from nowhere. Odessa had entered through a window, crossing the room in silence while Cormac's attention was fixed on Wren. Her axe struck him in the side of the head, a devastating blow that sprayed blood across the fine carpets. He fell, tried to rise. Odessa hit him again, and again, and again. When she finally stopped, Cormac Rennert was no longer recognizable as human. He was just meat and bone and spreading red, the end of a man who had styled himself a messiah. He's sleeping now, Odessa said. Her voice was flat, empty. He's sleeping the long sleep. She sat down beside the body, her axe across her knees, and began to cry. The aftermath was chaos and grief and the terrible realization that Victory felt nothing like Wren had imagined. They found Luther in the basement, alive but barely. He'd been beaten, starved, subjected to tortures that had broken things that might never heal. But he was breathing, and when he saw them, he smiled. Knew you'd come back, he rasped. Told them you would. Save your strength. We're getting you out. They extracted through the service tunnels, Sabine's team having already cleared the route. Behind them, the harbor center was burning for real now. The fires spreading out of control, consuming everything Cormac had built. And around the perimeter, drawn by the noise and the chaos, the horde was gathering. "Move!" Wren shouted. "Everyone, move!" They ran, through tunnels and streets and the frozen wasteland of a city that had become a graveyard. The clicking was everywhere now, hundreds of infected converging on the sound, stumbling through the snow with relentless hunger. "The vehicles!" Ellery pointed toward the staging area where they'd left 2 trucks hidden in a warehouse. "We can make it." They almost did. The infected hit them 50 yards from the warehouse, a group that had wandered in from a side street cutting off their path. Wren's rifle barked, dropping the closest ones, but there were too many, always too many. "Go around!" she shouted. "Through the alley!" They turned, ran, found another horde blocking the alley. Turned again, ran again, the infected pressing from every direction. "We're trapped!" someone screamed. Then the first truck burst through a wall of undead, plowing a path through the horde. Jace was at the wheel, his face a mask of desperate concentration. "Get in!" he shouted. "Get in now!" They scrambled aboard, over the sides, into the bed, piling on top of each other as Jace accelerated through the swarm. Hands reached for them, teeth snapped at the air, but the truck kept moving, kept pushing, kept fighting toward freedom. They made it to the second vehicle, loaded up, drove like hell through streets that had become a sea of clicking, reaching, hungry death. When they finally broke free of the city, finally reached the road that led up to Spirit Mountain, Wren allowed herself to breathe. They'd done it. Cormac was dead. The flock was destroyed. They'd won. Then Ellery collapsed. "She's bleeding internally." Sabine's voice was clinical, professional, but her hands shook as she examined Ellery. The trauma from her captivity, the beatings, must have caused damage to her liver or spleen. She's been bleeding for days. "Can you stop it?" "Not without surgery, real surgery with equipment I don't have." Sabine looked up, her face gray with exhaustion and grief. "She needs a hospital, and there are no hospitals." Ellery was conscious, barely, her breath coming in shallow gasps. They'd brought her into the lodge, laid her on the best bed they could find, surrounded her with warmth and light and all the comfort they could offer. It wasn't enough. Nothing was enough. "Hey!" Ellery's voice was weak, but her eyes were clear when Wren knelt beside her. "Did we get him?" "Odessa did. He's dead." "Good." She almost smiled. "Told you we could do it." "You told me a lot of things." Wren took her hand, held it tight. You told me I was the strongest person you knew. You were wrong. No, I was right. Ellery squeezed her hand weakly. I've been watching you, Ren. Every crisis, every impossible choice, every moment when anyone else would have broken, you kept going. You kept everyone else going too. I couldn't save you. You couldn't save everyone. That's not the same thing. Ellery's eyes were wet, but her voice was steady. I need you to listen to me. Really listen. I'm listening. You were always enough. The words came out slowly, carefully, as if each one cost her something precious. From the first day, from the hospital, from the outbreak, from all of it, you were always enough. You just couldn't see it. Ellery, I'm not done. Her grip tightened, though her strength was fading. You're going to want to fall apart after this. You're going to tell yourself that you failed, that you should have done something different, that everyone you lost is your fault. Don't. I don't know how not to. Figure it out. For me. For Jason, Novely, and everyone else who's counting on you. Ellery's breath caught and her face twisted with pain. You're going to lead these people to safety. You're going to build something worth surviving for. And you're going to prove, she gasped, coughed blood. You're going to prove that everything I believed about you was true. I can't do this without you. You've been doing it without me for days. You just didn't notice. Ellery's eyes were starting to close. I'm tired, Ren. I've been fighting for so long and I'm just tired. Then rest. Ren's voice broke. You've earned it. Yeah. Ellery smiled, a real smile full of warmth and peace. I have, haven't I? Her eyes closed. Her breathing slowed. And then, between one heartbeat and the next, it stopped. Ren sat beside her, still holding her hand, and watched the light fade from the face of her best friend. They buried Ellery on the mountain, on an overlook that faced the lake. The snow had stopped falling and the sky was clear, and the afternoon sun painted everything in shades of gold and rose. Ren spoke. She didn't remember what she said, something about friendship and sacrifice and the terrible cost of survival. It felt inadequate. Everything felt inadequate. Jace spoke next, then Sabine, then others who had known Ellery only briefly but had been changed by her presence. They talked about her strength, her dedication, her refusal to give up even when giving up would have been easier. When it was over, when the grave was filled and the makeshift marker was in place, Ren stood alone at the edge of the overlook, looking out at the lake. Lake Superior stretched to the horizon, gray and cold and ancient. It didn't care about Ellery, it didn't care about any of them. It just existed, indifferent and eternal, as it had for thousands of years and would for thousands more. Ren thought about all the people she'd lost. Callum, drowned in a lake smaller than this one. Dash holding the stairwell so the rest of them could escape. Greta reaching for someone who wasn't there. Kira bleeding out in the snow. Luther broken by torture but still alive, recovering in the lodge behind her. And now Ellery. You were always enough, the words echoed in her mind. Now go prove it to yourself. She didn't feel like enough. She felt hollow, scraped clean by grief, barely able to stand under the weight of everything she'd lost. But she was still standing, still breathing, still responsible for the people who had survived. Hey, Jace's voice quiet behind her. Everyone's asking what we do next. Ren didn't turn around. What do you think we should do? I think, he moved to stand beside her, looking out at the lake. I think we need to find somewhere permanent, somewhere we can defend, grow food, build something that lasts. The island. Ren remembered the broadcast, the Superior Refuge, the trap that hadn't been real. Barker's Island. It was supposed to be their base, but with Cormac dead. It's up for grabs. It's small, easy to clear and defend, fresh water, fishing, clear sight lines. She turned to look at him. It could work. Then let's make it work. Jace's eyes were steady, determined. For Ellery, for everyone we've lost. Wren looked back at the lake, at the water that had taken so much from her but might also give something back. Tomorrow, she said, tomorrow we start moving toward the island. And tonight we rest, we grieve, we remember why we're still fighting. She turned away from the overlook, away from the lake, away from the ghosts that lived in its waters. The lodge waited behind her, full of survivors who needed leadership and hope and someone to tell them that tomorrow might be better than today. She wasn't sure she believed that anymore, but she could pretend. She could put one foot in front of the other, make the next decision, solve the next problem. That was what Ellery had asked of her, and she wasn't going to break that promise. The night was long and quiet. Wren sat by the fire, surrounded by people who had become her family. Jace was there, and Novaly and Sabine and Luther, pale and weak but alive, and Odessa, silent and still, staring at nothing, and Theo, and all the others who had survived. They talked. Not about the assault, not about the people they'd lost, but about other things. Memories of the world before, jokes that weren't very funny, small moments of connection that reminded them they were still human. Novaly drew in her journal, and when she showed Wren the latest picture, it was all of them together, the living and the dead, standing side by side, looking toward a future that hadn't been written yet. "Ellery's here," Novaly said, pointing, "and Dash, and Luther's wife, and everyone. They're beautiful. They're not really gone. Not as long as we remember them." Novaly looked up at her with eyes that were too old for 9 years. "That's what my mom told me, before she went to sleep." Wren's throat tightened. "Your mom was right." "I know." Novaly went back to her drawing. "I'm going to draw the island next, the place we're going to live." "How do you know about the island?" "I heard you talking, it sounds nice." She added a few more lines. "It sounds like home." Home. Wren rolled the word around in her mind, tried to imagine what it might mean in this new world. Not a building. Buildings could burn. Not a place. Places could be overrun. Something else. Something portable. Family. That was it. Home was the people you carried with you. The connections that survived even when everything else was destroyed. "It will be home," Wren said. "I promise." She wasn't sure she could keep that promise, but she was going to try. The next morning, they began preparing for the journey. The island was maybe 5 miles away, across the city, through infected territory, over a causeway that might or might not be passable. Not far in the old world. An expedition in the new one. "We take everything we can carry," Wren said, organizing supplies, food, water, medical equipment, weapons. Anything that might help us survive the first few weeks. "What about the vehicles?" "We use them as far as we can. When we hit the causeway, we go on foot." They loaded the trucks, packing them with supplies and people until there was barely room to breathe. 21 survivors now, 2 had died in the assault, plus Ellery. Not enough to build a civilization, but maybe enough to start. "Everyone ready?" Wren asked. Nods, murmured agreements. The fear was still there, would always be there, but something else was there too. Hope, maybe. Or just the stubborn refusal to give up. "Then let's go." They drove. Through streets that had become rivers of the dead, past buildings that had become tombs, toward a future that hadn't been written yet. The infected were everywhere, more than Wren had ever seen, drawn by the noise of the assault, converging on the city in numbers that seemed impossible. They clogged the streets, clustered around buildings, stumbled aimlessly through the snow in search of prey. "Jesus," Jace breathed. "There must be thousands of them." "Don't look at them, just drive." They wove through the horde, the truck's engines growling, the infected reaching and clicking and keening as they passed. Some of them were fast enough to keep pace for a few blocks, their hands slapping against the windows, their faces pressed against the glass. Then they fell behind, and new ones took their place, and the nightmare seemed endless. But it wasn't endless. Eventually the road opened up, the infected thinned, and the causeway to Barker's Island appeared ahead, a narrow strip of land connecting the mainland to their future. "Stop here," Wren said. They stopped, climbed out, gathered at the edge of the causeway, and looked at what awaited them. The island was small, maybe a mile long, half a mile wide. There had been a marina once, and a hotel, and the scattered infrastructure of a tourist destination. Now it was empty, abandoned, waiting for someone to claim it. "Home," Novalie said softly. "Almost." Wren checked her weapons. "We still have to clear it." The clearing took 3 days. The infected on the island numbered maybe 200, former tourists, hotel staff, residents who had fled the mainland only to find death waiting here. They wandered the streets and buildings, trapped by the water, too sluggish in the cold to pose much threat individually but overwhelming in groups. Wren organized teams, clearing parties that moved systematically through the island, building by building, room by room. They lost no one, though there were close calls, moments of terror, nights when the clicking seemed to surround them on all sides. But they pushed through. They endured. And on the 3rd day, as the sun set over Lake Superior, Wren stood on the hotel's rooftop and looked out at an island that belonged to them. "We did it," Sabine said, joining her. "We actually did it." "Not yet. We've cleared the island, but we haven't built anything. The real work is just starting." "I know. But this," Sabine gestured at the view, at the lake and the sky and the quiet that had replaced the endless clicking. "This is something. This is a beginning." Wren nodded. It was a beginning. Maybe the beginning of something that could actually last. "How's Luther?" she asked. "Recovering. Slowly. He'll never be what he was, but he'll survive." Sabine's voice softened. "He keeps asking about Ellery." "What do you tell him?" "The truth. That she died fighting. That she went out on her own terms." Sabine met Wren's eyes. "Is that the right thing to tell him?" "It's the true thing. Sometimes that's all you've got." They stood in silence, watching the last light fade from the sky. Below them, the survivors were setting up camp in the hotel, organizing supplies, beginning the endless work of creating a new life. "What happens now?" Sabine asked. Wren thought about all the things that still needed to be done. Fortifications, food supplies, medical protocols, governance, the 1,000 small decisions that would determine whether this community lived or died. "Now we build," she said. "Day by day, piece by piece, we make this island into something worth surviving for. And if we can't, then we keep trying until we can." Wren turned to look at her. "That's what Ellery would have wanted. That's what everyone we've lost would have wanted." Sabine nodded slowly. "You're different now than you were at the beginning. We're all different." "No, I mean..." Sabine struggled for words. "You've accepted something. The leadership, the responsibility. You're not fighting it anymore." Wren thought about this, about all the times she'd tried to avoid being in charge, to let someone else make the decisions, to hide behind her guilt and her grief. That person felt very far away now, like someone she'd known in another life. "Ellery told me something," she said. "Before she died. She said I was always enough, I just couldn't see it." "Do you believe that now?" Wren looked out at the lake, at the water that had taken so much but was also giving something back, a barrier against the infected, a source of food, a chance at something like peace. "I believe I'm going to try to be enough," she said. "Every day. For as long as it takes. That's all anyone can do." "Yeah." Ren managed a small smile. That's what I'm learning. That night they gathered in the hotel lobby, all 21 of them huddled around fires they'd built in steel drums, sharing food and warmth and stories. Luther told them about Duluth's history, the ships that had sailed these waters, the people who had built this city, the resilience that had carried them through hard times before. Sabine explained what she'd learned about the virus, the immunity markers, the emotional imprints, the things that might help them survive future encounters. Odessa sat in the corner, silent as always, but her eyes were present in a way they hadn't been since she'd killed Cormac. Something had shifted in her. Not healed exactly, but changed. And Novaly drew. Page after page, picture after picture, the island, the hotel, the people who had become her family. When she was done, she showed them to Ren. "This is us," she said. "This is home." Ren looked at the drawings, at the careful lines and bright colors, the hope that somehow survived in a child who had lost everything. "Yeah," she said, "this is home." Sleep came easier that night. Not easy. Ren still woke every few hours, still listened for clicking that never came, still reached for weapons that weren't necessary. But the terror had faded to something manageable. The grief was still there, would always be there, but it no longer threatened to drown her. She dreamed of Ellery. They were back at the hospital in the break room, sharing bad coffee and worse jokes. Ellery was laughing at something Ren had said, and the sun was streaming through the windows, and everything was normal and safe and good. "You made it," Dream Ellery said. "I knew you would. I couldn't have done it without you." "Sure you could have, you just didn't want to." Ellery smiled. "But now you know. Now you understand what you're capable of." "I miss you." "I know. I miss you too." Ellery reached out, squeezed her hand. "But I'm not really gone. Not as long as you remember. Not as long as you keep going. I'll keep going, I promise. I know you will." Ellery's smile widened. "That's why I believed in you." Ren woke to morning light and the sound of waves against the shore. For a moment she lay still, feeling the warmth of the dream, the peace that had settled over her. Then she got up, got dressed, and went to see what the new day had brought. The days that followed were hard but hopeful. They established routines, watch rotations, supply gathering, fishing expeditions, the endless work of creating civilization from scratch. The hotel became their home, its rooms and corridors transformed into living spaces and work areas and everything else they needed to survive. Jace emerged as Ren's second in command, his nervous energy channeled into useful work. He organized the younger survivors, led scouting parties, learned medicine from Sabine and combat from the others. The terrified boy from the hospital was becoming a man who might actually be able to lead someday. Novaly started speaking more, full sentences, even jokes, the gradual return of a childhood that had been interrupted but not destroyed. She appointed herself the community's historian, filling journal after journal with drawings and notes about their new life. Luther recovered slowly, his body broken but his mind still sharp. He became their teacher, sharing everything he knew about the region's history, its resources, its secrets. The maps he remembered guided fishing expeditions and foraging parties, helped them avoid dangers and find opportunities. Sabine set up a medical clinic in the hotel's spa, training others in basic first aid, creating protocols for handling injuries and illnesses. She and Kira, who had somehow survived, dragging herself to safety after being left behind, rescued by their people during the assault, grew closer, their bond forged in shared trauma and mutual support. And Odessa remained Odessa, silent, watchful, always on the edge of things. But she was present now in a way she hadn't been before. She attended meals, participated in planning sessions, even smiled occasionally at something Novaly said. She's finding her way, Wren said to Sabine one evening, in her own time. Aren't we all? On the 10th day, Wren found herself alone on the marina dock, looking out at the lake. The water was calm tonight, the waves gentle against the shore. The sky was clear, stars scattered across it like diamonds on black velvet. Somewhere in the distance, a loon called, a sound she hadn't heard since the outbreak, a sign that some things had survived. She thought about everyone she'd lost. Callum, who had started it all. Dash, who had believed in her. Greta, who had loved her unconditionally. Kira, who had nearly died but hadn't. Luther, who was teaching them to remember. And Ellery, who had given her the strength to keep going. They were gone. All of them, some to death, some to the long sleep that wasn't quite death, some to wounds that would never fully heal, but she was still here. Still standing. Still responsible for the people who had survived. You were always enough, Ellery had said. Now go prove it to yourself. She wasn't sure she'd proven it yet, but she was trying. Every day, every decision, every small act of leadership and sacrifice. That had to be enough, for now. Hey, Jace's voice from behind her. It's getting late. I know. Just thinking. He came to stand beside her, looking out at the same water, the same stars. About what? About everything we've been through, everything we've lost, everything we might still lose. Heavy thoughts for a quiet night. Heavy thoughts are all I have lately. She managed a small smile. But I'm learning to carry them. You're doing more than carrying them. He gestured at the island behind them, at the lights glowing in the hotel windows, at the life they were building from the ruins. You're making something that matters. We're making something, all of us together. Yeah, but you're the reason we're together in the first place. You're the one who kept us moving when everyone else wanted to stop. He met her eyes. I told you once that you made me feel like surviving was worthwhile. That's still true, more than ever. Wren's throat tightened. I don't feel like I'm doing anything special. I'm just trying to get through each day. That's what special looks like right now. Getting through each day, helping others get through each day, not giving up even when giving up would be easier. Jace shrugged. Maybe in the old world, special meant something different. But in this world, in our world, it means exactly what you're doing. She didn't know what to say, so she just stood there beside this young man who had found her in hell and refused to let go, and watched the stars wheel overhead. After a while, they went back to the hotel together. Back to the warmth and the light and the people who were counting on them. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but tonight, for just a little while, everything was peaceful, and that was enough. The following week brought the first real test of their new community. A boat appeared on the lake, a sailboat battered and listing, making its slow way toward the island. The survivors gathered on the shore, weapons ready, watching as it approached. Survivors? Jace asked. Could be. Wren raised her binoculars. Or could be trouble. The boat ran aground on the rocky beach and 3 people climbed out. A man, a woman, and a teenager who might have been their son. They looked exhausted, starving, terrified. Please, the man called. We've been on the water for 2 weeks. We don't have anywhere else to go. Wren lowered her weapon. Where did you come from? 2 harbors, north of here. The town was overrun and we took the boat, and we've been sailing ever since, looking for somewhere safe. The man's voice cracked. We heard there might be survivors on the islands. Please, we have a child. Wren looked at Jace, at Sabine, at the others who had gathered on the shore. They'd been alone for so long, isolated, protected, afraid of anything that might threaten the fragile peace they'd built. Taking in strangers was a risk, always a risk. But they'd been strangers once too. All of them had been alone, lost, searching for someone to take them in. "Come ashore," Wren said. "We'll get you food and water, then we'll talk." The relief on their faces was almost painful to see. "Thank you," the woman said, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you, thank you." They led the newcomers to the hotel, fed them, gave them blankets and a warm place to rest. And as Wren watched them eat, watched the child fall asleep against his mother's shoulder, watched the parents sob with relief at simply being safe, she understood something she hadn't before. This was what survival meant. Not just staying alive, but building something that could shelter others. Creating a place where the lost could find refuge. That was what Ellery would have wanted. What everyone they'd lost would have wanted. "We're going to need more boats," Sabine said, appearing at her elbow. "If people are sailing up from the south, there might be others. And more supplies, more beds, more everything. Can we handle it?" Wren looked at the sleeping child, at the parents who had risked everything for a chance at safety. "We have to try," she said. "That's what we do now. We try." The newcomers joined them. Then others came. A group of 4 from the Wisconsin side, a pair of teenagers who had survived on their own for weeks, an elderly couple who had walked all the way from the city on frostbitten feet. By the end of the month, they were 47. By the end of the second month, 73. By spring, over 100 crowded into the hotel and the marina buildings and makeshift shelters they'd constructed on every available piece of land. Wren found herself leading a community, a real community with rules and responsibilities and all the complicated problems that came with people living together. It wasn't easy. There were conflicts, disagreements, moments when everything threatened to fall apart. But there were also good moments, births and celebrations, quiet evenings and shared meals. The gradual building of something that felt almost like civilization. And through it all, Wren remembered Ellery's words. "You were always enough." She didn't know if she believed it, but she was starting to think that maybe, just maybe, believing wasn't the point. The point was trying, every day, every decision, every small act of leadership and sacrifice. That was what Ellery had asked of her. That was what she was going to give. On the anniversary of the outbreak, Wren stood on the hotel rooftop and watched the sun rise over Lake Superior. The water was calm, painted in shades of pink and gold. The island stretched below her, full of people starting their day, going about the business of survival. Children were playing in what had once been the hotel courtyard. Fishing boats were preparing to launch. The smell of breakfast drifted up from the communal kitchen. It wasn't the world she'd known. That world was gone and it was never coming back. But this new world, this strange, terrible, beautiful world was worth fighting for, worth surviving for, worth building something that might last. "Hey," Jace joined her on the rooftop, 2 cups of something warm in his hands. "Coffee, sort of." "Sort of?" "Sabine's been experimenting with substitutes. This one's made from roasted dandelion roots." He made a face. "It's not great." Wren took a cup, sipped cautiously. It wasn't coffee. It wasn't even close to coffee. But it was warm and the intention behind it was kind, and sometimes that was enough. "1 year," she said. "We've survived 1 year. 365 days of not dying." Jace managed a smile. "Is that worth celebrating?" "I think so." She looked out at the lake, at the water that had taken so much but also given so much back. "I think every day we make it through is worth celebrating." "Then happy anniversary." Jace raised his cup in a mock toast. "Here's to another year of not dying." Wren raised her cup too. "To another year of trying." They drank their terrible coffee and watched the sun climb higher, and the new day began. That night, Wren wrote in a journal she'd started keeping, a record of everything they'd been through, everything they'd learned, everything they hoped to become. Day 365. We're still here. I don't know what the future holds. I don't know if we'll survive the next outbreak, the next winter, the next challenge that comes our way. The world is still dangerous, still full of the dead who walk and the living who prey on each other, but I know this. We're stronger than we were. Smarter. More careful. More connected. The people on this island, all 117 of them, have become a family. A strange, broken, beautiful family that fights and makes up and keeps showing up for each other. Ellery told me once that I was always enough. I didn't believe her then. I'm not sure I believe her now, but I'm trying to be enough every day. And maybe that's what she really meant. Maybe being enough isn't about perfection. It's about showing up. It's about making the hard choices and living with the consequences. It's about leading when you don't feel qualified and fighting when you don't feel brave and loving when you don't feel worthy. I'm still learning. I'll probably always be learning. But I'm not giving up. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. For Ellery, for Dash, for everyone we've lost, for everyone we might still save. She closed the journal and set down her pen. Outside, the lake was dark and quiet, the stars scattered across the sky like promises. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. But tonight, for this one moment, everything was peaceful. Wren lay down and closed her eyes, and for the first time in a very long time, she slept without dreaming of the dead. The morning after they buried Ellery dawned gray and cold, the kind of cold that crept into bones and settled there like a permanent guest. Wren stood at the lodge window watching the sun rise over a landscape transformed. Everything white, everything frozen, everything still. Behind her, the lodge was full of bodies. 8 people now, plus the 3 they'd rescued from the flock's prison wing. They slept on floors and couches and makeshift beds packed together for warmth, survivors of a battle that had cost them more than they could afford to lose. Kira was helping Sabine with the wounded. Luther was gone. Ellery was gone. The flock was scattered, Cormac dead, but the victory felt hollow in ways Wren couldn't articulate. You should rest. Jace's voice from somewhere behind her. You've been standing there for hours. I can't sleep. Can't or won't. Wren didn't answer. The truth was both. Her body was exhausted, but her mind wouldn't stop racing, replaying the assault, cataloging failures, searching for the moments where different choices might have led to different outcomes. Jace moved to stand beside her, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. In the pale morning light, he looked older than 19. Dark circles under his eyes, a grayish tint to his skin, a slight hunch to his posture that hadn't been there before the outbreak. We need to talk about what comes next, he said. The island. Wren pointed toward the harbor, barely visible through the trees. Barker's Island. We can see it from here. You mentioned it before. Is it really defensible? Small, easy to clear. Causeway connection means one approach to control. She'd been thinking about it for days, running the logistics in her mind while everything else fell apart around her. Fresh water from the lake, fishing, clear sight lines. And the infected? There'll be some. There's always some. Wren turned to look at him. But it's better than here, better than anywhere else I can think of. Jace nodded slowly, processing. When do we move? Today. As soon as everyone can travel. That fast? The noise from the assault. The horde will be converging. We killed hundreds, but there are thousands more in this city. Tens of thousands, maybe. Wren's voice was steady, clinical. The nurse in her taking over when everything else felt too heavy. Every hour we stay, we're giving them time to find us. Okay. Jace squared his shoulders, trying to look confident. I'll help get everyone ready. He walked away and Wren turned back to the window. Lake Superior stretched to the horizon, gray and cold and ancient. It didn't care about Ellery. It didn't care about any of them. It just existed, indifferent and eternal as it had for thousands of years and would for thousands more. You were always enough. Now go prove it to yourself. Ellery's last words echoed in her mind. She didn't feel like enough. She felt hollow, scraped clean by grief, barely able to stand under the weight of everything she'd lost. But she was still standing, still breathing, still responsible for the people who had survived. That had to count for something. The preparations took 3 hours. They had one functional vehicle, the SUV they'd driven up from Kessler, and supplies enough for maybe a week if they rationed carefully. Medical equipment Sabine had salvaged, weapons, ammunition the fire axe Odessa refused to let go of. 11 people total, 8 from their original group. Ren, Jace, Novaly, Odessa, Sabine, Kira, Quinn, Theo. Plus 3 they'd rescued from the Flock's prison. A middle-aged woman named Delia who'd been captured during a supply run, a young man named Marcus who'd tried to defect and failed, and River, a teenager about Theo's age who hadn't spoken since they'd found her. "Everyone ready?" Ren asked, standing by the SUV. Nods, murmured agreements. The fear was still there, would always be there, but something else was there too. Not hope exactly, more like stubbornness, the refusal to lie down and die. Then let's move. They couldn't all fit in the SUV, so they'd rigged a trailer, an old utility cart from the ski patrol building, piled with supplies and covered with tarps. It would slow them down, but leaving supplies behind wasn't an option. Ren drove. Sabine rode shotgun, her medical bag clutched in her lap. In the back, Jace with Novaly, Kira pressed against the window. Quinn wedged in the middle, looking uncomfortable. The others walked alongside the trailer, weapons ready, eyes scanning the tree line. The road down from Spirit Mountain was treacherous, icy patches hidden under fresh snow, abandoned vehicles blocking sections, and twice they had to stop and clear debris that had accumulated since the outbreak began. Each stop felt like an invitation for disaster. The clicking sound of approaching infected always present in Ren's imagination, even when the forest was silent. "There," Sabine said, pointing through the windshield. "Movement in the trees." Ren slowed the SUV, squinting through the frost-rimed glass. 3 figures stumbled between the pines, maybe 50 yards away. The distinctive lurch, the wrong angles of their movement, infected, no question. "They're not coming toward us," Jace observed from the back seat. "The cold slows them." Sabine's voice was clinical, detached. "Their tissues freeze. Muscles don't respond properly. In another week, if the temperature stays low, most of them will be immobile. And when it warms up, they'll wake." Sabine met Ren's eyes in the rearview mirror. "Spring will be dangerous. One problem at a time." Ren pressed the accelerator, and the SUV crawled forward, tires crunching over ice. They reached the harbor district by noon. Before the outbreak, this area had been touristy. Gift shops selling Lake Superior agates, restaurants advertising fresh walleye, a canal leading to the aerial lift bridge that visitors photographed obsessively. Now it was a graveyard. Abandoned vehicles choked the streets. Shop windows were shattered, contents looted or scattered. Bodies lay where they'd fallen, some frozen stiff, others reduced to gnawed bones by the infected. The smell of decay was muted by the cold, but still present. A sweet, sickly undertone to the clean lake wind. "Jesus," Quinn breathed. He was walking alongside the trailer, shotgun in his hands, still healing from the beating he'd taken when he saved Novaly. "All these people—" "Don't look," Kira said. "Just keep moving." But they all looked. It was impossible not to. Each body had been a person with a name, a family, hopes and fears, and ordinary complaints about ordinary things. Now they were meat, frozen in positions of flight or struggle or surrender. Ren wondered how many had been bitten, how many had simply died of exposure or starvation or violence. The outbreak had killed millions, but so had the chaos that followed. The collapse of infrastructure, the panic, the human cruelty that emerged when society's thin veneer cracked. There, Theo pointed ahead where the causeway stretched across the water toward Barker's Island. That's it. The island was small, maybe 3/4 of a mile long, half a mile wide. Through the morning haze, Wren could make out structures, a hotel complex that had seen better days, marina buildings, what looked like a fuel depot near the water. That's it. Doesn't look like much. It's enough. Wren stopped the SUV at the causeway's entrance. We go on foot from here. The causeway's narrow. If we get trapped in the vehicle, we're dead. They unloaded carefully, distributing supplies among the group, checking weapons, forming a rough line with the strongest fighters at the front and rear. Wren took point, Odessa at her shoulder, the fire axe resting against the taller woman's leg like an extension of her body. Stay close, Wren said. Stay quiet. If we encounter infected, we use melee unless we're overwhelmed. Gunfire will bring more. How many do you think are on the island? Marcus asked. The young man was nervous, eyes darting, but he held his weapon steady. The island wasn't heavily populated before. Marina staff, hotel workers, maybe some residents. A few dozen, probably. Wren checked her own weapon, a handgun Dash had taught her to use in what felt like another lifetime. Most would have fled to the mainland when things got bad. Or they didn't, Odessa said flatly. And they're still there. Yeah, that too. The causeway stretched ahead, a narrow strip of asphalt connecting the mainland to their potential future. The water on either side was dark, nearly black, with chunks of ice floating in the shallows. Cold radiated off the lake like a physical force, cutting through clothing, numbing exposed skin. Move, Wren said. Stay in formation. They moved. The first infected appeared 50 yards onto the causeway. It had been a man once, middle-aged, wearing what remained of a marina uniform. He stood in the center of the road, swaying slightly, his eyes tracking their approach with milky hunger. Behind him, more shapes emerged from the morning mist. 5, 10, 15. That's more than a few dozen, Theo said, his voice cracking. They must have come from the mainland. Sabine was already assessing, cataloging. The noise from the battle would have drawn them. They followed the causeway because it was the path of least resistance. Can we go around? There is no around. Wren raised her hand, halting the group. The causeway is the only approach. The infected were moving now, shuffling toward them with the slow, jerky gait of things that had forgotten how to be human. The clicking started, that wet, rhythmic sound in their throats that haunted Wren's dreams. 15, Odessa counted them with clinical precision. Maybe 18. They're slow, the cold. We can take them, Quinn said, but his voice wavered. We have to take them. Wren adjusted her grip on her weapon. There's no going back. The first infected was 20 yards away now, close enough that Wren could see the frost on its skin, the way its frozen joints limited its range of motion. It reached for them, fingers blackened with frostbite, mouth working soundlessly. Melee only, Wren ordered. Save ammunition, don't break formation. Odessa was already moving. The fire axe swung in a perfect arc, catching the first infected in the temple and dropping it instantly. Before its body hit the ground, Odessa was pivoting to the next, her movements fluid and economical, violence transformed into efficiency. Wren moved beside her, knife in hand. Close work, intimate work, the kind of killing she'd never imagined when she was a nurse in a clean hospital with proper protocols. But the infected weren't patients. They weren't people anymore. They were threats to be eliminated. She drove her knife into an eye socket, twisted, pulled free. The body fell. She stepped over it. The others joined the fight. Jace with a crowbar, swinging wide arcs that kept the infected at bay. Theo with a machete he'd salvaged from the ski patrol building. His teenage bravado transformed into something more genuine, courage born of necessity rather than posturing. Quinn surprised everyone. He'd been a coward for most of the outbreak, freezing when he should move, running when he should fight. But something had changed when he saved Novaly. He fought now with a grim determination, shotgun serving as a club when the infected got too close, his breath coming in ragged gasps, but his hands steady. "Quinn, behind you!" Delia shouted. He spun, brought the shotgun up, fired. The blast echoed across the water, obscenely loud in the cold air, and the infected that had been reaching for him sprayed backward. "I said melee only," Ren shouted. "It was going to bite me." She couldn't argue with that. "Everyone move! Now, before the noise brings more!" They pushed forward, a violent advance across the causeway, leaving bodies in their wake. The infected were slow, clumsy, disadvantaged by the cold. But there were more of them than there should have been, crawling out of the mist like a nightmare that refused to end. Ren lost count of how many she killed. Her arms burned with the effort, her lungs ached from the cold air, her mind narrowed to a single imperative. Keep moving, keep fighting, keep everyone alive. The causeway ended. Solid ground beneath her feet, the island's shoreline, a marina building looming ahead. "Inside!" Ren pointed at the building. "Clear it and regroup." They poured through the marina's front entrance, glass doors that had been shattered weeks ago, furniture overturned, papers scattered across the floor. The building was empty of infected, though the smell of death lingered in the stale air. "Everyone okay?" Ren counted heads as they filed in. "Anyone bitten?" "I'm fine." "Clear." "Okay." The responses came, breathless but alive. 11 people. All accounted for. Ren allowed herself a single moment of relief before her mind pivoted to the next problem. "We need to clear the island systematically, building by building, room by room." She moved to a window, peering out at the structures visible through the dirty glass. "The hotel is the largest. We start there. If there are survivors, that's where they'd be." "Survivors?" Marcus sounded skeptical. "We survived." Ren turned to face them. "So did the flock. So did others we haven't met. The island was isolated when the outbreak hit. If anyone was here and got lucky, they could have held out. And if they're not friendly, then we deal with it." Ren checked her weapon, mentally calculating remaining ammunition. "But we don't assume hostility. Not unless they give us reason." Odessa was already at the door, fire axe ready. "Hotel. Now?" "Now." Ren nodded. "Sabine, stay here with Novaly and River. Keep them safe. The rest of you, follow me." The hotel was worse than the marina. It had been a nice place once. The kind of resort that catered to weekend tourists from the Twin Cities, with a view of the lake and amenities that seemed absurd in the current context. Now the lobby was a charnel house. Bodies lay everywhere. Some had been infected, shot by defenders who'd tried to hold the line. Others bore no visible wounds, people who'd simply died from exposure or dehydration or despair. The smell was overwhelming despite the cold. Decay barely held at bay by freezing temperatures. "God," Quinn whispered. "What happened here?" "Siege, probably." Ren moved carefully through the carnage, checking bodies for signs of recent movement. They held out for a while, then ran out of supplies, or the infected got in, or... She didn't finish the sentence. "Or someone opened the door for them," Odessa said flatly. "Like what happened at the hospital. Like Dash dying in a stairwell so the rest of them could escape." Ren pushed the memory aside. "Clear the ground floor, then we work our way up." They split into teams. Ren with Odessa, Jace with Theo, Quinn with Marcus, Kira and Delia watching their backs. Room by room, they searched the hotel, finding more bodies, more evidence of desperate final days, but no living infected. The dead here had been dead for weeks. Whatever had killed them, the threat was past. "Ren," Jace's voice from somewhere above. "You need to see this." She found him on the second floor in what had been a conference room. Through the window, she could see the rest of the island. The marina, the fuel depot, the residential section where a few houses clustered near the water. And movement. Human movement. "There," Jace pointed. "In that house. I saw someone in the window." Ren squinted, trying to see through the afternoon glare. The house Jace indicated was a 2-story structure near the island's northern tip, set apart from the others by a small yard. Even at this distance, she could see that the windows had been reinforced, the doors barricaded. "Survivors." "Looks like it." Jace hesitated. "Should we approach?" Ren considered. These people, whoever they were, had survived weeks on the island alone. They'd be scared, probably armed, definitely suspicious of strangers. "I'll go. Just me. Less threatening that way." "Bad idea." "Maybe. But we need to know if they're hostile, and I'd rather find out before we try to set up a permanent camp next door." Ren started toward the stairs. "Keep clearing. I'll be back within the hour." "And if you're not, then you're in charge." She said it casually, but saw Jace's face go pale. "Relax. I'll be careful." She wasn't sure if she was lying or not. The walk to the house took 10 minutes, 10 minutes of exposed ground, of watching for infected, of waiting for a bullet that might come from any direction. It didn't come. Ren stopped at the property line, hands raised, clearly visible. "Hello? I know you're in there. I saw you in the window." Silence. Then from somewhere inside, "Who are you?" A man's voice, older, wavering with fear. "My name is Ren. Ren Torvik. I was a nurse in Duluth before the outbreak." She kept her hands up, her body language as non-threatening as she could manage. "I have a group. We just crossed the causeway. We're looking for a safe place to stay." More silence. Ren could imagine the conversation happening inside. Whispered debates about whether to trust her, whether to shoot, whether to simply hide and hope she went away. "How many in your group?" A different voice now, younger, female. 11. "Some of us are wounded. We have medical supplies, food, weapons. We're not looking for trouble." "Everyone says that." "I know, but it's true." The front door opened a crack, revealing a sliver of darkness, and within it the gleam of a gun barrel. "Step closer, slowly. Let me see your face." Ren walked forward, hands still raised, until she was maybe 10 feet from the door, close enough to see the person holding the gun, an elderly man with white hair and a trembling hand. Beside him, a woman about Ren's age, and behind them both, a younger man who looked like he might be their son. "I'm not here to hurt you," Ren said. "Everyone says that too." But the old man lowered the gun slightly. "How'd you survive this long?" "Luck, friends, some skills that turned out to be useful." Ren took a chance, lowered her hands. "We came from Spirit Mountain. Before that, the hospital. Before that..." She shrugged. "The world ended and we're still here. Same as you." The woman stepped forward, studying Ren's face. "You said you were a nurse?" "Pediatric ER, 8 years. Carl has diabetes," the woman's voice cracked. "He ran out of insulin 2 weeks ago. We've been rationing what we found in the hotel pharmacy, but it's almost gone." Ren felt something shift in her chest, the familiar pull of being needed, of having something to offer. "We have insulin. Not much, but some. And a doctor who knows how to manage it." "A doctor?" "Researcher. Close enough." Ren made a decision. "Look, I know you have no reason to trust us, but we're not your enemy. The infected are your enemy. The cold is your enemy. Starvation is your enemy. We're just people trying to survive, same as you." The old man, Carl, looked at the woman. Something passed between them. Some communication too intimate for words. "Okay," he said finally. "Okay, come inside. Meet properly. Then we'll decide." Their names were Carl and Agnes Lindquist, married 43 years, and their son Thomas, who'd been visiting from Minneapolis when the outbreak hit. They'd been on the island for a fishing trip, Carl's annual tradition, and had watched the world collapse from across the water. "We saw the fires," Thomas said, his voice hollow. "Saw the city burn, tried calling for help, but the phones stopped working, tried driving to the mainland, but there were people on the causeway, people who weren't people anymore. We stayed," Carl added, "boarded up the house, ate what we had, then started raiding the other buildings. Most of the hotel guests had fled at the beginning before it got bad. We found food, water, supplies, and insulin. Enough to keep me alive for a while." The old man's hands trembled, from cold, from low blood sugar, from fear. "Your friend, the researcher, she can really help. She can try." Wren was already calculating. Their insulin supplies, Carl's dosage requirements, how long they could stretch their resources if they combined everything. No promises, but she's good. Agnes had started crying at some point, quiet tears that tracked down weathered cheeks. "We thought we were alone. 3 weeks on this island watching the mainland burn, and we thought we were the only ones left. You're not alone." Wren reached out, touched the older woman's hand. "Not anymore." By evening, they'd cleared the island. The hotel was the worst of it. 37 bodies in various states of decay. Most of them dead long before the group arrived. The marina building held another 8. A handful more scattered across the residential area, in cars, in houses, in the water along the shore. But no living infected. The cold had driven them to the mainland or frozen them in place, and the ones they'd killed on the causeway were the only mobile threats they encountered. "It's secure," Odessa reported, returning from her final sweep of the perimeter. "As secure as anything can be." "Good." Wren surveyed the group gathered in the hotel lobby. All 14 of them now, the Lindquists folded into their ragged family of survivors. "We set up here. The hotel has rooms, a kitchen, defensible positions. We can move to the houses later if we need more space." "What about watches?" Jace asked. 2-hour shifts, 2 people per shift. We cover the causeway approach and the water on both sides. Wren pointed to a rough map she'd sketched on hotel stationery. "The sound will carry over water. We'll hear boats coming before we see them." "Boats?" Quinn looked nervous again. "You think there are others out there?" "I think we're not the only survivors in Minnesota, and I think some of them might be looking for the same thing we found. A safe place to wait out the winter." Wren's voice was steady, but her mind was racing through possibilities, most of them bad. "We don't want to get caught off guard." They assigned rooms, the Lindquists together on the 2nd floor, the rescued prisoners clustered nearby. Wren's original group spread throughout the 1st floor for security. Sabine set up a medical station in the hotel spa, its tiled floors easy to clean, its cabinets useful for storage. Novely found a corner of the lobby and began to draw, her pencil scratching against paper with the steady rhythm that meant she was processing something difficult. Wren knelt beside her. "What are you drawing?" The child held up the page. It showed the causeway, the figures they'd fought across it, the bodies they'd left behind. But she'd drawn them peaceful somehow. Eyes closed, hands folded, as if they'd simply gone to sleep. "They were people before," Novely said quietly. "Someone loved them." Wren's throat tightened. "Yeah, someone did." "Is it wrong to kill them?" The question hung in the air, impossibly heavy for a 10-year-old to be asking. "No," Wren said finally. "It's sad, but it's not wrong. They weren't people anymore. Killing them was mercy. for them and for us. Navali nodded, accepting this the way she'd accepted so many terrible truths since her mother died. Okay. She went back to her drawing. Ren watched her for a moment. This child who had lost everything and kept going, who found meaning in pictures when words were too painful, and felt something that might have been hope. Sabine found Ren on the hotel roof at midnight, watching the causeway. "You should sleep," the Finnish woman said. "Can't." Ren didn't turn around. "Too much to think about. The island is secure, the watches are set. There's nothing more to do tonight." "I know." But knowing and accepting were different things. I keep seeing her face, Ellery, the way she looked at the end, like she was relieved. Sabine moved to stand beside her, the cold wind ruffling her braided hair. She knew she was dying, had been dying since we rescued her. The internal injuries from the beating. She stopped, shook her head. "I should have seen it sooner, should have done something." "You couldn't have saved her, neither could I." The words tasted like ash. She knew that. I think she was okay with it. "She told me something while you were planning the assault." Sabine's voice was quiet. "She said you would blame yourself, that you always blamed yourself for everything. She said I should tell you it wasn't your fault. She was wrong. Was she?" Sabine turned to look at her directly. "You didn't beat her. You didn't capture her. You led a rescue mission that succeeded against terrible odds. You got her out. And then she died." "Everyone dies, Ren. That's not philosophy, that's biology. The question is whether the life before death meant something." Sabine's gaze drifted to the lake, silver under the moon. Ellery spent her last days fighting to save people, fighting alongside friends, dying among family. I think she would say it meant something. Ren wanted to argue, to insist that meaning was a luxury none of them could afford, that death was just death and nothing made it easier. But she thought about Dash, holding the stairwell so they could escape, about Luther staying behind to buy them time, about Ellery smiling through pain, telling Ren she was enough. "Maybe," she admitted, "maybe it meant something. Get some sleep." Sabine touched her arm briefly, the closest to affection the reserved woman had shown since they'd met. "Tomorrow we start building something worth surviving for." Dawn came gray and cold, but for the first time in weeks, Ren woke with something other than dread. She found the others already awake, gathered in the hotel's restaurant where a small fire burned in an improvised hearth. The Lindquists sat with Jace and Theo, sharing stories about the island's history. Carl had been coming here for 30 years, knew every building, every dock, every hidden corner. "The marina has kayaks," he was saying when Ren approached, "stored in the back building. And there's a sailboat at the far dock. The owners never came back for it. If you know how to sail." "I sailed in college," Kira said. "A little, anyway. Could be useful. Fishing, supply runs, emergency evacuation if we need it." Jace was taking notes on a scrap of paper, ever the organizer. "What else?" "There's a generator in the fuel depot. Diesel. We've been running it sparingly. A few hours a day for the refrigeration, to keep my insulin cold." Carl's face fell, but the fuel's running low. Maybe another week's worth. "We brought some fuel from Kessler." Ren sat down, accepting a cup of something warm that Delia pressed into her hands. "Not much, but it'll extend your supply. And there's probably more on the mainland if we're willing to look for it. The mainland is crawling with those things. The mainland has resources we need: fuel, food, medicine, building materials." Ren took a sip of the drink, some kind of herbal tea made from foraged plants, bitter but warming. "We can't stay isolated forever. Eventually we'll have to risk it." The conversation continued. Practical matters, logistics, the 100 small decisions that separated survival from death. Ren participated when she was needed, deferred to others when they had better ideas, and found herself slowly relaxing into a rhythm she hadn't felt since before the outbreak. This was what she'd trained for, she realized. Not the violence, not the running, not the desperate struggles against impossible odds. The care, the coordination, the steady work of keeping people alive. She just never expected to do it at the end of the world. Mid-morning brought the first real test of their new community. Quinn found Ren in the marina building, inventorying fishing equipment. "There's a problem," he said. His face was pale, sweating despite the cold. "River's missing." Ren set down the net she'd been examining. "What do you mean, missing? She wasn't in her room this morning. No one's seen her since last night." Quinn was wringing his hands, a gesture Ren associated with his old cowardice, but his voice was steady, concerned rather than panicked. "I've been looking everywhere. She's not in the hotel." River, the teenage girl they'd rescued from the flock. She'd barely spoken since her rescue, moving through the group like a ghost, eating when food was provided, sleeping when others slept, otherwise silent and withdrawn. "She's been through hell," Ren said, already moving toward the door. "The flock didn't just hold prisoners, they used them, broke them. You think she hurt herself? I think we need to find her. Now." They split up, searching the island in teams. Ren took the northern shore where the houses clustered, checking buildings they'd already cleared, calling River's name into the cold air. She found the girl at the island's edge, standing on a rocky outcropping that jutted over the dark water. River was perfectly still, staring at the lake, her thin hospital gown, no one had found proper clothes for her yet, whipping in the wind. "River?" Ren approached slowly, carefully, the way she'd approached suicidal patients in the ER. "River, it's Ren. Can you hear me?" "I hear everything." The girl's voice was flat, empty. "I hear them clicking even when they're not there. I hear the sounds people made in the prison. I hear my own screaming." "I know." Ren stopped 5 feet away, not wanting to startle her. "I know it's loud. I know it doesn't stop. It never stops." River turned her head slightly, enough for Ren to see her profile, young, gaunt eyes that had seen too much. "The shepherd said we were chosen, said the suffering was a test, said if we endured, we'd be worthy. He was wrong." "Was he?" River's lips twisted. "We survived. Doesn't that mean we passed the test?" "No. It means we got lucky and we didn't give up." Ren took a step closer. "There's no test, River. There's no shepherd, not anymore. There's just us trying to stay alive. I don't know if I want to stay alive." The words hung in the air, honest and terrible. "I understand," Ren said. "I've felt that too. When my brother drowned, when everyone I loved seemed to be gone. I wondered if surviving was worth the pain. What made you keep going?" Ren thought about it. Thought about Jace, who'd sought her out in hell because he remembered feeling safe with her. About Novalie, who needed someone to protect her. About Ellery, who'd believed in her even when she couldn't believe in herself. "Other people," she said finally. "I kept going because other people needed me. And then I started to realize I wanted to keep going for myself too." River was quiet for a long moment. Then slowly, she turned away from the water. "I don't know if I can do that. The wanting. You don't have to know today." Ren held out her hand. "Just come back with me, get warm, eat something, see what tomorrow looks like. And if tomorrow looks the same, then we try again, every day, until it looks different." Ren kept her hand extended, waiting. "That's all any of us can do." River stared at her hand for what felt like hours. Then slowly she reached out and took it. Her fingers were ice cold. "Okay," she whispered. "Okay." They established a memorial on the island's highest point, a small rise near the hotel where you could see the lake stretching to the horizon in every direction. Wren carved the names into driftwood herself, one by one, until her hands cramped and her vision blurred. Dashiell Ozog, Luther Greenwald, Ellery Sandoval, Camille Kimura. Everyone they'd lost since the outbreak began. Friends and strangers, people who died fighting and people who died afraid, children and elderly, the brave and the broken. 37 names, Jace said, standing beside her as she placed the last marker. Is that everyone? Everyone we knew. Wren wiped her hands on her jeans, leaving smears of wood shavings. There are thousands more we'll never know. Millions, probably. We can't remember all of them. No, but we can remember these. She looked at the markers, each one a person, each one a story that had ended too soon. That's what matters, that someone remembers. The group gathered as the sun set, all 14 of them standing in a rough circle around the memorial. No one had organized this, it just happened, drawn together by some shared need for ritual, for closure. Wren spoke first because no one else seemed willing. We're here because other people died so we could live. Dash held a stairwell. Luther held a passage. Ellery held on longer than she should have, just to make sure we'd be okay. Her voice caught, but she pushed through. We can't waste that. We can't let their deaths be meaningless. How do we make them meaningful? Delia asked. By living. By building something worth having. By remembering them and by making sure the people who come after us remember too. Jace stepped forward. I want to say something about Luther. He cleared his throat, uncomfortable with public speaking but determined. He knew everything about this city, every tunnel, every building, every piece of history. He loved it here, and he loved sharing what he knew. Even when we were too scared to listen, he'd talk about the ships that used to sail these waters, the people who built this place. Jace's voice cracked. He died so we could keep moving forward. I think he'd want us to keep learning, keep remembering where we came from. Others spoke, about Dash, about Ellery, about loved ones lost in the first days of chaos. Carl talked about friends from the mainland he'd never see again. Novalie held up a drawing of her mother, carefully rendered in colored pencil, and didn't say anything at all. By the time they finished, the sun had disappeared below the horizon and the sky was purple with twilight. Stars were beginning to emerge, more than Wren had ever seen in Duluth now that the city's lights were gone forever. They're still out there, Novalie said suddenly, pointing at the sky. The stars. Even when everything is bad down here, the stars are still there. That's right, Wren said. They don't care about our problems, they just keep shining. Is that good or bad? Wren considered the question. I think it's comforting. No matter what happens to us, the universe keeps going. We're part of something bigger. Something that doesn't end just because we do. Novalie nodded, accepting this the way she'd accepted so many strange truths. I like that. They stood in silence as the stars multiplied, the memorial markers casting long shadows in the moonlight. Day 32 brought the radio. Sabine had been working on the ham equipment they'd salvaged from the church, combining it with components from the hotel's emergency system. Most of her attempts had produced nothing but static, dead air, the silence of a world that had stopped communicating. But that morning, something different came through. Repeat, this is Montana Forward Operating Base Alpha, transmitting on all emergency frequencies. If you can hear this message, we are still operational. We have food, medicine, and secure facilities. All survivors are welcome. Coordinates follow. Wren had been in the medical station when Sabine's shout brought everyone running. It's real, Sabine said, her face flushed with something Wren hadn't seen in weeks. Excitement. A military base, still functional. They're accepting survivors. Montana? Quinn looked at the radio like it might bite him. That's 800 miles from here. More. It's proof that we're not alone. Kira was gripping Sabine's arm, both women practically vibrating with energy. Proof that someone somewhere is organizing, fighting back. Can we respond? Jace asked. Tell them we're here? Sabine shook her head. The transmitter is damaged. I can receive, but I can't send. Not without parts I don't have. So they know we exist, but we can't reach them. They don't know we exist specifically. The broadcast is general. They're hoping survivors will hear it and make their way to Montana. Sabine adjusted the radio, trying to clear the static. The coordinates they gave, it's near Missoula, a university campus, I think. The group fell silent, processing. 800 miles of infested territory, impassable roads, hostile winters, limited fuel, uncertain supplies. An impossible journey by any measure. But at the end of it, safety, organization, the possibility of something like civilization. We can't make it, Thomas said, voicing what everyone was thinking. Not with the elderly, the children, the wounded. We die on the road. Maybe in spring, Marcus suggested, when the weather's better. Maybe. Ren was studying the radio, thinking. Or maybe we don't have to go to them. What do you mean? They're broadcasting on emergency frequencies. That means they want to be found. They want survivors to know they're out there. Ren turned to face the group. What if we're not the only ones listening? What if there are other groups, other survivors, all hearing the same message? There probably are, Sabine said slowly. The broadcast reaches farther than I would have expected. Most of the upper Midwest, probably. So we're not alone. Not just the 14 of us, but hundreds, maybe thousands scattered across the region. Ren felt something building in her chest, not quite hope, but something adjacent to it. We can't all get to Montana, but we can connect with each other, help each other, build something closer. How? Quinn asked. We can't even transmit. Not yet, but we can fix the radio. We can scavenge parts from the mainland, from other radios, from whatever we can find. Ren looked at Sabine. Is it possible? Possible, yes. Easy, no. Sabine was already running calculations in her head. I'd need a specific type of transmitter component. They're common in vehicle radios, emergency equipment, marine communication systems. The marina has marine radios, Carl offered. Old ones, but they might have the parts you need. Then we look. Ren's voice had taken on an edge, the decisiveness that felt foreign to her, but also somehow right. Tomorrow we search the marina, find what we need, get the transmitter working. And then what? Then we reach out. Tell other survivors we're here, that we're safe, that there's room for more. Ren spread her hands. We can't save everyone. But we can save someone, and they can save someone else. And maybe that's how we rebuild. The silence that followed was thoughtful rather than skeptical. Even Quinn, who questioned everything, seemed to be considering the possibility. It's not a bad plan, Jace said finally. It's a start, Ren corrected. That's all any of us can offer. A start. Day 33 was spent tearing apart radios. The marina's communication equipment was older than Ren expected, some of it dating back decades, vacuum tubes and analog components that Sabine handled like religious artifacts. But the parts were there, buried in dusty corners and forgotten storage rooms. By evening, Sabine had what she needed. It will take time to integrate everything, she warned. A day, maybe 2. The components have to be cleaned, tested, calibrated. But I believe it will work. You believe? Theo raised an eyebrow. That's not exactly confidence-inspiring. In science, belief is what you have before you have proof. I believe it will work because the theory is sound. Sabine almost smiled. but I will not know until I try. She worked through the night, Kira by her side, the two of them speaking in low voices over soldering irons and wire strippers. Ren checked on them every few hours, bringing food and coffee, watching the radio slowly transform from scattered parts to something that might actually function. At dawn on day 34, Sabine emerged from the spa-turned workshop with circles under her eyes and something like triumph on her face. "It's ready." The group gathered in the lobby, surrounding the rebuilt radio like it was a holy relic. Sabine positioned herself at the controls, adjusted frequencies, checked connections. "I will start with a simple message," she said. "Our location, our situation, an invitation for contact. If anyone is listening." She pressed the transmit button. "This is Barker's Island, Lake Superior, Minnesota. We are 14 survivors secured with food and medical supplies. If you can hear this message, please respond. We are seeking contact with other survivor groups. Repeat." Static. Silence. The endless hiss of dead air. Then, "Hear you, Barker's Island. This is the Superior Refuge. We're approximately 40 miles north of your position. Please confirm transmission." Ren felt her heart stop. "We confirm," Sabine said, her voice steady despite the tears tracking down her cheeks. "Superior Refuge, this is Barker's Island. We hear you." "Thank God." The voice on the other end was male, middle-aged, exhausted but alive. "We've been broadcasting for 2 weeks without response. Thought we were the only ones left." "How many in your group?" 23. We're at a resort on the North Shore. Secure but low on medical supplies. You mentioned you have medicine?" Ren leaned toward the microphone. "We have a researcher with pharmaceutical training. What do you need?" A pause, then cautiously. "Antibiotics. One of our people has an infected wound. We've been treating it with what we have, but we can help." Ren looked at Sabine, who nodded. "We have a supply. It's limited, but we can share." "Why would you do that?" The suspicion in the man's voice was familiar. The same wariness they'd all developed, the assumption that generosity always hit an angle. "Because we're not enemies." Ren thought about Ellery, about the harsh mathematics of survival she'd practiced. Thought about how those mathematics had kept them alive, but also how they'd limited what living meant. "Because if we're going to survive long-term, we need each other. Isolated groups fail, connected communities have a chance." Another pause, then, "I'm Franklin Chen. I was a history professor at UMD before everything." "Ren Torvik. I was a nurse." "A nurse?" Franklin's laugh was brittle. "We could use a nurse. Hell, we could use anyone who knows what they're doing. We'll work something out. For now, just know you're not alone. We're here. We're listening." "Thank you." The words came out rough, broken. "You don't know what that means. To hear another voice. To know someone else is fighting." "I know exactly what it means." Ren felt Jace's hand on her shoulder, a quiet presence in the chaos. "We'll talk tomorrow. Set up a regular check-in. Figure out how to help each other." "Tomorrow," Franklin agreed. "Tomorrow." The radio fell silent, but the silence was different now, full of possibility instead of emptiness. The infection scare came on day 34. Carl had been complaining of fatigue, of chills, of a general malaise that he attributed to his diabetes and the stress of the past weeks. But when Sabine took his temperature and found it elevated, when she noticed the tremor in his hands and the pallor of his skin, alarm bells started ringing. "It could be many things," Sabine said, pulling Ren aside while Carl rested in his room. "Diabetes causes immune suppression. He could have picked up an ordinary infection, a cold, the flu, something seasonal. But it could also be... I don't see any bite marks. Agnes confirms he wasn't scratched during the causeway crossing, but..." Sabine hesitated. The virus can transmit through blood-to-blood contact. If he had an open wound that came into contact with infected blood during the fighting. Did he? I don't know. He was helping with the bodies afterward, moving them, identifying them. He could have been exposed without realizing. Ren's stomach twisted. They'd established protocols for bites for obvious exposure, but this was different. This was uncertainty, the kind that bred paranoia and turned communities against themselves. What do we tell the others? The truth. Sabine's voice was firm. Anything else will backfire. If he turns, and we haven't warned people, they'll never trust us again. They gathered the group in the lobby, Carl included. His wife Agnes sat beside him, holding his hand, her face a mask of controlled fear. We have a situation, Ren began. She explained what Sabine had told her, Carl's symptoms, the potential for exposure, the uncertainty of the diagnosis. So he might turn, Quinn said flatly. Is that what you're saying? I'm saying we don't know. It could be nothing. It could be something. We won't know for certain until... Ren didn't finish the sentence. Until he dies and reanimates, or until he recovers. What are our options? Jace asked. We quarantine him, watch for symptoms, prepare for the worst while hoping for the best. Ren looked at Carl, who was staring at the floor. Carl, I know this is terrifying, but we've been through worse. We'll get through this too. And if I turn? The old man's voice was steady, resigned. If I become one of those things? Then we handle it. Quickly, cleanly. You won't hurt anyone. You'll kill me. If it comes to that, yes. Ren didn't sugarcoat it. But we're not there yet, and I've seen people survive exposure. The immunity rate is low, but it exists. You might be one of the lucky ones. Carl nodded slowly. Okay. Quarantine. Makes sense. He turned to Agnes. You'll stay away from me, just in case. Like hell I will. Agnes's jaw set stubbornly. We've been married 43 years. If you turn, you can bite me. At least we'll be together. That's not... It's what's happening. Agnes looked at Ren, daring her to argue. Put us both in quarantine. If he's infected, I'm probably exposed too. If he's not, then we're both fine. Either way, we stay together. Ren wanted to object, to insist on proper protocols, to protect Agnes from her own loyalty. But she thought about what she would do in the same situation. What she would have done for Ellery, for Jace, for anyone she loved. Together, she agreed. We'll set you up in a room with everything you need. Check in every few hours, and we'll hope. The hours that followed were some of the longest of Ren's life. She kept herself busy, organizing supplies, checking defenses, planning supply runs to the mainland. Anything to avoid thinking about Carl in that quarantine room, about the mathematics of infection that might be counting down inside his bloodstream. At midnight, she sat with Jace on the hotel roof, watching the stars wheel overhead. What if he turns? Jace asked. Then we deal with it. I know, but what then? What do we tell the others? The superior refuge people when we contact them? By the way, we had an infection and killed one of our own. We tell them the truth, same as we told our people. Ren pulled her coat tighter against the cold. This is the world now. People get infected, people turn. We handle it as best we can and keep moving. It seems so cold, clinical. It is clinical, that's how we survive. Ren thought about Ellery, who had understood this better than anyone. But it doesn't mean we stop caring. We care all the way up to the moment when we have to act, and then we care afterward when we grieve what we lost. Jace was quiet for a moment. Do you think he's immune? I don't know. The odds aren't great. 0.3% immunity rate means if 1,000 people are exposed, only 3 survive. But Carl's still alive, still lucid, still... Carl. If the virus was in him, we'd be seeing more symptoms by now. So there's hope? There's always hope. Ren wasn't sure she believed it, but she said it anyway. That's what we have to hold on to. At dawn on day 35, Carl's fever broke. Sabine examined him thoroughly. Temperature, reflexes, cognitive function, every test she could perform with their limited equipment. By noon, she emerged from the quarantine room with cautious optimism. "I don't believe he's infected," she said. "The fever was consistent with influenza, not KVHG. His symptoms are improving, not worsening, and—" She hesitated. "I found a small cut on his hand that had become infected, ordinary infection, bacterial. The fever was his body fighting that, not the virus. So he's okay? He's sick, but he's not turning. A course of antibiotics should clear the wound infection in a week. He should be back to normal as any of us get." The relief that flooded through the group was palpable. Agnes cried, clutching her husband. Thomas kept saying, "Thank God," over and over. Even Odessa's expression softened slightly. "This is why we can't panic," Ren said, addressing everyone. "This is why we follow protocols, gather information, and wait before acting. If we'd assumed the worst, if we'd acted on fear instead of facts." She didn't need to finish. They all understood. That night was the first truly quiet one since the outbreak began. No zombies on the perimeter, no crises demanding attention, no decisions that could mean life or death. Just people gathered in the hotel lobby, sharing food and stories and the fragile warmth of connection. The Lindquists talked about their grandchildren in Minneapolis. Probably gone, but maybe not. Maybe somewhere surviving like they were. Marcus told stories about his time in the military, before he'd lost faith in institutions and drifted into survivalism. River, still quiet, still damaged, sat in a corner with Novaly, the two of them drawing together, finding communication through pictures when words failed. Ren found herself beside Odessa, who was cleaning her axe with the same methodical attention she brought to everything. "You've been different lately," Ren said. "Since the battle, since killing Cormac." "Different how?" Odessa didn't look up from her work. Calmer, less on edge. "The shepherd is dead." Odessa's voice was flat, matter-of-fact. "He was in my head. His voice, his words, his everything. Now he's quiet. He hurt you before we found you. He hurt everyone he touched. That was what he did." Odessa finally looked up, her gray eyes unreadable. "I killed him slowly. I wanted him to know what it felt like." "Did it help?" "Yes." No hesitation, no regret. "It helped." Ren didn't know what to say to that. The simple honesty of violence, the satisfaction of vengeance, these weren't things she'd been taught to accept, much less understand. "Sabine found medications on the mainland," she said instead. "Some of them might help you. Stabilizers. Things that make the noise quieter." "I know. She told me." Odessa went back to cleaning her axe. "I'll try them. When we're settled. When it's safe. It might never be completely safe. Then I'll try them anyway." Odessa's lips curved slightly, not quite a smile, but something adjacent. "You saved me. In that church. You didn't have to. You could have shot me, covered in blood, acting strange. Most people would have. You weren't a threat. You didn't know that then. You took a risk." Odessa set down her axe, finally giving Ren her full attention. "I don't forget things like that. People who help when they don't have to. People who see someone broken and try to fix them instead of throwing them away. I didn't fix you. No. But you gave me a place where fixing was possible." Odessa stood, axe in hand, and walked toward her assigned watch position. "That's not nothing." Ren watched her go, this strange, violent, damaged woman who had become something like family. That's not nothing. It wasn't. It really wasn't. The days that followed blurred together, a rhythm of work and rest, planning and execution. The slow construction of something that might actually last. They reinforced the causeway defenses, established fishing routines that kept fresh protein coming in, contacted the Superior Refuge again and arranged a supply exchange, antibiotics for their wounded, fuel and seeds for Barker's Island. 3 more survivor groups made contact over the following weeks, scattered across the region. A family of 4 holed up in a fire station near 2 harbors. A group of former National Guard soldiers who'd established a compound in Wisconsin. A college professor and her students who'd fortified a church in the city's West End. Not everyone was friendly. One group, broadcasting from somewhere to the south, made demands instead of requests. Give us your supplies or we'll take them. Wren ignored their threats and focused on building relationships with the reasonable survivors. The ones who understood that cooperation was the only path forward. By the end of the first month, their population had doubled. Newcomers arrived by boat, by foot, by any means they could manage, drawn by the radio broadcasts, by word of mouth, by the simple, desperate hope that someone somewhere had answers. Wren didn't have answers. None of them did. But she had structure, protocols, the hard-won wisdom of a month of survival. She had people who'd fought beside her, died for each other, refused to give up even when giving up would have been easier. She had Jace, who'd grown from a terrified teenager into something like a competent adult. Novalee, who'd started speaking in full sentences again, who'd befriended River and slowly coaxed the older girl back from the edge. Quinn, who'd faced his cowardice and come out the other side, not fearless but functional. Kira and Sabine, whose quiet partnership had become the medical backbone of their growing community. Odessa, whose violence had become controlled, purposeful, an asset rather than a liability. Even the newcomers brought gifts, skills and knowledge, hands to work, spirits that hadn't been completely broken by the horrors they'd witnessed. It wasn't civilization, it wasn't the world that had been. But it was something. 3 months after the outbreak, Wren stood on the hotel roof and watched the first real thaw of spring begin. The ice on the lake was breaking up, massive sheets groaning and cracking as the water beneath warmed. The snow that had buried everything for months was retreating, revealing the brown earth beneath, the dormant plants waiting to grow again. And with the warmth came the dead. They'd been frozen since January, thousands of them locked in place by temperatures that dropped well below 0. But now the temperatures were climbing, the ice was melting, and the infected were beginning to stir. The perimeter guards spotted movement on the mainland, Jace reported, joining her on the roof. At least 50, maybe more. They're slow, still half frozen, but they're moving. We expected this. Wren had been preparing for weeks, drilling the community in defensive procedures, stockpiling weapons and ammunition, reinforcing the causeway barricades. When will they reach the crossing? 2 days if they maintain current speed. Could be sooner if the weather warms faster. Alert all teams. Double the watches. No one goes to the mainland unless absolutely necessary. Wren was already running scenarios in her head, fallback positions, evacuation routes, last stand locations. And contact the Superior Refuge. If we need backup, they're closest. You think it'll come to that? I think we prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Same as always. The battle came on the 3rd day of the thaw. A horde of over 100 infected converged on the causeway, drawn by sound or instinct or simple random movement. They came in waves, stumbling through the shallows where the ice had melted, clambering over the barricades, reaching and clicking and keening with that terrible sound. Wren fought beside her people, no longer the reluctant survivor who'd hidden behind others, but a leader who stood at the front. She'd learned to shoot in the months since Dash had first placed a gun in her hands. Not well, but well enough. She'd learned to move, to take cover, to lead from example rather than instruction. They held the causeway. Barely. When the last infected fell and the silence returned, Wren looked at her community. Bloody, exhausted, missing 2 members who hadn't survived the assault, and felt something she hadn't expected. Pride. Not in herself, but in them. In what they'd built, what they'd become. "Wren?" Jace was at her side, rifle still smoking. "You okay?" "Yeah." She was surprised to realize it was true. "Yeah, I think I am." Summer came. The island had transformed in the months since their arrival. Gardens planted and tended, buildings repaired, systems established for everything from water purification to waste disposal. Their population had grown to over 40, absorbed from surrounding communities that chose to merge rather than struggle alone. The Minnesota Forward Operating Base had stopped broadcasting in April. No one knew why, whether they'd been overrun or simply moved on. But other voices had taken its place. Other communities rising from the ashes, forming the loose network of survivors that might someday become something more. Wren thought about the future more than she used to. Not just survival, actual future with plans and hopes and possibilities. Children were being born into their community, relationships were forming. People were starting to talk about things beyond mere existence. Education, governance, culture. It wasn't the world that had been. It never would be. But it was a world, and they were building it together. On a warm July morning, Wren found herself at the dock, looking out at the lake. Lake Superior stretched to the horizon, blue and vast and ancient. The water was still cold. It always would be. But the sun was warm on her face, and the breeze carried the smell of pine and flowers instead of death. "Hey," Jace appeared beside her, shrugging off his jacket. "You've been staring at the water for an hour. Something wrong?" "Nothing's wrong." Wren was surprised to realize it was true. "I was just thinking about Callum, who drowned in water like this 20 years ago. About all the nightmares she'd had, all the guilt she'd carried, all the ways that one terrible moment had shaped everything that came after. About Ellery, who'd told her she was enough. About Dash, who'd given his life so she could keep living. About all the people she'd failed and all the people she'd saved, and how the math never quite balanced. Never would quite balance, but maybe that wasn't the point. "I was thinking," Wren said slowly, "about going for a swim." Jace stared at her. "A swim? You? Me? You hate water. You told me, your brother. I know what I told you." Wren started unlacing her boots. "And I was telling the truth. But I've been carrying that fear for 20 years. I've let it control me, define me, and I'm tired of it. Wren, you don't have to prove anything. I know I don't have to, I want to." She stripped off her socks, her jacket, stood in shorts and t-shirt at the edge of the dock. "I want to know what it feels like, to get in the water and not be afraid." Jace was quiet for a moment. Then he started unlacing his own boots. "What are you doing?" "Coming with you." He kicked off his shoes, pulled his shirt over his head. "You think I'm letting you face this alone?" Wren felt tears prick her eyes. "You don't swim either. I can learn. We both can." Jace stood beside her, looking out at the water. Together. Together. She reached for his hand, found it waiting for her. They stood at the edge, the lake stretching before them, cold and vast and completely indifferent to their fears. "Ready?" Jace asked. "No." Wren took a breath. "Let's go anyway." They jumped. The cold hit like a fist, driving the air from her lungs, shocking her system into something primal and alive. For a moment she was drowning, Callum drowning, everyone she'd ever lost drowning in that endless cold water. Then her head broke the surface, and she gasped, and she was alive, treading water, the sun warm on her face despite the cold gripping her body. Jace surfaced beside her, sputtering and laughing. Jesus, that's freezing. I know! Ren was laughing too, the sound strange and foreign in her ears. When had she last laughed like this? Before the outbreak? Before Callum? Maybe never. She floated on her back, letting the water hold her weight. The sky was blue above her, endless blue, and the cold didn't hurt anymore. It just was, a fact of existence, part of the world she'd chosen to keep living in. On the dock, Novalee had appeared, sketchbook in hand. She was drawing them. Ren could see her pencil moving, capturing the moment in lines and shadows. What does it feel like? Jace asked, treading water beside her. Cold. Ren considered the question. And free. I don't know how else to describe it. Free? I've been scared of water since I was 27, since Callum drowned and I couldn't save him. I've avoided lakes, pools, even bathtubs that were too full. She felt the truth of it as she spoke, the way the fear had shaped her, constrained her. And now I'm here, in the water, and I'm okay. You're okay, Jace agreed. You really are. She splashed him. He splashed her back. On the dock, Novalee's pencil kept moving, adding waves and sunlight and the figures of two people who had survived the end of the world. The lake doesn't care if you're afraid, Ren said, the words coming from somewhere deep, somewhere true. It doesn't care if you're guilty, it just holds you up if you let it. Jace looked at her for a long moment. Then he smiled, not the nervous smile she'd first seen in the hospital, but something genuine, warm, earned. You sound like Ellery, he said. Maybe. Ren thought about her friend, her mentor, the woman who'd seen her clearly when she couldn't see herself. Maybe that's not such a bad thing. They floated in the cold water, held up by something vast and ancient and indifferent, and the sun shone down on them, and somewhere on the shore a child drew their survival into pictures that would last. That evening the community gathered for dinner as they did every night, a ritual that had become as important as the meals themselves. 43 people now seated at long tables in the hotel's restaurant. Children too young to remember the old world played under the tables while adults passed dishes and shared the day's news. The radio crackled in the corner, a constant reminder that they weren't alone, that other communities existed, that the network of survivors was growing stronger every day. Ren sat at the head of her table, flanked by Jace and Novalee, watching her strange, broken, beautiful family. Sabine was explaining something scientific to a rapt audience of teenagers. Kira was demonstrating stretches to an elderly woman with a bad hip. Quinn was telling a story that made his table mates laugh. Actually laugh, freely and openly, as if laughter was still possible after everything. Odessa sat apart as she always did, but her eyes tracked the room with something that might have been contentment. She'd been taking the medications Sabine had found, and while she was still strange, still damaged, she was also more present than she'd been, more herself, or at least more the self she was becoming. River sat with Novalee, the two of them sharing a sketchbook, trading drawings back and forth. River was talking now. Not much, not often, but real words, real communication. She'd started helping with the children, finding purpose in their simple needs. Carl and Agnes Lindquist held court at their own table, surrounded by newcomers who wanted to hear about the island's early days. Carl's diabetes was managed, his spirits recovered, his gratitude to Ren expressed daily in small kindnesses. Looking at them all, Ren felt something she'd forgotten was possible. Not happiness, exactly. Happiness seemed too simple a word for this moment, this feeling. Something more like peace, acceptance, the recognition that this was enough, that these people, this place, this fragile future they were building together was worth everything they'd lost to get here. You're smiling, Jace observed. That's creepy. Shut up. But she didn't stop smiling. I was just thinking. About what? About Ellery. about what she said to me at the end. Ren's eyes drifted to the window, to the lake visible beyond, silver in the twilight. She said I was always enough, that I just couldn't see it. Was she right? Ren considered the question, considered all the people she'd failed to save, all the mistakes she'd made, all the ways her guilt had controlled her and limited her and tried to destroy her. But also, all the people who were alive because she'd kept going, all the decisions she'd made that had turned out right, all the moments when she'd stepped up even though she was terrified, led even though she wasn't sure, protected even though she knew she might fail. Maybe, she said finally. Maybe she was right all along. I could have told you that, Novely said, not looking up from her drawing. You saved me. You saved everyone. Of course you're enough. Ren felt tears prick her eyes. Since when are you so wise? I've always been wise. Novely held up her latest drawing. The community gathered for dinner, rendered in quick, confident strokes. You just didn't notice, Jace laughed. Ren found herself laughing too. Outside, the sun was setting over Lake Superior, painting the water in shades of gold and crimson. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, supply runs, defensive preparations, the endless work of building civilization from scratch. But tonight, for this moment, everything was peaceful. They'd survived the end of the world. They'd lost people they loved. They'd carried burdens that should have broken them. And they were still here, still together, still fighting for a future worth having. That was enough. That was everything. Later, after the meal was finished and the tables were cleared, Ren found herself alone on the dock again. The night was warm for Minnesota, maybe 60 degrees with a breeze off the lake that smelled like summer and survival. The stars were out, brilliant against the velvet black, more than she'd ever seen in the city before the lights went dark. She thought about everyone she'd lost. Callum, who'd drowned in water just like this, whose death had shaped everything she'd become. Her parents, scattered and broken, casualties of grief even before the outbreak made them literal casualties. Her brother's absence was an ache she'd carry forever, a wound that had scarred but never fully healed. Dash, who'd given his life in a stairwell so they could escape. Luther, who'd shared his wisdom and his maps and his stubborn faith in history. Ellery, who'd seen her clearly, believed in her completely. Died telling her she was enough. All of them gone. All of them still present in some way. In the lessons they'd taught, the choices they'd influenced, the people they'd helped shape. You're thinking too hard again, Sabine's voice from behind her. I can hear it from inside. Just remembering. Ren didn't turn around. All the people who should be here and aren't. They would be proud. Sabine moved to stand beside her, her Finnish accent stronger than usual, a sign of emotion she rarely showed. Of what we've built. Of what you've built. I didn't build it alone. No. But you were the foundation. Sabine was quiet for a moment. When I first met you at Kessler, I thought you were broken. Damaged beyond repair. I thought I was watching someone who had given up. I had given up. And yet here you are. Sabine gestured at the island around them, the lights in the windows, the sounds of people settling in for the night, the unmistakable evidence of life continuing. Leading. Building. Swimming in the lake that terrified you. I'm still terrified. I know. That's what makes it courage. Sabine touched her arm briefly. Ellery knew it. Dash knew it. Everyone who believed in you, they weren't wrong. They saw what you couldn't. What did they see? Someone worth following. Someone who could carry the weight. Sabine's voice softened. Someone who could learn to put it down sometimes. Ren felt tears on her cheeks but didn't wipe them away. I miss her. Ellery, I miss all of them. Missing them is how we honor them. Continuing is how we keep them alive. They stood in silence, watching the stars wheel overhead, the lake silver and peaceful below. Kira is waiting for me, Sabine said finally. But if you need... I'm okay. Ren was surprised to find it was true. Go. Be with her. Sabine squeezed her arm and walked away. Ren stayed on the dock, listening to the water lap against the pilings, feeling the night settle around her like a blanket. Tomorrow would bring new problems. Tomorrow would bring fresh challenges, unexpected crises, the endless struggle of survival. Tomorrow she would have to be strong again, decisive again, the leader these people needed her to be. But tonight she could just be Ren. A woman who'd lost too much, who'd carried too much, who'd somehow kept going anyway. A woman who'd learned that being enough wasn't about being perfect. It was about showing up, again and again and again. She took a breath, let it out slowly, felt the peace settle into her bones. Okay, she whispered to the night, to the lake, to the ghosts that lived in both. Okay. The lake didn't answer. It never did. But it held her anyway, vast and cold and indifferent and somehow impossibly kind. The next morning dawned bright and clear. Ren woke early, as she always did, and made her rounds, checking the perimeter, reviewing the night's reports, touching base with the watch rotation. Everything was quiet. Everything was as it should be. She found Jace in the kitchen making breakfast for the early risers. Coffee? He asked, holding out a cup. Always. She took it, inhaled the steam, let the warmth spread through her. Anything unusual overnight? Radio contact from the Wisconsin group. They found a cache of seeds, vegetables, grains, stuff that can actually grow here. They want to trade. Good. What do they need? Medical supplies, mostly. Sabine's compiling a list of what we can spare. Ren nodded, making mental notes. Another day, another set of decisions, another step toward a future that might actually be worth reaching. You seem different today, Jace observed. Lighter somehow. I went swimming yesterday. I noticed, he grinned. I was there. I mean, she struggled to articulate it. I've been carrying something for a long time. Since before the outbreak. Since before you were born, probably. And yesterday, I don't know if I put it down exactly, but I think I stopped letting it drag me under. That sounds like progress. It feels like progress. Ren sipped her coffee, watching the morning light play across the kitchen tiles. It feels like something I should have done a long time ago. Hey. Jace set down the spatula he'd been using, turned to face her fully. You saved my life. Multiple times, you saved all of us. Whatever you were carrying, you carried it while doing that. I know. So maybe give yourself some credit. Maybe accept that you're not perfect, but you're good. Good enough, anyway. Ren thought about Ellery's last words. Thought about Dash's faith in her and Luther's wisdom and Novali's quiet certainty. Yeah, she said finally. Maybe I am. Summer stretched on, long days and short nights, the endless work of building something that would last. They planted crops, harvested fish, reinforced defenses. They welcomed newcomers and mourned the occasional loss. Because even in their small haven, people got sick, had accidents, succumbed to the 1,000 ordinary ways that life could end. But they also celebrated births, weddings, the small triumphs of daily survival. They created rituals and traditions, built schools and hospitals, established the foundations of a society that might endure. The network of survivor communities grew stronger. Trade routes formed, alliances solidified. The scattered remnants of humanity were reaching for each other across the darkness, finding connection where there had been only isolation. Ren watched it all happen and marveled at what they'd built. Not just a settlement, not just survival, a community, a culture, the beginning of something new. On a warm evening in August, Ren sat with the original survivors, the ones who'd been there since the hospital, who'd crossed the causeway together, who'd buried Ellery on the mountain. Jace, now 20, confident in ways he'd never been before. Novely, 10 years old, but carrying the wisdom of someone much older. Odessa, still strange, still damaged, but present in ways she hadn't been. Quinn, who'd faced his cowardice and come out the other side. Kira and Sabine, partners now in every sense. Theo on the edge of manhood, the teenage bravado replaced with something genuine. They passed a bottle of something that might charitably be called wine, home-brewed from foraged berries, more bitter than sweet, and told stories about people they'd lost. "Remember when Dash taught us to shoot?" Jace asked. "He was so patient, even when I couldn't hit anything." "Remember when Luther would go on tangents about the history of everything?" Theo added. "I thought I'd go crazy listening to him. Now I wish I'd paid more attention." "Ellery saved my life 3 times, Kira said softly. "Once in the ER, once on the journey, once during the siege. She never mentioned it, never asked for thanks." "She knew," Ren said. "She didn't need to hear it." They sat in comfortable silence, remembering. The dead were with them still, not as ghosts or haunts, but as presence, as influence, as the foundation on which everything they'd built now rested. "To the ones we lost," Jace said, raising the bottle, "and the ones we saved." They drank. The wine was terrible, but the company was good. The story didn't end because stories never really end. They just reach points where the narrator stops talking. Ren's point came on a September morning, crisp with the first hints of autumn, the leaves just beginning to turn. She stood on the hotel roof watching the sunrise paint the lake in shades of gold and rose, and felt something she hadn't felt in a very long time. Content. Not happy. Happiness was too simple, too fleeting. Content in the deep sense of the word. At peace with who she was, what she'd done, where she'd ended up. She thought about the person she'd been before the outbreak. The nurse who kept everyone at arm's length. The sister who'd carried guilt like a second skin. The daughter who'd failed her family and never forgiven herself. That person was still there somewhere. But she'd been joined by others, the leader, the fighter, the survivor. The woman who'd learned that being enough wasn't about perfection, but about presence, about showing up again and again, even when it was hard. "Ren?" Jace's voice from the stairs. "Council meeting in 10 minutes. "I'll be there." But she didn't move immediately. She stood a moment longer, watching the sunrise, feeling the cool air on her face. Somewhere below, her community was waking up. Children were yawning, adults were starting their routines, the endless work of survival was beginning again. In a few minutes, she would join them, make decisions, solve problems, lead as best she could. But for now, this moment was hers. The lake stretched to the horizon, vast and cold and ancient. It had been here for thousands of years and would be here for thousands more. It had held Callum's body 20 years ago, and it held Ren now. Not literally, but in some deeper sense. It held all of them, all the survivors and all the dead, all the hopes and fears and struggles of a species fighting to continue. "The lake doesn't care if you're afraid," she murmured, the words coming easily now. "It doesn't care if you're guilty. It just holds you up if you let it." The sun climbed higher. The day began. Ren Torvik, survivor and leader, and finally at last at peace, went down to meet it.